a game and competition bot, and you can set up competitions in your own Telegram group. And you can have the competitions reward, get prizes in your own native token. If it's on Solana, what chain are you guys on? We're currently on Ethereum and Arbitrum. We're also about to launch product on Expert Network, but we're chain agnostic, obviously. So wherever it makes sense, that's what we're going to do. So yeah, that's right now. Currently, we're live on Arbitrum. Okay. Well, even if you don't have Solana token available to use for competitions, you can still add the bot to your group and engage in our community battles. And those are completely free. And communities over 60 years and like a grant over 70,000 Telegram reach too. Okay, sounds good. Can you get me the DM? Because we actually use some kind of bot. We use some kind of bot in our Discord. It's called Tipsy. But this is what you're talking about. Sounds a lot more interactive. So yeah, it's actually like a lot of fun because like you get fighting against each other in the too. Yes. Actually up in Jumbotron. It was our yeah, UTG. You can download it and that needs over there. And then, but as your community gets rewards, it's going to get automatic exposure to all the other people. There's the other 110 communities that are playing the games. We do competitions, blood boosts as well. So that, and you can also, actually I'm not sure about this because it's not Solana. Let me correct this one. But you can sign your own tokens and opportunity to be able to win. It says here, community battles don't require a token in the key. Works for any community. It can win boost. Crypto Fight Club is also new that don't have the bot yet. They're listening. Okay, great. Okay, cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to forward this over to our Discord manager. And yeah, because I don't know. The only downside is that it's a Telegram bot, so it does only work on Telegram. Are you guys going to expand the service to Discord in the future? Not that I'm aware of right now. Like it's not in the plans currently. We still have a lot of Greg is our main development bot, and he's got a lot of updates that he's working on currently. But as time goes on, we can definitely look into that in the future, I think. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna stay in contact. I'm definitely gonna be coming back and forth to your spaces. We don't have a Telegram right now, unfortunately. We only use Discord. But if you guys are gonna expand this service, we probably like to use it because we use something called Tipsy, and you can just tip with it here, like it's interactive. Okay, cool. So where are we at with the next community token that has used the Parabolic games? So that's what we're focusing on, basically helping a lot of speak for the communities that play. So we got the Skeleton which is a meme coin on the surface, basically.
Please have the first. Yeah, Afghanistan.
Six ranked in the featherweight division. And then outside of this, list off Conor McGregor's last 7 fights. I'm like, what? Yeah, I feel stupid. That's how I feel when I'm like, you know what? Some people beat me up and kept it. And then outside of this, list off Conor. sure you're not smart. Like, I was impressed with Danny because, like, let's say you're the brain surgeon.
Zoot, how are you, big dog? What's good, son?
How you going?
I'm well. I just asked you what's good. Thankfully. How was the pub? What'd you say?
I think that was fun.
You went into it last night, you said. Yes, you did. I said to you right before you left. And by the way, I'm sending you an invite. I said to you, you're like, I gotta go. I'm like, why? And you're like, because I'm about to walk into the pub. Were you unaware of this?
Oh, the hub.
What's the hub?
The hub is.
Porn? So, talking to me, you're so horny that you had to go masturbate?
Sorry.
It sounds like it. Are you ready to lose?
Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
Rabbi.
Yeah.
Did you know saying my show?
No, I'm doing something else.
You gonna put the roll down?
Yes, sir. Did you make it?
Does it say hold in one?
Fuck you, dog. Dude, that's amazing. One of the best shots you've ever had.
That's the easiest to get a hold in one.
No, it's not. But that's a cool story.
That's the hard. Now this is the worst fucking hole. Do you think with help, like you'll be able to get a hold in one? So you
Do I think with help I'd be able to get a hole in one on this hole? No, because you don't have any momentum going back. Well, with 4 players. I still don't think so.
If you go first, and is it as good as this show? You can get it in now.
Dude, are you ready for the best shot you've ever seen?
Rabbi, I went from like the best shot to the worst.
This is the easiest shot. Get a hold of one, I think.
No, it's the ice.
This one. Yeah, I know. The sandwich one.
It's like a Christmas fan one.
What are your thoughts on this? Your thoughts on my? Dude,
I think we
Dude, I'm beating you. You're not good at this one. You always quit.
I'm very good.
You're bad at this whole dog. Are you serious? That was almost a shot.
I told you I'm very good. So. Yeah, that was not a good job.
No, it wasn't. Dude, I am fucked.
I could get it in with this. I could have risked it, but
This would be the greatest
get it in.
water bump in the history of water.
And we talked.
Are you proud of yourself? Hey, did you meet James McCann?
No, I'm not going out.
Wait, aren't you going to the secret show?
Yeah.
Did he show up? Dude, did you meet Jay McCann?
No.
Did he go to the show?
No.
Night, but not. Well, he went 2 nights ago, but not last night, right?
He's going against man.
Are you going? You're not going. Why not?
to say? Oh, did I tell you that my friend messaged me and he said, "Dad, as part of it last night, he said, part of is scared. He told him go back to Canada."
Get it.
My friend's Canadian and Jen go back to Canada.
Well, you had said that your friend's Canadian.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you want to meet James McCann?
Already have.
You haven't met him. Do you want to meet James McCann?
Yeah.
So then why don't you go visit him? So, do you want to know? Do you want to know something?
What?
It's lost.
Hey, Rabbi, I lucid dreamed the other night.
That's a cool story.
Lucid dreaming nearly got out of body experience. Like, I was about to go. Like, I was in a lucid dream and I thought I was trying to get out of body experience. Looked up and I realized it wasn't. Like, it was weird. I had like experience in my lucid dream, but I'm not sure how long.
That's baller.
Nah, having an out of body experience is way more useful. Connect you to your consciousness and dimensions if you try hard.
Word, dog.
Have you ever tried?
Been second of my life. Fuck, Zoo. So you want to know something?
Do you want?
Yep. I agree. All right, we're gonna play multipliers on, baby.
That shit.
So instead of Pornhub,
Jennifer Cam would be proud.
I don't think so. Oh, shit, that was baller. Oh, that would have been sick.
When are you gonna say Jennifer Cam?
Soon enough. I'm not that.
What comedian do you want to say?
Today.
What's the guy's name? That Will something.
Will Smith.
No, the one that you're obsessed with.
Oh, William Montgomery. As much as I do.
Why? Why do you like him so hard?
Yeah, he's arguably losing his touch.
He bombed hard and 20 minutes straight. It was bad. Why did he bomb?
Why did he bomb? I don't know.
You are so good at
Zoot, are you proud of yourself?
Do you know how hard it's going to be for you 100 points? You're fucked up. Fuck. How did you win?
I came back, baby.
You won by 20 points. What happens in a tiebreaker?
Biggest dick wins, so looks like I the default win, baby. Carom time.
What happens in a draw? Do you go into a breaker if you go into a draw?
I don't know. It's never happened.
You try and say if you go into a breaker.
We'll try it after this. Okay, keep in mind this one you can get anything in.
You got to counterclaim. Rabbi, it's not fair that you go first. That you win going first. No, crazy robot.
What's that, baby?
You could have won on the first show, like first round.
Yeah, I could have. Because I'm sexy.
Rate that shot out of 10.
0.
Rabbi, how good am I playing?
You're so cock, dog.
Maybe I'm good at sucking cock.
Did you just quit?
No, you won.
Oh, tight. All right, let's try to do the thing, but don't fuck it up. So just get 0 points. Zoo. So don't even flick it. Just like barely touch it.
I know what you mean.
Too hard. Go to the side more. Dude, I fucking told you. You suck dick, dude. God.
Okay, that was. Get a 10.
Now I have to fucking work at it.
110. Oh, fuck. Why did you do that?
Why not?
I have to get 3 10s now. Five 10s. So I have to get.
Man, this is not easy, dude. You don't have to get 5 10. You could get a 20. Okay. Good job. Now just 110. Good job. Now. Oh, you fucked up.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Oh, no, you didn't. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh, I got retarded.
Oh, we just left out.
Yeah, we just put the phone here.
Oh, that's cool that you could hit the balls. Hit another one. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Oh, really, really cool, Zoot. I like it. Look at all the balls come down. I like style.
I want to say next game.
I want to try to get 10 balls.
As long as you don't score. Oh, no. I thought you were going to score.
Well, I didn't.
Good. just thinking it's going to be a draw.
Well, we just want to see what happens. What if it has some kind of...
Okay, we're a draw.
What if it has shoot off?
You just let them go down?
Yeah, I don't want to risk it. Oh, it just draws. It wins. That sucks. I wanted to have like a shoot.
That's another damn way you draw that you're like.
Ari?
Can you draw? Can you draw to the right?
Can you accept an invite?
Can you draw to the right?
Oh boy, that's a good one. Yeah, I think you can. They don't have like a word on.
Sure.
We could test it by just letting the time run out.
I've done that in Scrabble.
Or the tie?
There's right off in Scrabble. You got, isn't that?
I don't know about that. What are your thoughts about being 59 points back?
I'm back.
Remember I told you Roseanne won Guest of the Year? They faked me out. Top one Guest of the Year along with Rob Schneider. It was a co-Guest of the Year.
Rothschild sucks.
All right, I mean, what are you going to do about it, dog? A lot of points.
People weren't happy Roseanne was even on the panel.
Did you even watch it?
I went on the Reddit and people were happy that Roseanne. She said, "Why is Roseanne here and not in her time?"
Yeah, I saw that too. Doug, did you go to the Fighter and the Kid Reddit?
Not yet.
Doug, you're going to be sucked in. It is the absolute funniest shit. I'll send you a link to a video that'll get you, or it's like a series of videos that will get you all caught up, and you'll think this shit is as funny as I do. Oh, what was it? What a terrible throw. What do I need to do? Oh, one?
Two.
Yeah, pro double out. Pro double out, son.
Okay, I can come back then.
Yeah, because I'm not good at those. You ready?
If you hit it, you hit the double two. Fuck if you hit the double two.
Okay, I'm going to send you a link to.
I can't win. If we get the double two, I can't win. If you double out here, I can't win. But well,
Yo, big dog thing that you need to watch. It's in this Brendan Schaub, who Ronda Rousey is. Yeah, you should. She's the most famous female UFC person in global history.
what you will say.
Okay. Zoom.
Is UFC?
You have fucking day. It's gonna be giant now that they've got this parent. It's gonna be absolutely fucking giant.
When did UFC get big?
Like Conor McGregor. I got into it during the pandemic. And here's the thing. You watch it. I'd seen them before, but there's just something that you watch them and then you get hooked. Like once you watch one, you're absolutely hooked.
When did it start?
93 or something.
It's older than I thought.
Zoot, I sent you a link. Scored.
But it wasn't popular for like 2000, right?
Right. I sent you a link on Discord. Do you hear me? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot.
Yeah, what?
I sent you a link on Discord.
I'm gonna go now for a shower.
Okay. Will you watch that compendium? And next time you come in, we'll be able to talk all about it. Oh, so you fuck.
Well, I'm gonna watch it because it's the funniest shit ever. No, dog. My boys. Who do you like more? Geraldo, or what's his name? Geraldo, I think. Geraldo? It's something like that. Or very good. I like them both. So it's like choosing between children. Yeah. feel he is the more it's like his channel and everything. I think Geraldo. Oh, all downhill from here. Oh, this is the best. Oh, I hope they have a good song. I hope it's like Night Moves. It'd be so sick. The guy was sick. Oh, this is the.
Welcome back to Tim Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, you're the Patreon, you're the Discord, you're the absolutely. It's Patreon because that's what we got going there. I mean, I'm like one of the slow men on the draw in all the West, but you didn't press one that exists. And another, Gerardo's doing a thing where you gotta do something. Okay, they shop clothing to see if it has any effect on his life. Yeah. He wears it to. And how far are you into it? Dude, so far I lost both my jobs. And my girl has left me. And what's the other thing? I forget. It was summertime. You know? Okay. Yeah. Wait. Fair enough. Wait. Right? No, that's not at all. I think they're much same as a shop. Start the timer. Hobbit Man. This is about. Is this just the same that we watched like a couple months ago? You know, it very much could be because it's very familiar to me. I see. If I look like a violent person, and if I didn't know me, it's just see arms and like there's the width of my shoulders, like there's the difference between what's on and what's Minx. Man, I know we've talked to him, but wow, yeah, that's crazy. He's got like lipstick on. Yeah. Makeup like with the tail. Look at him. He's also doing that thing on his chest, dude. He's a sign of the protected army, like Illuminati, but redacted. That's true. He does have big shoulders, though, dude. So that's true. I guess that means me, big old pussy. I like that he's behind. Okay, it's a promotion. This is Whitney Cummings, dude. The clips from this episode are, is it American Redact? Podcast Cringe that made a video about this.
Welcome.
Social media. Whitney gets 2 million views on her pod, but can't get 500,000. You know what I say to that? Narrative? What do you say? Good. Yeah, dude. You know, fuck. Can I be honest, dude? It's all fake. It's fuck. It's the government trying to fool us. She sucks always. I've never seen one thing good of hers. There's only like 250 people that have ever done that. Democrat, Republican, like co-op for sure. Driving my son to baseball. Dude, I'll be back. I was going to say a joke where I'm like, on Gino's side on anytime. I've never been on his side. I'll be back on his side if he starts talking shit about Whitney Cummings. Yeah, I mean, it'd be worth anybody talking like a whole video on one comedian, how they hate them on their side. Yeah. I know that's a sickness in my brain. Yeah. But I like it even when I like the comedian. It's interesting. In fact, I might even like it more when I like it because then it makes me mad. Yeah. That one drunk guy that watched us. Do you remember that? Yeah. There was like a drunk dude that was trying to watch on our show, but he was too drunk to even say anything. It was just sad. And he had like 10 views. I feel like we suck because now we're watching somebody watch us, dude. Well, I was like, no way made it. Somebody was watching that, we got a commentary channel. Shout out to that guy. I hope he's okay, but it doesn't seem to last long because it seems like he's headed to rehab. Yeah. There's no Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. He comes in. He comes out of rehab. That's good. That's never dating. All right, lives. What happens for these? I haven't this one yet. Let's see. Now again, what's the ideal? Besides the fact that it's Florida, we have to think. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi is the difference. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something that could only best be created when there's a lot of abstraction of communities. So now, she's the case, ultimately, by the Eslan zone by the Harlem communities as well. That emerges gets the little so by come on, they can trust them. It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Ruben gives the sheep on the via schedule Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in. She's not. She consecrates it. She's not. So what's the status now of the body? Making something is the equivalent of, in other words, really the Gemara that verbally do something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, you would say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and makdashing is the equivalent of offering. Or is quite easy to say that. In other words, offering makdish ultimately again is still here, still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was makdish it? Again, here the Shiloh is in this case where she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time it's here, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish. Wednesday the Bia occurs. Time of the Bia, the object is still here. Now the Shiloh is that does the object become an Eslam Zona? So the picture of Rabbi Eliezer. You can also have another one. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer. Right? You must not Rabbi Eliezer. Shekatma Behikri. So remember again, the way that the lesser understood the case, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time she occurred. That's Behikri Basa. So that's no longer exists. The Lord is here. She is not. This actually shining is managed to shine the love of himself. The mercy is nice. Make sure she did the that he also got about the shots of most because when the animal was up before the Bia, so if the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not consecrated, the animal is still in existence. And the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. Dilma, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer existing. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. So the awareness is taken. So we're reading that. So interestingly enough, what comes out in this case is first of all, we're not finished as a zone. We're doing something categorized as a zone. The harvest anything must be transactional, which means payment via. That order is not followed either payment and delay via or via and then payment. Again, it is not so if he gets translated in animals now, the idea doesn't depend. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. She's going to buy a car wash. If she's not efficient, consequences. And so, the still existence of the kind of via the next day. What's the status of that? So yeah, okay, let's analyze more. The second disorder was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, repayment is not to use for purposes. Or meaning, where is the cash? I don't understand this. Gemara says, or meaning, the Rabbi says we can have relations with himself. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the loans late. Right? So he pays her late. Right? 3 years later, they call the harlots. And we still I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Low cash. So most of that country, so we just call it. There's relations and then payment. That's not an estimate. It's no transactional lease. Here the Gemara says that you use the verb. Ultimately, it is still usher. I'm not going to use stuff. I'm not just a little kasha. It's not a contradiction. It's violently me. It tells us, yeah? I'm not going to violently me. It tells us. So let's say this is ultimately again one. So we're talking one case. We're talking about a case where he says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. It tells us that called kama biyah havi eslan b'shitins. So ultimately again, Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's convenience. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, and ultimately again there's no transaction or lease. So that's analyzing the the Omer Rabbi told us that my hobby. I don't understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. You can go to Rothschild. Have relations with it's up to showing up. Have relations with this. Again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The Elohim's all has it has the status of a hard tenant because there's transaction release. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it perfect. In order for it to be because what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Because livestock, animals require sheep are required to take possession. Used to give us problems or kind of okay. So kind of is actually interesting. Locally, the sheep has only been by so apparently again, not in Jew, they don't sheep as so far. So we're going to stop. Another possibility is the owner is only Israelis. No, it's nothing to do with Charlotte. If you don't, they call you Bechatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chatzim. In which case, again, all leaders can be chatzim. She requires less than a second. Either call you Bechatzim, but the African Russell. I don't understand. If it's in our thoughts, it requires it. He had relations with her, and then ultimately denigrated her. Only denigrated her. It's already in our thoughts. It's already. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is actually, this is like a paradigmatic case of SNR. She's acquired the sheep even before the Kila. If the sheep is good to the commercial sheep, the shot in the hand, that's very interesting. Now, here's the Ruben comes to our land. And I hear this sheep is not good. Remember, that the Lord says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't don't pay you money, take this sheep. So therefore, she acquired the sheep initially. She acquired the sheep in the event that there was non-payment. The Amar my sina and he says, sir, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. The Iman, and it's not shakli the Eslam, take this sheep ultimately again as fine. Massive Rashish, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this vastness. Let's say again, let's say you employs donkey drivers and workers. So that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, the Rashi points out over here. Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir. Jews. Idolaters are only right? So what's the house? Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? Essentially, go use this money to go to purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. You're payment on a supplemental purchase. He's giving them here's money, go and drink, go and eat. The inner ocean should do this. The inner ocean should not have to be worried. Something like 60 babies. Lomishum Shris, Lomishum Nice, Lomishum Yayanes. I was saying, here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halotha giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Aretz, yes, the Akum is going to go by Yayanes. Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shvita. Or Maisu Shivas. It's going to outside of the obviously, we get fresh. Why doesn't it have to be this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money. He's saying, Kevra, which was? Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do. Rashi says here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi Shema Maisa, right, if you look at the heart, the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. We don't think it's not the one giving them anything. He's just giving them money. It's covered here, this is for the food, this is for the food. They choose to do it that actually, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so no liability. Okay, no. Contrast out the following things. Sabbath no, they do second line down. The Amalak, they are like, but it says them, so, Vani Polea, Su Shubani Polea, says, to the workers, like, it's not good drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and hey, I'll pick up the tab. All is a problem. Then you have the problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? How do you the husband was so national that because he's paying the if Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food, whatever they buy, that's on them. There's nothing to do. If he says, go eat or drink, then ultimately, again, that is problematic. He's potentially putting it irresponsible. Almost, so what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to go say ahead, and circling to the Yana case, right? We're going back now again to the Yana case of remember. What did they do? They had and they followed through the focus paid before with 8 euros. Rothschild said, not a problem for transactional immediacy. So what do you see from this last piece of here? Amo, Kapora, to make you say Kapora. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill, even though again he's paying consumption already took place. I love that. So he's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paid for. These the Shane supposed to see that. That's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Anani kikapara." So to the Yana, when they repay here, ultimately again isn't that ultimate for Shemitah Kodesh? Same thing. The Gemara says, "The Gemara Fisto, the Chendani Hamakiko, the Mishtabel." So in the Ruben case, right, they're going ahead and telling the work. And we go drink out of the cab. We're talking about the purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Archilai finally junior patent. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, they ultimately there is actual immediacy. That's happening like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money. Okay, that's the shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money because regularly extends credit. So there is transaction news. He's not just saying stand where you want and but he's saying Tevra, for the shopkeeper, I'll pick up. This is a shopkeeper who extends credit to moving. Again, it's as if the debt is paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that happens. Rashi says over here, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and the laborers whatever they want. Everyone is going to immediately pay for it. Those are only things about Hanaf given the Hanaf again, that doesn't apply. So right, this wasn't like a credit situation. I don't think so. Therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction. They're doing this just to laugh at her. They're having a good time. And now he's not singing for shots who already extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? So that should be okay. Lucky, I would touch it. If you'll be that, so we should see that. If that's the case, then the second light, instead of making the first statement, where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go to drink, make it two, what do you do? You might say that, John, when is this so prohibited? So anybody, people in the stop it. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to himself, go out and go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shop people who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transaction immediacy, and it says it. Again, the transaction already has the money to items. How about people? But not true for people not exchange credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fun. In other words, that is the race of production. And the two pieces that are saying one انت خليك مع First was the old, then the machine. People need on the credit, but if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend the bummer of this? Homer the Chavero. A person says, person says to his friend, "Hey, one of us phony, do you can fund the policy rough?" So when I came to right thing, Ruben goes, right, I go with you. Ruben, do me a favor. Lend, like, give him money for shit. Give money for shit. Well, my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Well, clearly, you know, ultimately, that game becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so what's even assume that we and I have no previous what do you see from there? When you ask someone to try to do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed having evidence of transactional immediacy, seems to be a right from there. I'm a rabbi. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends or doesn't extend credit, doesn't even below Yaku Shibude, low Yis. And the rest of the what's look at that shit. Even though the Yaku Shibude, third wine one, still not Shibude, even though the Yaku Mo, not come to move below. Since moving the not go ahead. Actively set aside money, right? You tell me go out, go eat and drink pockets. Since no amount of money, right? Or no specific money have been set aside for that, and that lacks transaction because it does ultimately work out. It should be much. So you feel most the cash left a little below its sorry, says off Michael Shish. So that's ultimately again. So what do you mean? So the so ultimately again you says the Gemara ultimately what do you have to be concerned about? Michael Shish. You should be what do you have to be concerned about here? The halacha that perhaps again ultimately, it's the same thing. Because no particular money has been designated for that. I don't know how to tell that. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money. Okay, so this changes that. Look at that. Shaking low. Highest dealer of the family. Holdem Shishala Exlo. The Hashkam the Balabai is coffee in survey. Oh, it's everything. So, in the case of the year, when the Raisa says, Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is we're already moving deep to the shopkeeper. Some extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for, and ultimately, again, if they pay, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not gonna know. I'm used to the I made less women now. The Gemara says as follows. So, again, all of this is on the same level as actual news. Like that's the key. That's the key. So the Gemara says, I'm not I'm sorry. I'm missing the Shmeichs. So I said this over in front of Rabbi Zedek of Nardo. And what happened? I'm not ready. At the time, the price shouldn't leave something like that. Go ahead and drink, and I will pay. I will pay me to someone he has a pay. Rather, what should the trade? You should say, go out drink, go out to eat, and then I'll settle up, right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of years ago, 2K, right? So you let the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of noise, so bigger system is so please remember. So you got 2 cases of advice. Case number 1 is your losing representing that. So it's got to go out to meet but and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's not fun. So I'm not going to now. Is that hello from myself, moving 3 8 went ahead and got these 2 shots and 3 said, my order's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have access now to limited free items, then it's plus if moving is going ahead and supplying is going the way that prices should reach is to workers. So go out and drink, but I'm not cashing. And then I will set it up ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara says. It's good. Let's stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what a guy. Everyone in one.
He's the right guy to do it. But it's so funny that yeah, doing this guy
begin by thanking all of our sponsors. We're dedicating all these commercials this year as a close for the source published sponsors for the month. Our volume will tell us even raising honor of raising Aileen Rosen's wife and Stanley Rosen's wife is the brother. Main sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nick Jacob that have the money of the father, and then have a cover by the radio of last of course, always we dedicate our resources to purchase packages, make welcome to bring them home and current and nerve for give them success with all of also definitely we have an exciting battle ahead of us today. Today's dash is Summit Gimel 63 and we are on South Basin base 62B today Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 lines up from the bottom. So much else. Today Rabbi, yes, he can see us now. We are a little bit machines. Remember the hustle of our do as follows. We will borrow Shemitah produce from them and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following. So if you could actually say this is very interesting. Yes, it is called this my life. So obviously, again, without getting I'm off on myself. You can go lend or borrow numbers. Lend or borrow while it's still readily available for everyone. Readily available field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is so people of the outside borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. The offer Aniyim is Acharadir and the Shemitah So what ended up happening is on year number 8, people of Rabbi Yannai's household repaid the onion, ultimately again with if you're so they came and they said so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it obviously that and they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. I'm a little loose. And I said, yeah, I'm seeing often perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Red does never say that. Interestingly enough, Rashi, he also said that this starts. Yo, then Rabbi Yochanan said, there's now some Yannai's are acting perfectly fine. Rashi says, taking that he shut up, not public enough to the end. Well, if you stay hiding behind me, you will highly just face on that. Yeah, but I so sometimes that forgiving again on the previously committed. So for example, over here is it's like one is trying to use the change the produce, and even the easier produce should also be the same thing. Should be prohibition. But the only said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a rest immediacy. I should say there's no immediate rest because the produce is being there, only being quote unquote during year 8. Because there's no immediate reciprocity, this does not look like you're doing commerce with sheep of produce, and therefore no sheep of produce involves supply the 8th year produce. The ideal. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, simply will not follow upon the so very connect them to Esma, and interestingly enough, similar piece would come up with Esma's in it. Esma's in it, because he goes to Rama, and he gives her something called the services. Use her money, or even use her object. That object is called an Esma, so the thing is for a harlot, and can Zubin goes to Rachel's own. Right? Zubin goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have a relationship with her. Or he has relations with her, but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's none of her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. That's one of the law. If he gave it, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have a relationship with her, then of course he didn't for his wife. Even though Allah, he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on to which the Gemara says. We assume little more the second case, but that along myself, he had a relationship with her. He didn't pay her. No younger law from a movie. Ultimately, he didn't pay her. If you didn't pay her anything, that's a law. My estimate. If you didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that a law from an estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which you must tell her, how come? That is what it means to say. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what you really pay this piece outside. Since you was going to say that, when does something become an estimate, and estimates on the harvest payment, when there's transactional immediacy, right? Our relation is pair. In other words, there's immediacy. That's when it's an S. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the S name. Practically, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for artificial or temporal use. So watch this. Most eloquent. No side. If you give it the Acher Kakabala. Now what is going to be Acher Kakabala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead of Shalom in the strength of immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. Here's the day, we have relations for 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But after so what? It's not a matter. Oh, Bala, the Akakak Nosala, matter he has relations with her. Then he third, as no matter. This case is ultimately again the S is going to be however, the Akakak is not quite. Therefore, both sides, the worst thing is this comes. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S zone, transactional once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment, then the receipt for payment has the status ultimately identified. Keep track of what's going on. Remember, the outcome of a they would bother to meet the police from the courts, ultimately again the PTSD. People think of it because it's all, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit this practice, lacking business skill. So look and say, no, it's fine. Right? Seem like transactional immediacy. So transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as a payment ultimately against the 7th-year produce. And the 8th-year produce. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testimony. Not so long. So again, let's go. Right? Let's goes ahead and case it. Okay, what we going to use our gets her sheet. I'm just using the sheet. Right? So pays your sheet. And then let's say gives your sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned, that sheet does not have a harvest payment, and therefore it's forbidden to constitute temple. Right? There's a lack of immediacy. You must understand. If he bought off, someone who does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheet on Tuesday. When he does have a relationship, they call it a law to say, obviously. Okay, I understand. He gives it the sheet, can't be labeled as enough. When he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should develop upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an S-zone as of Tuesday. The laws are very interesting to know what's the case. You should talk about the Hikri Basa. That's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relations didn't happen until Wednesday. The Gemara says that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as always offered it up as a carbon on offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pilot, zona. I won't say you say to yourself, come on, what a she's a zona. She's offering up carbonos, so it's many times. It's always important to say we all look at the consistencies. And we all look at the respects and there are things in my life that are well, things in my life that things that
but I had a rough time doing that, and I gave halfway because I
the
couldn't.
things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do it all off Hashem don't take away from the things that I do
Unique
well.
update on Rothschild.
Yiddishkeit is not all you can do some areas and well you can in some areas. So obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Sometimes you feel careful. Sometimes you feel like a status here. I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff, but I'm doing this, or I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is contradictory. But welcome to the new connection. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in hypocrisy. It's funny. I know the zone is the sheep also do. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are laid using the law. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts and struggles and other control. And we still push forward to be good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of in any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time the relations occurred, the animal was already joined. She already offered it up. You says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's back to what's the if he said to the Zona, gives her the land on, this is yours as of today. Right? This as of today. Right? Then, halacha was she could be shari, right? The less of the shas, so then obviously it's more different, right? She has title. Can't be categorized as an esrog. So essentially, we were has every right to offer. However, the law on the left in the action. But if he did not give her he was not explicit. He didn't say to her, this is your animal as of then. Tuesday, right? There's scheduled formations on Wednesday. So, what is it you need to say? He's from Tuesday. Yeah, we got a relationship tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of it. Based on what says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about will go ahead and consecrate this home. I'm not one of my base of issues, so just like your home, you own it. Ask for issues so to be consecrated, whether it's consecrated or up is something that you own. So if she doesn't get on Tuesday, then have to shut her up.
Can we talk about the state of comedy?
It's only to match something that is yours.
And one day, American Great Actors is like, do we have you on this call?
Like, what we're able to do. Sometimes we need a mistake of measure.
Yeah, that was a bad thing.
And that's not necessarily right.
Yeah. I wish I was on with all those guys. They asked me if
and
He should be on the call.
that which you own. You only have to concentrate. You only can concentrate. That which you own. You can't concentrate. And it doesn't belong to you. He's so often alive, you forget that if it's rough, only that we're able to do it. He doesn't expect us to us. He doesn't expect us to be someone else. What he does expect of me is a personalistic inventory. All the spiritual tools that I honest that what I possess is utilize those in the pursuit of holiness. Only be makish that which will help how in our spiritual lives. And the Dharma law, the hobby cafe, I just be this is very interesting. This is unfortunate. The mixed directly, if you use the sheep, something comes up in the sheep. Whatever it is, then Gemara says, "Come here, then I give you the right to acquire this." Fine. So Gemara says, "Yes, why we decided that it's already we're doing this because you remember this all happened to Rabbi with this sheep transaction. The idea that's happening over here that something can only be destined for limited status when there's a level of transaction. So now we see that by the sheep. Ultimately, you see it by the echelons only. So by Rashi, I'm a big Bishas on that. So let's say, same coin, Reuben gives Ruffle, Reuben gives Zona a sheep on Tuesday. The Bia schedules for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she's not. She consecrates it. She didn't offer up to the prophet. But she's not. So what's the status of the animal? Manu. Even though I'm wrestling with above muscle angle, she might actually bustle them. So to be stable extension, making something technical is the equivalent of also. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and matching verbally is the equivalent of offering life? Although my custom is quite easy to say that now. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being matched is going, the animal is going. Being matched ultimately again is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she was matched? Again, because I'm not saying, you heard the Shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's low. Zona, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday's Makdishit, Wednesday the occurs, and also because at the time of the Bia, object is still here. The Shaila is, because the object is still there. So the tip shall be very because so say going back to the top of the down. Right? Rabbi Lazar cut off the hikri basa. Remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it up already by the time that the Gia occurred. That's the hikri basa. So that's because she offered it up as well as Abba hikri shas low. But from the low statement, it would appear that if she was not fishing, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal wouldn't have Zona. Much more says no, so that the law is fake and required. The truth is, this Shaila is not Shaila that the laws are himself. So the Gemara says, no, Mishas Shita is going to be on the edge of the Baba Shas, but he said the Shas
he shows up.
Because Rabbi Rothschild said the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up for the bia. But by the time the bia are no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just much consecrated. The animal still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as a kipivasa pshitale shasam misafta. Or maybe obviously if she offered another case under the bia, of course it's not going to be categorized as a zona. We're not sure. Which the Gemara says, I'm really not sure. So interesting for both sides. What comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson that we're not finished. So what we do understand is that in order to be categorized as an estimate of this payment, there must be transaction immediacy, which means if that follows either payment and payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. The idea doesn't occur until he has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, consecrates it. And so the animal is still, what's the status of that animal? That's the payment. And then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is used for consecrated possession. Or immediately marries the kasha. And then relations with the soul. And 3 years late. Some people pay all of his rate. I see he pays her late. Right? For 3 years, and he's still the also. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. And there is 62% that if there's relations and then payment, that's not invested. It's not for 3 years. Ultimately, it's not just a little cash. It's not a contradiction. But I would believe they tell us that. On the other hand, this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one explicit other case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. Identify the sheep versus have relations with me for a Rashi. They tell us how come the Yohev lo having a hashtag. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when there's transactional release, when he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, ultimately again there is no transactional release. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi tells us that my I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now Ruben goes over to Rothschild. Have relations with also Zona. He says, have relations with me. He doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, it has the status of a public payment. It's actually released. Just because he identified the sheep, the curse. In order for it to be cursed, what has to happen? Where it says, Shichal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals were part of taking possession. Which the Gemara okay. So kind of these actually ultimately the different sheep is when you're doing by Jews. So apparently again by a non-Jew, they don't move the sheep. So Persona is not just like the old or Israelis, talking about the Jewish harvest. If you go, they call you the sin. Oh, interesting. Enough to see everything that's possible. In which case, again, ultimately, she requires. Either try to say that, the muscle. If it's in our process, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, then it's already in a process. She acquired it. What are you talking about? You must, in other words, she acquired it before this. So this is actually she's acquired the sheep even before the deal. If the sheep is still in the process, to which the Gemara says, is shocking and handy out. So Ruben comes to Rothschild. Here, this sheep is an unfortunate. What is it called? He essentially says he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require mission. She requires the sheep and the event for this non-payment. The Allah, you might see the he says to the next 30 days, good. If you're not, and if not, shut the dead. That's not the street. This sheep ultimately again. That's not how we talk. Fine. Not seduction. some help. Again, it's interesting. This is really unraveling the let's say donkey drivers and workers. They say that this pain. Now the way ultimately again, he's pain, and Rashi points out over here. Rashi, these workers are non-Jews, or they're which is unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's halacha? Okay, so actually before this. So he goes in and says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go get yourself food and drink. Whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and drink. Now because he doesn't have to be worried. Some more of this. I was saying, here's thank you for reminding me that I will never be very happy because I can't look like you. The Gemara says that halacha he's giving them money. Now, because it's not happens, his going to go down yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, is going to buy or my sushi. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money. He's saying, huge one. Because he's doing that, essentially, whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, with this. But if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, look at the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones. The heart, the Sabilu, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them. Ruvain's giving them money. Here, this is for your food. What they choose to do essentially is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no. Okay. Contrast. Some of you know these 63 these. They don't want it. I'm not saying all of it. So the influence. I need for that. So she. He says. To the workers, taxi drivers, eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll take a tab. All. Now this is a then we have now why is that? Look at Rashi. The issue over here is because he would have now that he's purchasing and providing these items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, and ultimately again, that is problematic because it is. If he is purchasing, providing these potentially items for you. We're now going ahead and circling that to Rabbi, right? We're going back now ultimately again to remember Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they bought sheep. before with beans. What said, not a problem.
Yeah, this is the real shit though. He doesn't actually drink beans.
So, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over here?
That's cheap.
Part of the Eastern Kapara. So, what do you see from here?
I don't know why
That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So, even though, again, he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lot of his transactional agency, and he is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, the Yayinas. Remember the Gemara
it's
says,
just so absurd. Yeah, they
all
should
the
have
money,
the absurdity
the
that you get it when Johnny
so to
Knoxville.
hear about
It's like they're way different classes.
here,
Yeah.
ultimately, I think that
Actually, Knoxville usually.
Shemitah
You're right.
produce, same thing.
Oh,
Which
Eric
must take
tripping in
Gemara
diamonds.
Christoph, they can't any on
That's why I
the
definitely
people
have
in the
777.
Shabbos. So, no, we think going on.
Well, somebody that's 9 to 5 there all the time.
It's talking about where they are purchasing food from the shop. The woman extends credit to even the ugly lie. Finally, ultimately, because the shop woman extends credit to ultimately this transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money
Yeah,
immediately.
tell him,
Finally, about it, that's you right across the shopkeeper regularly extend credit. שכרתי כבו, שכמות יש לו so let's say there is transaction release. Really is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, as you already paid, and therefore there's transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, again, that doesn't apply. This wasn't like a credit. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional needs. You must have all. Again, using that one. This is the thing that is worth the same case. In case, though you can go drink up the tab. But now, he's not saying to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit.
Yeah.
Then it sounds like one. That should be okay. If that's the case, that it's more lucky. At the time, so
Already, that's it for see you next week.
If that's the case, then we set the price up differently. Taking the first case in the price up, the case of where we says, here's $100. Go out and go. You can get two different cases. What should the two cases be? The bedtime we're in. What is this? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited. When is it prohibited for Reuben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the Shem's credit to Reuben. Because the immediacy, and it's a Shem who already has the right to think about people, but not people who does not extend there in that case should be tried. In other words, better for the price to go ahead and make two cases.
That's what I say. Yeah, I mean, I'm really close. The old West. But the first one that exists and another one.
Purchaser not still to see the effect on the phosphate. So what happens? Ruben goes right. I go. How are you? Ruben. So far, both questions. Right. And all of my property will be coming. It's funny, you know, it's ultimately like in my property. Becomes income as a guarantor. The mercy is supposed to be. Now again, I shouldn't assume that moving it up. I have no what do you see from there? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else. And ultimately, again, transaction needs like them in there. Rabbi, right. Right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend, you must losh Hashem like Afagab the Mishabele, Kiva Lo Missa. So what's the issue over here? Rashi says Kiva Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's in the bottom. Shibude, Shalo Yiche Lo Miyat Mos Love Chalim Lo Missa. Since Moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money had been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs because it does ultimately, again, it should be worth it. Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? We need shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately, now, says the Gemara, what do we have to be concerned about? My association, we should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, ultimately, again, the same thing. A lot of America does not create transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabay is. Okay, so this changes everything. Balabay is, you know, the friendly. Kodem shlach et slow. The hashtam Balabay is kaafli. So this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, the price is set that if Ruben says to his work, go to the chemini, go to the shop, drink whatever you want, it's on me. The cases where already Ruben gave the money, it's paid for already. Ultimately, they take limited pay. It's literally like he's supplying them with limited hours. I know. I'm these solutions, I mean, that's really not enough. So the Gemara says this. So, all of this so the says, I'm sorry, I'm missing Shmaitik. Also, I said this over in front of this ordinary God. And what happened? He hustled at the 26th June. So you should see that way at Jackson. He says to his workers, go and drink. I'll settle up. I'll settle up ultimately again with the because again, we're sitting at a case of years that we didn't prepay. Right? So we left money with the shopkeeper. And it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much should you consume? Which we must. Oh, you're right. So you're right. Sorry. So, I'm sorry. I'm like, oh, yeah, again, a lot of ways is you like change the prices. That a lot of ways is so. Case number, essentially, two cases of price. Case number one is where we can give them like discover, go out and spot and drink on that case. What do they do? It's on the it's not on the case. The way we must understand it now is that a lot of myself moving free paid went ahead and gave $100 to shop. My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that can be concerned. If we have access to items, if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the product, the rate that price should be, makes it 8 workers. So we go out and drink. But I mean, I will say, off ultimately, that's what the Gemara is saying. Here was like, everyone, what a gaff. I love what wishing everyone.
Same thing. Video king. That's what we're doing. Yeah, video king. Keep talking. Travel,
It is a great small option to be able to you begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors for dedicating all the Shurim Drushos this year as a host for the Soros Tavos for all of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim and Tova, Stevie Drazen in honor of Israel Drazen, Irene Rose is white and Stanley Rose is learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father Ben Adler. Of course, always we dedicate our learning Swiss just have to just make the welcome. We have to bring them home. The Shalom and the Karaf and the Merifah give them success to follow on Massey. This is exactly let us begin. There's an exciting gap ahead of us today. Today's gap is South 63. We are coming up on South Basin base 62. Today, Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 lines on the bottom. So in verses as follows. Today, like, Yas Ike Shimon, who parley with the Sheminas. So very interesting case here. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says so there's no reference. Yasi Perishi is called in Sabir. So obviously, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So because once it's no longer readily available, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea here is some people of that Arno Schmidt produce from the Rashi goes on. Harley Schmidt, so it ends up happening again is on year number 8. On year number 8, Rabbi also repaid the and the ultimately again with so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of something about it, obviously, that bother people. So they say something to the I'm a little, y'all listen up in, it's fine. Why? Interestingly enough, Rashi, you also see that he starts through a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, remember how some of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi, low, helping, run off to the end. So if you say, Love Khalid Ben Nehru, I would do such ways of us. Remember, we said yesterday that when you get into an issue of colors with a bit of so sometimes that forbidden identity could fall upon these committed. So, for example, the concern over his business that one is trying to achieve the produce, the 8th-year produce, sure, you have choose the same thing, choose the solution. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe. There's not the immediacy. There's no, because the produce is being taken in the sheep and only being quote unquote repaid during the 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not move like you're doing commerce with sheep produce, and no sheep prohibition falls upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, sheep. The sanctity will not follow up on the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. Connect them to Eslan. And interestingly enough, another piece would come up with Eslan. Eslan is called an Eslan. So the payment for a public and cannot be used. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, yo. You must be corresponding piece to Eslan. What's the this? Rashi says, no some level of honor. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have, or he has relations with her or anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. For Harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It doesn't make sense. I understand. Nothing of if he gave her, let's say he gave her a sheep and relations with her, then of course we're going to for what? So if you have relations with her, then ultimately the land is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restriction on it. So which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. My estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of this license that says that I'm off from the license? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, this is what we should say. Listen to this. Nasallah, the African, if you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what would we take this piece outside? Since we was going to say like this, when somebody come and ask, when there's transactional relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an asset. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esna sold. What that means practically, it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So most eloquent cover. No salo, give it a sheet. The Achakach ball, the Achakach ball. The Achshav, Elo, the Achazman. Revelation, you know. Again, time later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more comments that's today and after 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, it's up to payment relations. Baraka Fasala is not a metric. Oh, Bala, the Akakakno, he has relations with the person. You have to let's concern. No, that's true. In both of these cases, however, Nasala, the Akakakno, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, that has to be transactional. Once you transact, in other words, payment relations, then the left and the sheet for payment has ultimately again a harvest payment, not just the keep track of it. So remember, the household of a they would borrow sheet of produce from the store and pay it ultimately again with the people are open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange. This is exactly business. She was and said, no, it's fine. Same idea. It's transactional. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't use that produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, sheet produce, and for the 8th-year produce, things all right. More questions a little bit. No, so let's go for this, right? Let's get sheet. Just using the sheet. You know what the thing is next? He pays your sheep, right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. On Wednesday, he has your sheep. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep has the status of a harvest payment, and therefore it's not forbidden from constant. I'm surprised that you're rubbing because it lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. When it does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep. Calculations are on Wednesday. I don't consider that when he does have a relationship with the obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheet, it can't be that as estimates on it. It's a relationship. There's no immediacy. When he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then the designation of the sheet should evolve upon it retroactively. And therefore the sheet should be categorized as estimates on already has Tuesday. What's very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying when they have relations on Wednesday, they're actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest. A pious, I don't know. I will say, you might see it yourself. Anyway. what a thing. She's a Zona, and she's offering up Karbanos. Is meant as many kinds of talk. All consistencies. All living from Harry. Certain respects. In certain respects, using my life very well.
Just tall wise, or like how many people does can fit inside of?
The things that I don't do well or do poorly or don't do at all are don't take away from the things that I do well, which is this kind of all or nothing. You be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain harmony, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not. Sometimes you feel like a crystal, or sometimes you feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, I'm doing this. Stop all that I'm doing this. That's right. It is hypocritical, contradictory, but welcome to nature. Hypocrisy, such a nature. It's important for us not to lose that even though the zona is a zona, also is, you know what? Those Kabbalas, because at the end of the day, no one knows what you're sex. And you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's in any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. And by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals already gone. She already offered it up. So Yomar says, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. If he said something, gives her the short lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Compliments. So shoot the shari, right? The halasa, the shasira, umatzana. So Rabbi is mutter, right? She has height. She can't be categorized as an Islam on Tuesday because we have relations to that. So essentially, yes, the she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the little unrelated community in the abstract, it's enough in the height. It's very interesting. If he did not give her permission to acquire it as a tenant, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives her something, right? And the relations tomorrow. And then tell her to acquire it. It's not hers. It's not hers. If it's not hers, he must see it chocolate up in the car. Notice, if a person will concentrate, he's talking about the issue. Right? So go ahead and concentrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to be owning you to concentrate, whether it's concentrate or offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I can shop her up. It could only be managed something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, we're saying we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against others. And that's not necessarily the right thing. Role models, something that people really aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. He says you can measure up to someone of this person's football abilities are. The Rothschild only asks you to mark that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that it's what we only expect of us. What we're able to do is expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personal inventory about the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only do not give that belongs to you. And our Father only asks us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual things. Eladamras was the case. Eladamrala, Adikabech Achasvia. He says to her, nice really gives this to the soul of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah life, but if you use the sheep for some reason, that's something like you need the sheep, I don't know, you need your card money, you need whatever it is, then where it says honey action, then I give you my request. So it's fine. So the Gemara says this. So everyone said that's his own. What's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's already happened. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something invested in its status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by case, and ultimately we see it by the estimates on by the product cases. That might just get focused as far as the case. So by the Rothschild, come on, big fish so much. Very interesting. So let's say same thing. You just reach level of rooting your soul. The Bia is scheduled for Tuesday. She goes in and she's not. She consecrates for so what's now the end? Even the Amara, so the Devout and Silasala. Kimanda Basi. So do you see this? Making something is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and democratizing verbally is the equivalent of offering. Offering it out is all but the method is not again the same. The much is it is slow here, it's not fast. So does she have the ability, what happens if she's not again, because it must say to make a shiny it is in the case she offered up on Tuesday. By the time the deal occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't become an excellent zone now because it was no longer in existence and it occurred. In this case, when you hear Tuesday she's not the shit. Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately self-determinative. The object is here. So now the shadow does the object become a situation. So you shall really otherwise. Going back to the on the top of the dust. Right? Lazar, Shekatma Behiki Bas. So remember again, way that the Rothschild understood the case of the Zona, right? Is where she went and surely offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time she occurred. Dafka Bivasa. Dafka because she offered it up as our existence. About the Isha, so low. But from the laws are statement it would appear that if she's not fishing, if the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be covered as some zona. Much the mercy says, no, delay coming by it. This Shaila is managed to Shaila number versus 9. If she did very as I got the Gassel, After the Shassel, the Isim Shastia, because the laws just said the only time it doesn't come so the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just not, she consecrated the animal still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam. Obdillah, if you also pshitale, the Ishasam maybe obviously she offered it up and it's for just kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as Arizona, but in case we should just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says so we're reading that sure. So interestingly enough, I will say what comes out in this case while we hear is first of all so important lesson number 1. We're not finished with this. So what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an excellent as a foundation, it must be transactional, which means payment via. If that order is not followed either, payment comes delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again, it is not considered to be an excellent zone. If you deposited an animal for payments, now the deal doesn't occur until later on, so she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide. If she's not issued, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the up the next day. What's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the question. That's all. That's why. But so he was like, the second day sort of was, let's say he has relationship, and then afterwards he pays him. Again, say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated sexual purposes. Immediately, where is the kasha? I don't understand this. Gemara says, I understand why the Rabbi says if Putin has reservations and then he pays you 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all so late, right? For 3 years later, it's still called the harvest agreement. It's still the answer. I'm not pissed off, no cautious. So that country changes important. Right before, on some occasions, there used to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here says if there's relations, even if we this number, ultimately it is still usher. And I'm not having stuff. I'm not pissed off, cautious. It's not a question. How the Omar is bad. They tell us that Hagar is bad. They tell us that. So I say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case coming history says have relations with you for this sheep, and he identifies sheep versus have relations with me for each sheep. called ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional release. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction. All right, so we're looking for my hobby. I understand. So let's say Wednesday, Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't hear for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because this transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep, in order for it to be first, it has to happen. The Gemara says, remember, livestock is part of the sheep, or part of the possession. The Gemara says, it is actually interesting. Ultimately, the sheep was only given by Jews.
They're just like flat.
Again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep. We're talking about a son who's not Jewish. You guys know what it is. The old one was already saying, it's talking about a Jewish harvest. Okay, go, they had said, oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in their pots. In which case, again, all of the requires either price say that Father the Akaf Masala, how come they I was thinking her thoughts there. Then she requires he had relations with her, and then ultimately again, then he gets it's already in her thoughts, it's already expired. What are you talking about? You must, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually like the paradigmatic case of essence because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Pia if the sheep is standing in her process. There's the shocking and handy out point to keep. Very interesting. But here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and raises this. And here, this sheep is in a Polski. Remember, your Polski essentially says that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relation. If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She only acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Allah, be my and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your holiday. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha said that this wasn't some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of watchless. Omer Adam Mechamov will follow. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. These workers are non-Jews, or is that they just unlearned Jews? Idolatry is unlearned Jews. They also have this important moment. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The English, okay, so actually before we get to this, he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, don't use this money to purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving to here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say, now the person the Enochoshish, to do this, Enochoshish, he doesn't have to be worth something like this, 6 here's I will say, here's this right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Abu or Amir Torah, his Abu is going to go by Yahweh. or maybe again, or my student he does this one. Why does he have to do this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right. If you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right? If you look at Rashi, the heart, if you can't catch the last one, the last of the long line, the heart, even those son, the electric. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving it. Ruth is giving them. It's covered here. This is for the food. This is for you. What they choose to do with that afterwards, sitting is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain. So therefore, again, we know why. Okay, now he says, I tell you drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We can actually get the hashtag was so naturally that the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it's like he's purchasing and providing these items for us. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's the food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. So that makes me worry. Go eat, go drink, I'll pick up tab. Then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially permanent items for his members. Almost. What do you see from here? He can't order to make it so. So what you see from here is that hello, this is we're now going ahead and circling back to right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of remember, Rabbi, what did they went ahead and they bought the produce and they reached the floor with €8. I said, not a problem of no transactions. So I said, now what do you see from this last case? Almo, he made Mr. Kapar. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, the consumption already took place. He is considered to be paying for the Shemitah produce, the Shame maybe in a year. Ultimately, again, isn't that ultimately Ruvain case, right? If he's going ahead and telling the words, saying, go drink, I'll pick up that. We're talking about purchasing food from the shopkeepers who roll up even the RC lack to say, clearly do not have one. Ultimately, there is transaction. See, that's happening right now. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Clearly, that is actually right across the right to the left. Kind of getting some of us. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get right. Transaction. Possibly he's not just saying stand whenever you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up her tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. So therefore, again, it's as if it's already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy. Now she says over here, no, there is almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, it's going to give the drivers and laborers and even going to immediately pay. לא יכול להתנגד, אבל חלק בלעדיין, כיוון דענך אני, ומוסי, ואז חלק ירד אותי. But again, that doesn't apply in conservative. It's wasn't like a credit type of situation. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. The Martian Avo, and we should again, using that language, we're going to send out as well the same case. Go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending back people who nobody extends credit. And it sounds like what? Mutter. And that should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. Ihafi, adetanit su'u be'dina zeh, su'u shesu be'dina zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where they says, here's $100, go out and go drink your drink, make it different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again prohibited? When is it prohibited from saying to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up a shot people who extends credit to moving because there's transactions. See, and it's as if again the company already had limited items. Company but shopkeepers do not extend. Therefore, that lacks actual immediacy, and that case should be fought. In other words, better for the price. I had two cases, one detailed and to highlight two dramatic different cases. First, the rest of the old company should be or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the just still not still obligated to many dollar of this. Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, drink one of the from the first stage love. So what happens? Right, you may goes. I don't need to say, do me a lend, right? Give us money to ship. Give money to ship. And all the money will become encumbered. What's that? Clearly, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered. Guarantor, the mercy of someone says, what is he now? Yeah, let's even assume that even I have no previous relationship. What is he travel? You ask someone to go and do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, you're getting it. Encumbrance that immediacy seems to have come on the Rabbi. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit is even even the low Yaki Shibude low miss. So the rest what's the difference? Look at Rashi says even though the Yaki Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide Rashi's on today. So Michael Miyad Moos loves Khalifa Minji Volomnis. Since we do not go ahead actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up since no defined amount of money, right? no specific says
everyone else is looking
therefore
somewhere
again
else.
that lack
He's facing a different way.
because it doesn't
The game
it should be
goes back. It's kind of like the
should be much שלא ייחי למכה לא
maybe he's just trying to
I'm
hype them
sorry.
up. Like, yeah,
Gemara
we
says,
get
"How
it."
my shish." So that's ultimately again. So what
You know,
that
I
we should
got like
shield.
crowd, so he's
So
saying,
you must
yeah,
talk no yeah, which you know talk. So
Yeah.
again, he says the Gemara
but
says the Gemara ultimately Allah my shish. Yes, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Allah for the that perhaps again should have these. Although yeah, it should be there. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. Local Mesa, because the local given rates have been designated for the parents, does not encourage release above people idea. What's the case? The case over here is where the Halabai is advanced the money. All these changes. Halabai is indeed and we can show off X-Law. The Hashkam, the Halabai, so this changes everything. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Rice says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on. The cases where already Reuben gave the money to the food. So there's no extension of credit. He has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take liberties, it's literally like he's supplying them with liberty items. I'm not done, no. I'm these sort of they come in, that's really not done. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana says again, all of this is all in the same amount of transactional needs. Like that too, that's happening here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmei B'Kamei, but I'm losing that. So I kind of set this over a bit of Nardo. And what happened? Ihaki, Agatani, Su'u, Ichlu, Su'u, Shisu, that's the case. The prices should be that when he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and we'll pay. I will pay you to yes. What you say, I mean, you should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up, right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, you're saying now the case over here is where they pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100, how much should be consumed? So you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry, Tony, again, the halacha races, you're right, change the races, the races should really be the following way. That halacha races are really necessary. So case, remember, see there are two cases in the race. Case number one is where Reuben gives it $100. This cover go out to meet and drink on meat. In that case, what do they do? It's on there. It's not right. Halacha races Reuben prepaid the $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problematic. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to then it's as if it is going ahead and supplying the program. The way that prices should be is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, ואני מחשב, I will stop ultimately again with the shot. That's it. Let's get we'll stop over for today. Shkoyach everyone. What a gosh. Wishing everyone.
There's a cosine, check it out. This kind of got me scared though, dude. Because tomorrow's got a little dude. Wait, I don't know what to say on the phrase. He has a little bite to his nipple. How do you say that? Like, he's got a bite to it.
Good morning. It is a graceful selection. So good. Begin all of our sponsors for this year to thank our annual Talmud Torah Tosim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all the Drushos this year as a sechus for the Solos Tovos for all Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av have taken the Drazin in honor of Israel Drazin, Dina Drazin, and Lee Drazin. And Stanley Rose's wife for the marine sponsors. Dr. Edmund Wolf, information at the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch, Mordechai Ben Moredo, Nasa, as always, we dedicate our learning in the Swiss Lord Princess Shalom and Karach and Merkov and source makers for give them success. The whole of us was in the back of us. We have an exciting back ahead of us today. Today's back is the son of 63. And we are picking up on son of Basil Baby. Today, Rabbi Yana, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 points up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yas Ikir Shvias Nanu, who promised. So very interesting piece. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, it actually says it is very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called obviously. Again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer say that it's for yourself. So the idea over here is people of the Asar would borrow Shemitah clothing during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on a part of the Shemitah. So it ended up happening again. The people of Rabbi repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. Says, so they came and they said, so you mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people. Assistant to Rabbi Yochanan, our mother said, yeah, we've seen often, it's perfect. It's perfectly fine. Why you connect them? Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, get up and start. Still a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that you shake up, havu hanach be'en, lo yichusei han ba'ani, bav chayit v'niru, lo chayit. We saw in yesterday's document that you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden on previously permitted. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transaction business, which means that even the 8th year produce should ultimately have the sanctity. But the Yochanan said it's not really why, because there's not a recipe there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the focus is being taken very shrinking, being quote unquote paid very good aid, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not mean you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and there are no Shemitah prohibition involved on the 8th year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, Allah Maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the. This is very interesting. To connect that an interesting enough, a similar case would come up with Esnonzon. Esnonzon is now located and he gives her something of her services. Right? Obviously, Asian money. And I took this over to Esnonzon, so that he was for a hundred and kind of sacrificial. Makes sense. It's the sign there. Remember, the corresponding to the passage on what's it's the sign of this. Right says, not some level of Allah. Let's say we name goes to Rachel. Rachel is so. Like we then goes to Rachel, and ultimately, yeah, gives her as it gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. For on the half of a or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the her heartless payment ultimately is most it doesn't make sense. Nothing if he gave her, let's say he gave her a land, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for her. Why she even though he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately the land is yes. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the says, I'm sorry, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her, even though not some my estimate looked if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement he writes that says that halal the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which law, this would mean say some law. If he gave and then only afterwards, in other words, there wasn't a say like this. Something become an excellence on the front statement when there's a transactional pays her, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's if there is a lack of transaction immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So what that means practically is that can be used let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. It's most eloquent. No, if you give the sheep, the African ball. What does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Ashav Ella, the Achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate? Maybe you see, I think there's some normal comments. User today and has relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relation. That's not a Muslim. Excuse me. Ba'ala. The Achakach Nasala. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then afterwards pays her. That's not a in both of these however, Nasala, the Achakach. Therefore, both sides really want to say that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as non-social, that has to be transactional. Once the transactional, in other words, payment, then the one to keep the payment has the status ultimately against payment. Now, again, remember, just keep track of what's going on. So remember, the household number beyond that, they would borrow the produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again. People keep telling you, remember, I don't know, maybe it's changed. It's thinking stupid. You still want to say, no, it's fun. Why? There's no transaction. Because our transaction is, we don't view that if your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow a payment ultimately 7-year produce, the produce, and for the 8-year produce remains total. Fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed now. Not so long. So again, let's go. Right? Let's impose a head case. We're going to use the sheet. I'm just using the sheet because it's the easiest example. Right? So here's your sheet. Right? And then let's say on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has the sheet. So I told before, that sheet does not status of a harvest payment. Therefore, it's not forbidden for consecrated time. As a lax transaction in use. You must understand. When he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheep on, he has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would you consider when he does have relations with her on top of something? Lechol Allah is gives it the sheep. It can't be labeled as something. It's never. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should develop on the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate, so not already as a Rabbi says it's very interesting. What's the case? You should come up with a this is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. When they have a relationship on Wednesday, actually, the sheep categorized the harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it on Tuesday, a pious harlot, a pious zone. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zone. And she's offering up on us. For sense, we've met this many times. It was important to all the consistencies. All these inherent contradictions, and in certain respects, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and things in my life that I do very well, and there are things that I don't do well. the thing that I don't do well or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well.
I don't want to be racist, but
Yiddishkeit is not an all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally great in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have his spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. Most of us are not there. Sometimes you feel hypocrite, or sometimes you feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us to use that even though the zona is a zona, she also needs to. You know what? I guarantee you, those guys are way after the ball. It's pleasing the robot. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how inner countries are everyone's mother at the in order to do good, it's for the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So let's unpack this. What's the case? Can you make the action? If he says gives her the vegetable lamb on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha and some sheet of the shari, right? The less thought the shas so then obviously it's more right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an escort on Tuesday, right? So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the community in the action is enough. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit, he said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So he gives it to her, he keeps it on Tuesday, just tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must shut it up as a part of it. After all, the ish is based on published on the Torah says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Reformation, right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. On the base of issue, so just like your home, you own issues. So to the one you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, there's nothing to start unless it's you can only do not dish something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, this also only us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against people. And that's not something right here. It's good to have role models. It's good to aspire to be like. A lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says that someone else, you don't know what those persons' profiles are, their abilities? Did he bonus that which you own? You can't touch this, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that we expect to take personalistic inventory of all the spiritual tools that I possess beyond honest, what I possess is we possess a lot more than honest. And then you realize those in pursuit of personalistic traits. You can only be makdish that which belongs to you. And I find it powerful only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our spiritual lives. The case. This is very interesting. So he says, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep. And he says, okay, keep the sheep tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mixed life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, you need the sheep better, you need a car money, you need it or whatever it is. Then Gemara says, "Come here, can I give you the right to acquire it?" Fine. So Gemara says, "So there was this. Now again, what's the idea? Why do you do this?" Doing this because again, remember what happened with the Rabbi. This over here is that something destined with its status where there is a level of transactional use. So now we say by the case, and ultimately you see it by the it's only by the color. That emerges get further into the so so let's say same thing. Moving gives Rothschild moving its zone the sheep on Tuesday. Rabbi is scheduled for Wednesday. Tuesday, she goes in. She's not fishing. She consecrates it. She's offered up as a covenant, but she's not fishing. So what's the scenario of the animal? Even the Amar and so do we say that essentially making something hektish or offering it up? In other words, the Gemara says that verbally pledging to an addition is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say open that the act of going ahead and being married is the equivalent to it? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone. The animal is gone. Being makdish, again, it is still here. So does she have the ability to makdish it? Again, you heard the shaila is she offered it up on Tuesday. Hers, obviously, again, it's gone. Right? So it can't be called an Esther Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Dia occurred. In this case, over here on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the Dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become a Islam somehow? Or not? So most of the case shall be in Eliezer. Because our so we'll say going back, this is Rabbi Elazar on the top, right? And Rabbi Elazar, Shema Behekri Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case, I guess, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's Behekri Vasa. So that's because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. We shall so low, but from the Elazar statement here, if she was not fishing, I don't know it's still in existence at the time that the Dia occurred, it would now be called an Islam Zona. Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar has fake right. Is this actually this shaila is not Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, not. Mifshat Rabbi Eliezer exactly. Rabbi will also say that the only time it doesn't become an asna is when the animal was offered up before the because by the time the Bia occurred here again where she was just she consecrated the animal still existed at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as a Kesron Zona. All Dilma, Ikrivaso, Shita, Ikishas, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's of course, it's not going to be categorized as a Kesron Zona, but in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. The Gemara says taken. So we're really not sure. So interestingly, on this side, what comes out in this case of the first so it's an important lesson because we're not finished with this. So what we do understand is that in order for something to drive how this game is, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment be. If that order is not either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately it is not considered to be an SNL. So if he deposited an animal with payment, now she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes back and she offers it out to Carva. If she's not she consecrates it. So yeah, it's still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, the status of that animal. That's the taking. That's the okay. That's all. The second case of was let's see has relationship with her, and then afterwards her ultimately again. It's used for purposes. I don't understand this. Gemara says, says if Buddha has relations with his and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. No cash. So we'll say that comes to the rights that we quoted before. Pays usually 62%. That if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction piece. Here, the Gemara says that there's relations even if you pay ultimately it is for us. I'm not going to pissed off. It's like, how the Omar is Ba'ali me. It's Ba'ali me. It tells us. How the Omar is Ba'ali me. It tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep. Have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that. So ultimately, again, you find sheep. It's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Umar Labatala said, my hobby. So let's analyze this, right? Now it's right. We think it was going to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, now what is, oh, it has a status of apartment payments because this transaction needs to happen. He says, she found. Right? Remember, livestock animals were part of the sheep, or part of the possession, which the Gemara said, the zone has a little problem with little tiny of the sheep. Okay? So apparently, it's actually interesting, but ultimately, the din of Mashiach was only given by Jews. So apparently, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to apply. The son of is not Jewish. Because another possibility is the old one is on Israel, it's talking about a Jewish heart. If you go, they call you Katzir. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep is standing in her thoughts. English treats things leaders to the thoughts she requires. Second, if the private Katzir, if it's in our thoughts there, she requires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. So in our thoughts are showing quiet. What are you talking about here? You must, in other words, required to perform this. This is actually, this is like the paradigmatic of Eslan, she's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her foot. Which the merciful Tziva is shot in the handy apple. Very interesting. But here's the case. So moving to the here, this sheep is an apple. Remember, what is a apple? That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? I don't pay you money. You can take this sheep. Therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. But you might see not later time that you'll resist. If I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. And if not, shortly, ask them to take this sheep and again answer up with fine. Not so negotiation, negotiations it's supposed to need some help. Again, all of this is really unraveling for you. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, drivers, and workers. And that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, over here, Rashi, they will come on their arts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're on their arts. They just on their Jews. Idolaters are on their Jews. And he says to them, right? The Eno Hoshesh, so actually before this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay. Either that's what it means or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting them here, right? There's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the question is, the inner person to do this, the inner person, she doesn't have to be worried. Something like 63. Go to Shishis, so listen, here's this control device. Right? What's the difference here? The one says that Halacha he's giving them money. Now, because it's an option on their part, it's going to be going to go by yes. Right? Or maybe ultimately again, or my sushi he doesn't have to be concerned. He has to be concerned with this because essentially in the money he's saying Hebra, do what you want. Because he's doing that essentially whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, so through all of this. Right, if you look at the end of Rashi, I said, right, if you look at Rashi, the whole is the attached last one of the long one. The Hakimu or Saki, we don't we think this giving them fun. And here, this is free to food, this is free. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unusual. So therefore, again, no vibe. Okay, now what? South Florida, they see second line. The other last name, second one. So the influence, Vani Korea, Sushi, Vani Korea. He says, it's in the work. First, I tell you guys, go and eat, go and drink, and okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. So, she should be shown to be a solution, my solution. Then we have then we have now why is that looking at Korea. Having here is in Makilo, Astro solid national issue over here is now we're going to the difference if Ruben just says here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's all. Go drink, I'll pick up the tab. Then ultimately, again, that discount amount because if he is purchasing and providing utility items for what do you see from there? He can't color to make this you see from there is that hello for the myself. I can listen. This is now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana. We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with each year. I said, now problems is no transaction. So listen, what do you see now in this last one? He kapara to make the kapara that when you pays the bill, I pays the bill, so even though again paying after the person already pays, local amount of this transaction, and he is considered to pay for the Shemitah produce, Shemi produce, yes, problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often keep kapara to make the kapara. So to live by the other end, maybe here, ultimately isn't that ultimately the message. The Fisco, the Henry and the Fisco, who started on. No, it's different. The moving is like the Fisco and workers, and workers go eat, go drink, out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shops, people who extends credit even the Orthodox face ultimately because the extends credit moving ultimately transaction. That's happening like that. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper looking at it. Only reading that right, that's right. Even some of the shopkeeper regularly extends credit. This year goes, Shekam Shias, we are talking about the kind of Hilchas Khalifin. That's it. This transaction. We don't feel this is not just saying stand long and buy three, buy straight. Saying Kevra, go to the bar, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional ability that's happening. Rashi says over here, everything in it. Therefore, like the shopkeeper is going to give, again, that's not a point to sort of you must avoid that is what the sin case. You can go to the and now you normally extends credit. Then it sounds like Muslim. It should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. At the time, if that's the case, then set the price different. Instead of making the first case of the price, the case of where Louis says, here's $100, go out and go into a drink, make it different. You might say, that time we're in, when is this so ultimately what it is? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, you can drink and pick up the tab? That's only with the shack expense because there's transaction immediacy, and it says that he already has the money to pick up the items. I'm pretty sure about you all, but it's not cheaper than the extent. Therefore, that lacks transaction immediacy, and that in other words, better to the place to go ahead and make two pieces the same, but one is different. And to highlight two dramatic cases. First, you must hold and finish it in my people. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to any Bamara? Homer the Faheda. The person says to his son, payment one of the employee, the from the plus say love. What happens? Right? Ruben goes right over to say, Ruben, give me a favor. Lend, right? Give him money to Shimon. Give money to Shimon. And over my time, what's that? Economy, you know, if all as it gets Marcel says, what is he doing? Now again, let's even assume that Ruben and I are at no yes. What is he and ultimately again we're getting actually need to see Maraba you're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit doesn't extend credit doesn't receive you must relationship much Afaga the Shadow even the Roman Yahweh should low this what's the difference? Even though the third wide so when we say Roman Yahweh most love
You just tell your staff what they should do. Yeah, say,
not
go ahead, how you doing?
right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat, drink, find the numbers, right? So no specific, therefore, again, that lacks transactional because it does ultimately again should be much. שלא ייחי למוס לכך לב חליק ממנו ולא אלא הפה המי so that's the case of the again so when you because of that shrieks so the verse is all moment it should be not so you can get the same thing there ultimately again whatever you can say אלא הפה my history you should see this what are people saying about over here so I saw that perhaps again she was although Yaki should be ultimately again local because no particular money is designated what's this? The piece over here is here the Balafan is advance the money to the okay, she know Balafan is you understand hold down shut up and slow the first time the stop reading surgery changes everything so the piece over here ultimately again the price says that if we these workers go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, bring whatever you want. Because we already moved and give the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, yes, it's bad, but it's paid for. So now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying limited items. Look, I know. I'm used to it. Let me go up to the says this house. So the kind of again, all of this same transactional needs. I'm sorry. This is I said this over in front of the bit of America. And what happened? Amalei, I declared stupidly, certain you should see by the way I catch these. Prices shouldn't be access to his workers. Go out. I will aim to sell it as a what should it say? Certain vehicles, certain should still value that. You should say, go out to drink, go out to eat, then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately as a shop. Because again, saying that the case on years where we didn't get. I see you left money in the shop. You can finish the question of saying, yeah, I left you $200. How much did you get? You're right. Sonny, ultimately, again, you're right. That come off line said, who says there's so please remember, certainly are two cases in place. Either one, so you can get this job as it's covered go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not things to see for the ones that are saying now is that Allah myself using prepaid defense. And you gave $100 to the shop. He said, my worker is going to let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay?
There she is.
That's the problem.
Yeah, just for you. Yay is right.
I will settle up with That's what he was.
Lovely.
It was like,
Bingo.
we'll say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn a overview. Begin by thanking of our sponsors for this share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors.
1 week to your birthday, right?
For dedicating drushos this year as a
We're
sukkos
gonna do a countdown
for
for you,
all
girl.
of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalim Lotova, Stephen Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, and Roses White and Stanley Roses White. Sponsors, Dr. Edmund Wolf, declaration of the yard
Yeah,
site of Dr.
we'll see. She might
Cyrus
be doing a
Shalom,
24/7 live stream.
and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler,
Like,
Fucker,
forever. We'll see.
We dedicate
On YouTube, on Twitch, on Kick, and on Rumble.
and Karov and America, we give them success. The whole Nasi. Also, with that, we let us begin. We have an exciting date ahead of us today. Today's date
She
is
is from Poland,
63.
and I met her like a year ago,
The day
and her English has improved a lot. I have to use a translator to be able to talk with her. But she's got it down. It's amazing to see how someone can develop over the course of a year.
The members of the household of
Yeah.
as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the farm.
I like it too.
So, Rashi says over here, Yasi Perishi is called again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce.
Yeah.
While it's still readily available. So that's once it's
You're
available,
right about that.
you really can no longer
Get it.
keep it for yourself.
Thank you so much on KICK. That is my name, Rabbi Rothschild, and anyone in chat, it automatically gets banned. I think that's hilarious.
So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, on year
No, you don't get banned, but
with
the
this new program
chat automatically gets
so they came, they
deleted.
said, so
Just
people
delete.
mentioned this practice
Wow.
something about it, obviously.
It deletes your message automatically,
So they said something,
which I think is hilarious because it doesn't do that for any other person.
It's perfectly fine. Why? That was, and interestingly enough,
I'm quite proud.
you also know, there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the
Give
members
me
of the house of
this.
Adonai are acting totally fine. Rashi
Needed that.
Shaita, lo habranach be'en, lo ichfei bahani, lav chalipen lo chayil kedusha shvei. Remember again, we saw
Think
this
you get
already. when you get into an issue of
You could
potential
have.
No,
with a
it's
forbidden
okay.
identity.
You
So
got
sometimes
it.
that forbidden identity can pop on the previously committed identity. So, for example, the concern over here
What a
is
shot.
like what is transactional business, which means the produce
Yeah.
that even the 8th-year
All right.
produce should also
I'm gonna get these two.
the same thing, should meet the prohibition.
No
The
doubt.
Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why?
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna get this strike.
There's not to say there's no
No
immediate
doubt.
reciprocity.
Oh,
Because
how
the
didn't I
produce
get that
is
one
being
in the
taken from
back?
the sheep and only being quote unquote
Yeah, you win.
Hey, that was my 400th win.
Therefore, this does not look like
Yeah,
you're doing commerce with the sheep.
congratulations.
Thank you. The road to 500.
Revolves upon the 8th-year
Ooh,
produce.
yeah.
That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not revolve upon the 8th. This is very interesting. And it's to connect them to
You need
Esnod.
12 more to
And
200.
interestingly enough, a similar case
No.
would come up with Esnod zone. Esnod zone is that a person goes to a zone and
Oh,
he
make
gives her
it.
something for purposes.
That was
Right?
a spare.
He gives her money, or even he gives her an object.
Yeah.
An object is called an Esnod zone, a payment for all, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign,
Yeah,
the verse is the
they
first
did
one.
it,
So
did
what's the case? It's the silence into this.
Yay.
Bryce says,
I'll take
no son
that.
blah blah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's zone. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her, or have no son-in-law, or he has.
I'm so glad I
anything. What's the halacha?
was able to
This
play
payment
with you tonight. I feel you have no idea how guilty I feel when we don't play because I slept. I feel guilty the next day. But
She was in it too.
Relations with her.
oh man, do you know what time it was?
No restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says,
Last night when you came in here, you were yelling.
the soup.
Something.
No way. I must have just missed you. I must have just missed you because it was like 10:30 your time, and I was like, I'm gonna leave my speaker on, and I'm sure I'll just close my eyes and I'll hear Miss Squares. And you know I yeah, I've been awake 1 o'clock my time and been unable to get back to bed. And so hopefully I'll be able to end that streak because all day and I want to, I'm tired. I'm like very close to getting hours. I'm very close to getting my hours back tomorrow. What ends up happening is sometimes I forget to mute my computer, and people come in here wake me up like 2 in the morning and messing with me. Absolutely.
Rashi says, Ashav, hello, He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and
Straight up.
I think there's some look on this and see what pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours from now or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment, it's not a look. Oh,
that was
oh,
good.
or for
This
that
folks,
matter,
Miss Aquarius is starting to put on a clinic.
no, in both of these cases, ultimately, again,
All right, Rabbi. Come on, let's go.
however,
I need some big scores.
So therefore, we'll say,
You got it. Strike it.
that essentially,
Yes. Good
in
job.
order for something to be categorized as investment zone, that has to be transactional. Payment relations, then the land, the sheet, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on over here. So now,
Okay. You win, I win, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win. Undefeated at bowling.
Yes, I can win. You win out.
Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in French.
No, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. All right, that's my favorite. Sweet dreams to you. Countdown to 7 days until your birthday.
Yay.
Yay is to you. Oh, God willing. See ya.
Hey, look at these. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of looking at perceptions. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just saying before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment. Forbidden for consecrated right? Because a last transaction use. You must understand. When he bought off, but when he does have relations with her, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Thursday. Has relations with her on Wednesday. So when he does have something, Allah is saying obviously, okay, I understand. When you visit the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimates. Because he never relations. There's no mix. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of sheep as a harvest payment should devolve on the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate so not already as a Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting that what's the case? The cut of the week also. It's very interesting. What happened? The zone out, right? The zone out got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen on Wednesday. So we're saying that when they had relations on Wednesday, retroactively, they categorized as a harvest payment. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. That doesn't count on Tuesday. A pious harvest. Zone. No, I won't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonos. So it's important we get this many times in the past. So this is where we all need to get consistency. And we all need to have and in certain respects, and in certain respects, And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do, and there are things that here's the easiest.
Oh, he's flipping out about
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, off Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well. You just think it's never hard enough. You could be righteous in some areas and more be faithful in other areas. Obviously, that's not the goal. Right? The goal is to have some level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness. Most of us are not. Okay, sometimes you feel critical, or sometimes you feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm stuck out, but I'm doing this. I'm doing this. Right? It's contradictory, but welcome to nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such a it is important for us not to speak for ourselves. That even though the zone is a zone, it also brings comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those comments are a real it's a easy way. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how to do certain struggles other than control. And look forward to do good. Despite what things are broken, sometimes that's a pinnacle of human account. In any event, so the Zona offered up the carcass. By the time the relations occurred on the animals already go. She already offered it up. So you might as well, okay, let's unpack this a little bit. If you tell me what's the case, I'm the law, can you make me action? If he said to himself, you feel that it's going to land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Then, halacha is a sheet of the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shas hiya u'matana ba'amu b'yah. Obviously, it's multiple, right? She has title to it. Can't be categorized as an esnon on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. And it says every right to offer it up. However, the Eton Malachim in the Aksha meets him up in the Cairo. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her require it as a gift, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for a late on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say they're scheduled for Tuesday? Okay, if that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, then you have to shove her out. After all, Yiddish teaches based on published Amrachmar. Notice, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech, evaluation, right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, I'm not based on the shoe, so just like home, October shoes. So the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, in other words, if she doesn't own it, they can't put you up for that as a part of the which means in the realm of only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes you need to state that we're measuring ourselves against that. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who aspire to be like. But a lot of things can kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we go to the next. But he says you can to someone else. You don't know what this person's purpose or abilities are. The Ribono Shel Olam only asks you to be machlish, which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate, and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that only expects what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will select. He doesn't expect that we select. But he does expect that we take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than honestly. And then utilize those in pursuit of personal beliefs. Only be not that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual team. Incredible. What's the case? This is very interesting. He says to her, right, so we went to the zone of the sheep, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The midst of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, that's something from God, you need the sheep, right? You need a car money, you need or whatever. Then where it says, then I give you the right to acquire. This is like a kind of edges that's fine. So the says this. So there's zones. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with this cheaper transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something investing in limited status when there's a level of transaction. Now we see that by the Sheet case, ultimately we see it by the Esmond's Harlot case as well. Everyone gets one into his Harlot case. So by the Rothschild, come up with the Shasam. So let's see the same thing. Ruben gives Ruben Zona the sheep on today. The Dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's marked. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer up the carbon, but she's marked. So what's the status in her mind? Kevon Damar Solodabov in Sulasolayo, Kiman Dakri Basim. So do we say that essentially making sex is the equivalent of literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to Hakadosh is the equivalent of giving it over to the person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing verbally is the equivalent of offering it? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. The makdish ultimately, it is still so does she have to do with what happens if she's makdish? Again, because you heard the shayla is in the case that she offered it up on Tuesday. By the time there's obviously it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be on Zona because it was no longer in existence. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not Wednesday the Dia, and ultimately, so at the time of the Dia, the object is still here. So now the Shayla doesn't actually come in as or not. So the tip shall be very early as so let's say going back, this is Rabbi on the top of the dot. Right? Rabbi Lazar, Shekadma Behekri Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Lazar understood the case of Zona, right, is where she went ahead and right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. That's Behekri Basa. That's she offered it up. It's no longer in existence. How about if Isha so low? But from Rabbi Lazar's statement here, that he is not fishing. His animal is still in existence. At the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be in Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar can fake inquiry. The truth is, this Shaila is not the Shaila of Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Rabbi Eliezer, the Aktivasa, the Akabaki Shasson, no, the Isib Shaskia. Rabbi Lazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up for the Bia. So when the Bia occurs, the animal is no there. But perhaps again, when she was missing Makfish and she consecrated the animal still in existence, and the Bia, in which case, Halacha, the animal is categorized as an Eslam Zona. Of the law, if it also Shitale, if the Shasam is Sap, maybe Abis are not understanding that exists. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam. In the case, we should just consecrated it, which the Gemara says take. So we're reading that show. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all,
If I close my eyes, I will know.
important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona.
Really?
What we do understand is that it can be categorized as an Eslam, which means payment Bia. That order is not followed either. Payment and delay Bia, and then payment is not considered a zona.
She got the gates, kids.
Now,
Why? Who?
the Bia doesn't return until later on, assuming she has right, or she goes ahead and she offers it up. If she's consequence, the animal is still in the time of the Bia on that day, what's the status of that animal? That day, exactly. So what they're going to say here was, let's say he has related with her, and then afterwards, ultimately again, the payment or immediately, where is the cash? I don't understand this. You must say, or immediately. The Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, he will pay all of the bills late. Right? So he paid late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlots. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. No cash. So listen, that country is important. Right? That we told you before, in the days to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional use. Here, the Gemara says if there's relations, ultimately it is still usher. I'm not going to eat stuff. I'm not going to cash. It's not a contradiction. The Omar is Ba'ali. It is Ba'ali. It tells us that. How the Omar is Ba'ali. It tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case where it says relations between for this he identifies sheep versus relations between for a sheep. Rashi, they tell us that how come ultimately again finds sheep is a different transactional use. He doesn't when he doesn't go ahead and Identify the sheep. Ultimately, again, there is no transaction of rules. All right. So let's analyze a little bit more. If you love it, how is that? My hobby. I don't understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now we're going to go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest. This transaction is just because doesn't need first to be first one has to happen. Where it says I'm going to tell us right? Life is a very sharing story. Apparently, it's actually interesting. The church because only the thing like don't believe in sheep for a while. So you go to church and they call you the Hasid. Oh, it's interesting enough. The sheep, it's like you could call you the Hasid, the African Muslim, nor get relations with them, and then ultimately again, then you get what are you talking about? You might say, no, she acquired it before this. This actually is like the paradigm of humanity. Because she's acquired even before the Biyah, if the sheep is staying in Chatzah, which the Gemara is called Tzikah, the Shabi and the Heliach called Tzikah. Very interesting. Here's the case. So moving to the Halacha, this sheep is an approach. Essentially, that the man says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay the relations. Right? I don't pay you money, this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep money. She requires the sheep then there is nine. The Amallah, and he says to her, let's say for the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle de Esnani. Take this sheep, ultimately again, as no problem. Fine. So Rav Sheshes saying help. Again, all of this is really unraveling for you. Watch this. Let's say again, let's say we employs donkeys and workers. Okay, so now he's again. It's Rashi points out over here. People on their arts. These workers are non-Jews. On their arts, they're just unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? Allah. The Enoch Moshe, so actually before you this. Then he says to them, I'm paying, right? And essentially, use this money to purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment, or just whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go now. The Gemara says the Enoch to do this. Enoch doesn't have to be worried. Right? What's the concern here? He's giving them money. Now, people are on their hearts. He has to be concerned. Maybe the outcome is going to go down again. On the hearts, it's going to buy Shmita or it's going to be Shalom. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because it's about do what you want. Do what you want. Between that, essentially, it's not. He says over here, okay, that's to all of this. Right. Look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one. You don't, Ruvain is not one giving them Ruvain is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is the food, this is for your drink. They choose to do it that essentially is not on Ruvain. It's not, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast how the follows. Sound of Yom 63b, second line down. In Amarlach, says that. Su the Ichlu, Korea, Su Shtuvan. He says, the workers, like Dr. John, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. She's van Korea. Now it looks like he's providing these food items for his workers. If Ruben here's $100 for your food and drink, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the rent because it is if he is in and providing these potentially prohibited items for us. What do you see from there? You see from there, it's like Allah for myself. We're now and circling to the Rabbi case, right? We're now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of an large sheet of produce paid for with 8 year produce. We don't have immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from the Mr. Kafara? So what do you see from there? That when Ruben and he's paying after Allah so is actually immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce. Shady produce is problematic. Therefore, the guys, and then she can't pay Mr. Kafara. So to hear about it, and maybe paying a year to look again, isn't that what Shemitah produce? Which you must take them out, and then you have a push-down. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, the workers go eat, go drink, tab. We're talking about purchasing food from a shopkeeper who only extends credit to it. Even the Archilak, finally, because the shopkeeper only extends credit to it, ultimately there is transaction that's happening right there. Really translated, literally requires his money. Look at actually just a moment. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid regularly extends credit. So that's it. There is he's not just saying stand going where you and buy food. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid. There is transactional and happening. Therefore, it's considered almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver or laborers, whatever they want, and Ruben is going to immediately pay. That doesn't apply in this area, right? It seems like a therefore, that case is fine because of that transactional elements. You must avo, using that logic, if Ruben were to send out his work, same case. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Okay, if that's the case, then if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's how I can go into a drink, make it 2 different things. What should you do? So ultimately, again, that it's prohibited. The Chenvani, I'm not prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's a shopkeeper who extend money to Ruben because there's an immediacy, and it's that Chenvani already has the money to the items. People shop not extending credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should. In other words, better for someone to go ahead and highlight 2 cases that are the same detail different than to highlight 2 different cases. Those who must go, is that true? The shopkeeper doesn't extend credit. Is the purchaser not still obligated to the money of this? Homer the Cabello. Whereas it says to his friend, think one of the Corey, on the first stage love. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, right, I say, Ruben, give me a lend, right, give him money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all the economies, if again my property becomes encumbered and guarantor, so you must say something. Now again, let's assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask something to someone else, again, your guarantee is a transactional immediacy. So what part right from there? You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shay low mis. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even though about him. Since Reuben did not go ahead, side money, right? Tell these workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no find the amount of money, or no specific money, therefore again, that is actually ultimately again it should be mutter. Love below mitzvah. So Elahacha and my fixation is ultimately again it's that you should see versus all normally so ultimately again you said what actually concerned about Allah you should see us about here that Allah for myself has again she use Miyaki should be Hacha Lo Miyaki should be ultimately again it's the same thing Allah for myself he designated or stand what's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money that you shut off Exmo. The Hashtam, the Balabai is that if Ruben says to his workers, whatever you want, it's on me. Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. But it's paid for him. Oh, so now that makes sense. Like he's supplying them. And this so the Shmai, they come in. So the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmai coming up. And what happened? Amalei, he hardly at the time says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I lose the chash. You should say, go out and drink. We're saying now the case of years where he made prepay. Right? So he left Tani. I'm like Tani. Case, remember, essentially there are two cases in place. Case number one, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, we gave $100 to the shop. My worker's going to come in, they let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the U.S. is concerned if they have this, as if Ruben is going their right hand, so I will probably get it. Go out and drink, but I will settle up ultimately again. That was terrible.
Yeah, so bad that I couldn't like that. I was like, doesn't matter.
We'll say good morning. It is a great option to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking Israel for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year. Habarim Latova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Roses Spices from the Brooklyn. We have learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Faith Nathan, and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chotzus, Lord Precious Hostages, Nicholas Program, of America, of the Souls, Nicholas Program. Success. The whole of Nasi. Also, with that, we are not on base 62b, today Rabbi Yana, which is Yas Iker Shvias Manim, the Parlum Bishmias. So, very interesting then with 8th year produce, and Shemitah produce on the following year. So, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says the technicalities over here, but Halacha L'Maisa, you can go ahead while it's still readily available for everyone. So, this does no. So, the idea over here is Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house, which new produce, 8th year produce. And where it says, awesome. So they say something to Rabbi Yochanan, I'm a little, Rabbi Yochanan said, Ya'osing up, he starts to do a couple of ashes. Ya'osing up, they're saying, Hani Bahani, which is on that, so remember again. We some of this phrase that already. When you get into it, you talk upon the previously committed. So for example, if you do the prohibition, but the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, how much trees would come up with Esnon zone. Esnon zone, then after this called an Esnon payment for a harvest and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purpose. Ruben goes to Rachel, right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her on the Hakamah Nosalo, or Esnana, for harlot's payment, ultimately is mutter, so he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Because the land is a gift. It's a gift, you know. But he didn't pay her anything. He didn't pay her anything. And what's the meaning of the statement in Bryce that says, the Africa only afterwards? In other words, when does something, when there's transactional relations, right? Our relations transactional immediacy. When the payment does not be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple ball. Now, what does it mean? Sometime later, now, of course, immediacy, I think there's some more common sense. You know, days or traditions. But after Chasala, as none of them. Oh, to the cases ultimately again, The Achar Kach, so therefore both sides, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, once the transaction when you see, in other words, payment, keep track of what's going on with the process. People came to me because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't think ultimately again for the 7 years, the Shiva produce. And the Gemara questions a little bit discuss this. Not so well, the Achar goes ahead and pays her. Within his Rafa, he gives her a sheep. He pays her a sheep. Right? And then when he's taking that sheep does not have this consecrated temple. Right? It lacks transactional immediacy. You must understand. The sheep bought her on Wednesday. So when he does have a relationship with her top of Freya, obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives her the sheep relationship with her on Wednesday, retroactively, the designation for the sheep should be categorized as Rabbi Lazar says is very interesting. No, what's the case? Right? Showing up, he got the sheep. Now, relationship didn't happen this way. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, that's the case. She offered it up as a carbon by his own up. And I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what else? So it's important to understand all of the consistencies. In certain respects, very well. I mean, things in my holding and things that I don't do it all. Mark Hashem, take away from the things that I do well and that I'm right. You could be right in areas and won't be areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to be, I'm not there. But sometimes you feel like a critical. Or sometimes you feel like this. Stress that, but it is still a contradictory. But welcome to the new condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in a contradiction. But she also brings calmness. You know what? I guarantee you, those are inner contradictions and struggle with good. Despite what sometimes that's a painful accomplishment. In any event, so the was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esrog, but in the ashra, which is not in the patent permission to acquire it as a right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say that, he gives it to us, he's front to today, then we have relations tomorrow. I think she has to have as a product. After the Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, not fully inclusive, so it could be only consecrate, whether it's consecrate, whether it's you could only be makdish something that is unique. This Baruch only asks of us what we're able to do to respond to do that. But a lot of times we kind of drop to some of us, we don't know if this person's proposal and abilities. The country saying it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we first accomplishments. What he does expect of you is to pick up and then utilize those in the pursuit of personalism in our power. In our case, tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The next day, the Gemara says, "Tiny action." Then keep a higher desk. So it's interesting. And the edges is that's the thing is because you can remember, you can best in the Davidic status when there is a level of trauma. Ultimately, you see it by the angel about a harlotry case. That Gemara just gets a little bit into the case. So, by the way, just on that, it's very interesting. So, off approving it. The sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled, but she's not Christian. So what's the status in the Rothschild? So do I do something to have dish is the equivalent of giving it over to an equivalent of offering because it's gone, the animal's gone. The makdish ultimately again, because I must say, where the shiner is, in the case where she offered it up on Kohen Esla and Zona, in this case over here, I'm makdishing Wednesday, the object is still here. So now the shiner is the other on top of the daf. Right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Lazar, Sheikh is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About it, Shaso in existence at the time of the third, perhaps the animal, the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar provided. The truth is, this shiner, Shasbia, because Rabbi Lazar said for the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. Along with Lysa, the animal is recategorized as an Esron of the Bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esron zone. So important that we're not finished with Esron zone. What we do understand is that payment Bia. If that order is not followed, either considered to be an S9 zone. If he deposited an animal reserve, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not fish, that's the thing. That's the okay. Let's analyze it. But ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it needs for minimum. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so I'm not going to stop. I'm not this stuff. Look, so what's in that calculation? And then that's not an estimate. It's not transaction immediacy. I'm not going to stop. I'm not this stuff. So like the unknowns by me ultimately so we're talking one case, it's another case where it says correlations with me. But you have law having excellent mix. So ultimately again, whereas when he identifies the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional annuity. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving it over to law. 3 years, the law it has the status of a harvest payment. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, she or acquired to possession, which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will problem. So by a non-Jew, they don't need Ushiva to acquire. But it's safe. Oh, interestingly, standing in her closet. In which case, again, I can't know. I understand. If it's in her feet, it's only Denny. It's already in her closet, she already acquired it. You might say, in other words, she acquired it before me. So this is actually because she's acquiring the sheep if the sheep is standing in her closet. Very interesting. So here's the case. This sheep is in her closet. That in other words, he says to her, right? If I don't give money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she took the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say, for the next 30 days, good. Take this sheep. Massive negotiation. It's just again, it's interesting. All of this is usually around the essence employees. The way ultimately again, Rashi, and big will these workers are non-Jews, or they just listen to them. So he goes in and says to them, he says, I'm paying you to go ahead and purchase for yourself. Okay, either that or supplemental wages, whatever it is. Here, right here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says 63b. Right? What's the concern? Now, because it's an option or on their arts, he has to be concerned with or my shady focus and the same Hebra. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. At the end, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one. Ruvain is not the one giving it. Choose to do it that afterwards, essentially, is not handling it. The second line down. The Arla says to them, so I'm drinking, I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this tab is covered. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Rashi. Well, so it's actually not the issue over here is because he's paying the tab. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately I use for his workers. That wasn't it. And circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for Alma, the kapara, to make Isser kapara. So what do you see from here? Right? So this transaction you see, and he is considered to be paying for Isser kapara. So to be here by Rabbi and they may be paying a clear job. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead, he normally extends credit to him. Even the Archila keeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. He's going to get paid from it. He extends credit. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you are. And this is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. That's happening. Rashi says over here, they for specific witness to the items, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. Wasn't like that. But again, tab. But now he's not saying, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then set the price are different. Make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that time we're in when is Mishtagid? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, have it? because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again shopkeeping does not extend. Therefore, that went ahead and highlight two cases and say that is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, it's Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, the person says, Ruben goes, all right, I go to Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property because I have no previous relationship. Again, you're guaranteed it. This is what right. You're right. Okay, it doesn't exist. I forgot the Shabbat, even below me, third wide level Rashi's since Ruben did not go ahead and actively since no defined amount of money, right? What actually means. Because ultimately, again, it should be what Yichil of most of part last below its sorry. The Gemara says you shouldn't choose. So ultimately, again, whether to be concerned about my filtration, that ultimately, again, is same thing. Okay, so this changes shaking low. So in the case of the year, ultimately, again, when Bryce says, on me, the cases are already, so there's no extension of them. He has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that means it's literally like he's, I know. I'm used to it. I mean, that's really so the Gemara says it's same amount of transactional use. Like that's the big of America. The prices shouldn't be that Ruben says to his workers, you should say go out and prepay. Pricing you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying that halacha says Ruben says to his so kids ever go out and eat and drink on meat. That case, whatever they get, you give $100 to Shabbai, let them eat, let them drink. Now the Gemara says that's not enough. You have to be concerned and supply you with the so I will settle up ultimately again to the shop. Everyone,
fire all the torches in our chat, dude. That's insane. That was 30-year surgery too. You guys should go to each other and be like, hey, I can
all of our sponsors for this month here to thank our annual co-sponsors for the month of Habalim Lotova, Stephen Rothschild, sponsors, Dr. Edward K. Wolf, information of the yearly of your father, Ben Abba, Robert Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, also with that, we have an exciting guy ahead of us today. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. The members of the household of Rabbi, they do as follows. Rashi says that there's something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smaladio. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah, so the idea over here is so the people of the house of Rabbi Yanai, goes on a part of the Shemitah, the often Anim people of Rabbi Yanai's house, we repay the Anim. There's something about it, obviously, people. To some degree. So they say things Rabbi Yochanan from a little to a couple of actions. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, love Chalipenu, which are forbidden. So sometimes that forbidden, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have. Let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with also upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. And therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow up on enough similar case would come up with S norms. S specification, right? Or even gives her an object. That object is makes sense. Listen to the Sanya, Ruben goes to the hole, and ultimately, again, he gives her plus a lot, or he has really doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. He gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the soon doesn't pay her anything, but even though not a lot, my esmana mutter. It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, let's say he gave her the sheep. And then only afterwards, in other words, upon its payment, when there's transactional immediacy, that's when it's an essence. If there is a lack of trade, is that it can be used ultimately again, let's say for some type of sacrifice. Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achar zman, 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, you afterwards pays her esnana mutter. In both of the achar kach, so therefore, both sides, what we're saying is this: once the transaction immediacy, in other words, payment relations, they would borrow from the parties from the floor and pay it to the parties. And look, I say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea is, or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, and shoot the produce, right? Let's say he goes ahead and you shoot. That's the easiest example ultimately again for something before. That sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and it's on Wednesday. So why don't we say that when he does have relations with her top of something, and when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroact on the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized. This is very interesting. The sheep on Tuesday. The sheep on Tuesday. Now relation didn't happen until Wednesday. On Tuesday. Shop it up as a comment on Tuesday. Or we met this many times. So it's important to understand we all live in consistently and in certain respects on the Russian. And there are things that we do. The things that I don't just this type is not all in the goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and faith. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And even though the zone is a zone, she also knows our inner constitution and struggles more than ourselves. And when you spoke to stories heard on Wednesday, the animals are gone. If he said to the zone, this or that less the shots right? She has time on Tuesday because they didn't have a relationship yet. So essentially, gave her a gift permission to acquire it as of now. Right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say, what does it mean? If he gives it to her, he gives it to her. It's not hers. And after all, the Ishkiyak is based on published Amrachman, and not based on the Shus. So to be only consecrated, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offered up, you can only be makdish something that is yours. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. That which old. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate. Often in life we forget that God only expects of us what he does expect of you, honestly. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personal in our power, in our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. El Damalas in the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for the media card, whether we need dinner, whatever it is. Then Gemara says, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with Rabbi, that something you can only have limited status when there is a level of transactional in case. So, Vayra Moshe, Kama Bekisha Somas, very interesting. On Tuesday, the Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. She's much different. So what's the status now of the animal? Essentially, making something hektish is the equivalent of a person. So therefore, do we say ultimately in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's not the hers? Obviously, again, it's going. It's going. In this case over here, she's not efficient. That's not so or not. So the thing shall be Rabbi Elazar, Shekatma Behekli Basa. So remember already by the time that the occurred. Dafka Behekli Basa, as we're stating here, at the time that the Bia, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnazona. So this Shaila is Mazar himself. So the Gemara says, not. Mifsha Pshita Rabbi doesn't even Esna. When it occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, which halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an esnon zone. No, maybe, obviously, if she offered it up and it's only going to consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take. So we're really not messing up well. We're not finished over here. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as that order is not followed either. Payment and delayed bia. So if he gets the bia doesn't occur until animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up. It's a bona fide carva. Next, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the was. Let's say he has relations with her. And then afterwards, he pays his mutter. And we say it's mutter, it means he used for consecration to someone. Afilu mikaya. But the Bryce says if woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her, then he still be also. So most of that consciously just important. Before outside of the 60 said that ultimately it is still also. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Itawasa, Haga'ama is violently for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep versus immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. He says, have relations with me for 3 years. 3 years. It has he identified it. Doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Which the Gemara says is zone up. Let's go help them go find like Jews. So apparently again, by now another possibility is the old Ukigon, the coin the Chasim in the Chasim. Again, ultimately there's Chasim she acquires. Second, she acquires or again relations with 30-year Chasim, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? Sheep even before the Biyah, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. And here, this sheep is not what is it? This sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. Shesha says like this. Supposed to make some help. Again, it's interesting. So let's say again, let's say Reuben employs non-Amiyahars. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyahars. They're just okay, so that's before the race. So he goes and he says to them, he's giving them here, right here's money. They ain't no Hoshish to do this. Ain't no Hoshish. He doesn't have to be working. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha he has to be concerned maybe yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again the us, because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, "Chevra, what do? They do." Rashi says the heart we don't Ruvain is not the one giving them Ruvain is giving them it's Chavra is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore again no liability. Okay, now that's done. So the influence, Vani drivers, go and eat, go and drink it, I'll pick up the tab, then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? We don't solve it enough. The issue is that he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for us. Go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately again he's for his items. Alma, what do you see from there? Back to the Rabbi, right? We're going back now ultimately with the produce, and you paid before with food. What do you see now? What do you see from this last piece? Alma, he kapara, the minister kapara. So what he's paying after this transaction, you see, and he is considered to be paying for these. Often done here by Rabbi, and when they became a year, ultimately again, isn't moving case, like what he's going ahead telling the workers. Even the Archivak literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank, so he regularly extends credit. Shekar Hekerbo, Shekamakum Shiesh Moradin, or Kanilo Lechandini, Hilcha Khalifinu. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction release. Ruben is not just saying, stand going where you want. And buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Hebra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Reuben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's specifically almost like an exchange. Right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever they are, and Reuben's going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of therefore, that case is fine because it's not transactional agreements. But again, using that one, dealing with the same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. And now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? That should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. As a tongue su'u ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, su'u mishusu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set that brisa up differently. Instead of making the first case of the brisa, the case of where Ruben says, "Here's $100. Go out and go into the drink." Make it two different things. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that John Morin. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The chenbani hamakiko in the shtabit way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, "Go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab"? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the chenbani already has the money to pick up limited items. But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, better for the rice to go ahead and make two cases that are the same, but one of these are different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, you must behold, everybody should in my people, we don't understand it. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay the dollar of all this? The person says to his friend, "Take one of the clothes, the come the first thing love." So what happens? Right? Ruben goes right. I go to say, "Ruben, give me a favor. Let me give him money to Shimon. Give money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you." What's that about? If ultimately I get my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Gemara says, "So what do you see right now?" Again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately again you're guaranteed it, and encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, it seems to look all right now. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive any emotions. You must lo shashim afagav the Shabbat even the lo miyachid shibude lo missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Even lo miyachid shibude." Look at Rashi. Very wide one. Rashi says, "Give up shibude." So when you say lo miyachid most of the time, since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לכך לאו חליף אלינו ולא sorry, the Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to be concerned with that? We should shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, what says the Gemara? Says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do I have to be concerned about? What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps again shliach goes versus ultimately again the same thing. Because no particular money is designated in advance, does not create transaction use. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the fund. Okay, so this changes everything. Rashi, Sheikin lo, Balabais Dino Lechendini, Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. The Hashtam, the Balabais of the inserted. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately again, when Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the Chendini, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under the same realm of transactional use. Like that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm not I'm listening to Shmei Kamei Drugs moving out. The parents that I said this over, he kept the drugs a bit of Nardo. what Amarle, Ihotli, Adikari, Ichli, Su'u, Shisuba, Korea, that's the case. The prices shouldn't be moved. He says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay when somebody hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shisu v'animachash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case of here that we've today, right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which we must, no, you're right. So you're right. Tony, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa, you're right. Change the license read. The license should really be the following way. That halacha l'maisa, if we insist today, so case remember, essentially there are two cases in the license. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. Says, "Cover and go out and eat, go out and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, the way you must understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's not how it's definitely concerned. If they have access now to maybe the food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying them from the end. The way that price should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a chash, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara goes like. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach, everyone. So say good morning. It is a great option to be able to learn detailed review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, also Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman Drushos for this year as a success for the Solar Troubles for all of Talmud Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habar Mimur Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White as a form of Rothschild. We've got many sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, and Zvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Ben Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch, Mordechai, and Mario, and Nasan, of course, always we dedicate our learning. This was our precious house, which is in the welcome after Shalom home. The Shalom and the Karaf of the merit for the souls makers for give them success. The whole of Nasi. Also, the daf will let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanaf Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanaf base 62b. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yasvi Shvias Nanu, with Parlo B'Shminis. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, 9 Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasu Perishi is called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, Parlo B'Shminis, Ishtachach After Aniyim B'Shminis, Achar Adiyah, Chaliti Perishvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yana's household would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again, with Shemitah produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said, so people mention this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, often it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Never done, never said that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You're also not sorry, do a couple of Rashis. You're also not. Then Rabbi Yochanan said the members of the house of Rabbi Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says the people that he shaita לא חבו חנה בהם, ולכניסי חן בעני, לא חליתם ממנו, ולא חלק בששת העשרים. In some mysteries that when you get into a potential commerce with a forbidden item, sometimes that forbidden identity can pop apart the previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is if this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the eighth year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. Right? I should say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during the eighth, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the eighth year produce. That's the idea of it. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the eighth year produce. This is very interesting. This is to connect them to Esna and interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esna Zona. Esna Zona is the halacha is a person goes to a Zona and he gives her something called her services. Right? This is page 11. Here he gives her an object. That object is called an Esna Zona, meaning for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign young, the Gemara says the corresponding piece passes on what's the case. The sign is the case. Raisa says, Nosam Rabbi. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her as he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or Baal Nehavalo Nosam Lo. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Sheep, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, and he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. In which the Gemara says, Ella, God, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nosala, the achakach ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Essentially, what's going to say like this: when does someone become an esnan, and esnan is on the harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. These are relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan solo. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no solo, if you gave her the sheep, the achakach ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakach ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, if he's here today and has relations with her in 3 hours, or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment, relations. Or for that matter, if he has relations with her and then he afterwards pays her, as none in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnot is going to be mutter. However, Nosala, the achakach is not fine. So therefore, both sides, the worst thing is as follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnot zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the line, the sheet for payment, has the status ultimately again of a promise. Now, again, keep track of this whenever you go. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with 8 years produce. People came to Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like it was strange. This is exactly business with Shemitah produce. So Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because no transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, Shemitah produce, and then for the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed on these. No somewhere the so again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, Ruben pays Rachel, he gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of that's going to be right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he pays her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has to so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consequently attempting use. Right? As a lax transactional use. You must understand. If he bought when he does have a sheep, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her top of something? Lechol Allah is still in a frame. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as estimates or not. Because he didn't have relations with her, and there's no immediacy. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate only as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, very interesting, what's the case? So she's talking about the Hikri Basa. It's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when you have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, pious zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a figure. She's a zona, and she's offering up kavanas. Listen, it's important. We've met this many times in the past. It's important to say we all have inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm something, and in certain respects, I'm a Russian. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't feel volunteered to do well. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well and that I'm righteous in. Yiddishkeit is not all enough for me. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving tzedakah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right. It is hypocritical. It is a little contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live with hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, the sheep also brings comments. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbas are a real it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries and struggles and other and when we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but by the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the Zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then halacha some shita the sharila, right? The halasa the shaspia umatara ba'amru. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an esnag on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, he gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, the law Amalek committed in the Achshav needs enough in the Karma. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it to her. He gives it to her on Tuesday. Okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he wants in the car. I put you up for that as a part. After all, the ish kiyak ish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says that a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the erech valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar and not based on the shuso, just like your home, you own it. At Kodesh shuso. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I put you up for that as a part. Let's just start there. You know, you can only do makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this only asks of us what we're able to do. If sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's goals are, their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that Rothschild only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic abilities. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, within our spiritual service. Incredible. Our Dhamma, so what's the case? Our Dhamma, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled for Bia tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of life, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, right? Or you need a car money, you need to give her whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it as so it's interesting. I just that's fine. So Gemara says this. So that's the zoning. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi, with this Shmita transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status where there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shmita case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmer zone and by the Father payment case. Then you might just get the Father payment case. So by the Rothschild, Kama Bekisha Sama. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer up as a carbon, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivan Damar and Russell of the above is Russell Kiman Dakri Vasitami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being gone, the animal is gone. The makdish ultimately is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the Bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslan Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish it. Wednesday, the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslan Zona or not? So we're saying, the Tiv Shamit Rabbi Eliezer. We can observe a little. So let's say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. right? The Gemara says, Rabbi Lazar, shekatma behikri basa. So remember again, the way that Rabbi Lazar understood the case of the Eslan Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About hikri shasa, no. But from Rabbi Lazar's statement, it was clear that if she was not fishing, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslan Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Lazar is fake Hamibaya. The truth is, this Shaila is Manish Shaila Rabbi Lazar himself. So the Gemara says, mine. Mifshat, she says, Rabbi Eliezer, that the Vasa Dasha Baki Shasomo, the Eastern Shasvia. Does Rabbi Lazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslan is when the animal is offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated it, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslan Zona. Al Dilma, Hikrivasa Pshitale, Vikvishasa Musak. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling into this kind of of course it's not going to be categorized as an Eslan Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, so we're really not sure. Interestingly, on the website, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslan Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslan Zona, as payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslan Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, and the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers him up to bona fide cargo. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via, and the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're going to say the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When you say it's mutter, it means used for consequential purposes. Or maybe the Gemara is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or maybe Ba'ala the Akakafnasana, Afim Ashalo Shonim Esnala Asa. Right. For the Rice says if Reuben has relations with her, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the years late. He pays her late. Like 3 years later, it's called the Harlots, and it's still the Asa. And I'm not going to I'm not just low cash. So listen, that cash is important. The rest of the payment for us said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here he says that there's relations who usually pays for 3 years later, ultimately it is still us. I'm not going to just low cash. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, it tells us that. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali li, it tells us. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm about to tell us that my hobby. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations or to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 2 years. 3 years. Now, look, it has a status of public payment because there's transactional needs. Just because you identify the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, Mishifah. Right? Remember, livestock, animals will farm sheep or apply taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the Dimmish was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't mean the sheep as a but a someone who's not Jewish. You guys know what about the Olam is on Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. If you go, they call you the Chatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chatzim, in which case, again, ultimately, there's to be a plus the sheep requires. In a second. You can play the Chatzim, but the Akakmasala, Hakanya, I don't understand. If it's in our chutzah, in our she requires it, in our he had relations with her, and then ultimately again, then he gave it. When he gave it, it's already in our chutzah. She already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the paradigmatic case, because she's acquired the sheep even before the biyah, if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara says, the shaki and the handy apple to keep. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel and this, and here, this sheep is an apotiki. Remember again, what is apotiki? Apotiki essentially is like a guarantee. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, be my sina lech, Zuzimi Kana Yom Kolim Muta. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Ilah, and if not, Shakle the Esnani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest payment. Fine. Massive Rashi says like this. Also, some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this response. Omer Adam Nakamara or the follow. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here. Rashi, Obdeko Kabilo Amir Arts. Either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts. They just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They have sweaters and bodies. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Hoshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's their payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Eno Hoshesh to do this. Eno Hoshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Except if you want to pay 60 Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum nice, lo mishum galas. And let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akum or Amir Aretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akum is going to go by Yavis, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is going to buy Shemitah produce or Meiser Sheni produce in outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the wrong ones, like Rashi. We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving the check. Ruvain is giving them the money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast out the following. The Sabbath Yom, base 63, second line down. The Amarlah, like he said to them, Su be'ichlu v'ani porea, Su ushtu v'ani porea. He says to the workers, right, donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then you have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? The issue here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. It has nothing to do with it. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is as if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Alma, Rabbi saying, what do you see from here? Ki kapara de isur kapara. So what you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with eighth year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So Rabbi said, what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amal, ki kapara, isur kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption order took place, Allah said there's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce from Sheni produce from the Yunus. It's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfenami, Kikapar, the Minister Kapara. So to the Rabbi when they retain a year, ultimately again, isn't that what paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which he must have taken out of Fisto, the Shantani Hamakito, in Shtabin. So, you know, it's different in the Ruben case. If he's going ahead and telling the workers, go about pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the ugly lot today, ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy. That's not the right word. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a minute. Currently, it's actually right across the right to the left. Kind of in the summer house. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get away from the bank because he regularly extends credit. Shekar Hekirbo, Shekamokum Shiesh Norajin, or Kanila Lefendin, Hilchaf Khalifin. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is dealing with Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there's this transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give, donkey drivers or laborers, whatever, and then it's going to immediately pay for it. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of right? This wasn't like a credit situation. It was when people normally do business together. Therefore, that case is fine because it lacked transactional needs. You must also send the shame of people now. And again, using that one, if you didn't send that as well, same case, go you can go to don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. It should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, if that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case in the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat food, go drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? You must have when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. About friendly cinema people, but shopkeepers do not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that too should be called. In other words, benefit rights to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one is not different. Then to highlight two dramatic cases. Yes, the old company shema people need on the shop, or even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to pay more? Homer the Chavera.
lot.
The person says to his
But
friend,
it's rough
think
to
one
watch
of the
someone like
clothing,
Ryan Callen
the
for
from the Chossi love.
look at that. That's
So what
horrible.
happens,
That's
right?
that is just
Ruben
awful.
goes, all right, I go over to
I
you.
hate that
Say,
so
Ruben,
much.
do me a
not
favor.
like that he didn't stick
Let
to
me,
the
like,
man.
give him money to Shimon. Give money to Shimon. And all of my property will be coming from the team. What's that about? Clearly, you know, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You know, so someone says, what do you see here? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see here? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing an encumbrance of transactional immediacy seems to apply right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't even seem to make a difference. Even the law miyachid shibudei lo misa. So what's the difference? I'll look at Rashi. Rashi says, even though miyachid shibudei, third wide line Rashi's in the bottom. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So sorry. The Gemara says, "Elahacha on my fish." So that's the case ultimately again. So when you do this, you shouldn't see it. So the Gemara says, "Oh, no, which so ultimately again, it says the Gemara. It says the Gemara ultimately again. What do you have to be concerned about here? Elahacha on my fish. You should see this. What do you have to be concerned about here? The halacha leisa. That perhaps again Shiva versus Homomiyaki Shibudi Hacha Lomiyaki Shibudi Hacha. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha l'maisa, because no particular monies have been designated or advanced, does not take into what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Shifting Balatayis Yibni, Kodem Shishalach Etzlo. Yahashtam Gabalayis Ta'afi. Oh, so this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not, I know. I'm used to the shmete, so the Gemara says this. So again, all of this is all of this same level of transactional needs, right? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm used to the shmete, the Gemara said, I said this over in front of Rabbi of Narita. And what happens? Amalei. That's the case. The prices shouldn't be that. Ruben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here for Ruben prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? No, you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm sorry. I'm like, Tony, ultimately, again, a lot of things you right, change the devices, you cast the first time. So remember, essentially there are two cases in Bryson. Case number one is where Ruben gives his representatives. He's not going to go out and eat, but and drink on you. In that case, whatever they do, it's not case two, the way the Muslims understanding it now, is that Allah himself, Ruben prepaid the food. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers are going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if you have access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the money. The rate that price should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my hash. Then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara is saying. Okay, let's stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone. Everyone.
Without further ado, let's get this 59 minutes of our lives over with. This takes me back to the times where we watched the first 18 Brian Callen specials. I don't know exactly how many we watched, but it feels like a lot. Let's
say good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Tosin Shvach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushas this year as a support for the Soros levels for all of Eretz Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Irene Roses White, and Stanley Roses White from the Brooklyn. Learning sponsors, Dr. Edward K. Wolf, the creation of the Yahrzeit of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Meekins and Bachar, the memory of his father, Ben Ata, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Moreno, Russell, and always, we dedicate our learning of the Swiss countries, which is making the 12th year to Shalom, Shalom, and Karach, and Merith, and social give them success, the whole of Nazi. Also, that and let us begin the exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Samach Gimel 63, and we are looking on Samach base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Na'anim, who parted the Shvias. It's a very interesting case here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that, she actually says that wasn't very interesting. Yasi Kirishi is called in Ismail. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but I'm also myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, Ishkach the Achi Aniyim the Shemitah after that year, from the year Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi also would repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. Something about it, obviously, is a private people. Somebody. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, another rule. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we've seen often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Connect done. Now, interestingly enough, look at Rashi. You also see that he starts to a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yannais are acting totally fine. Rashi says, that he shaita, lo habu hanach ba'am, lo ichdufe chani ba'ani, la chali beninu, lo chayla kedusha shvizalai. Here again. We saw yesterday, Dr. Rabbi, we get into an issue of potential Congress with a forbidden Quran. So sometimes that forbidden identity talk on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one comes back to this looks like Shemitah produce, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a there's not immediacy. I would just say there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is going to take during the Shemitah year and only being thought to be paid during your 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition revolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sentiment will not revolve upon the 8-year produce. This is not very interesting. This is to connect them to Esna and Yochai. And interestingly enough, a similar piece was come up with Esna and Zona. Esna and Zona is the halacha person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services, right? Obviously, he pays her money, or he gives her an object. That object is called an estion, so that's given for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, so the corresponding festival was the sign. Rice says, no some novel about it. Let's say Ruben goes for Rachel's zone. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the level of Russell, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's not mutter. For Hamlet's payment, ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon wife sheep that even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the soon, pretty much the same case, but the relations with her, ultimately, if you didn't pay anything, if you didn't know Allah, my estimate if you didn't pay anything, unless the meaning of the statement in the Raisa that says that Allah can Raisa the estimate is mutter doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, Allah, God, this is what it means to say. This is Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we need to say this outside. First, we must say like this: when does something become an esnod? An esnod is a part of payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnod. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnon zona. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So what's outcomer? No salah, if you give it a sheep, the achar kakbala. Now what does it mean, the achar kakbala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense here. Today, today, relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Chesara, Islam, Bala, the Akakak Maswa, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the expert is going to be. However, Nasala, the Akakak, fine. Therefore, what we're saying is as that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now again, remember, just keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep that produce from the forest and we pay it ultimately again with 8-year produce. People came to the Open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange to practice transacting business with sheep produce. But the Open said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional legacy. Because of transactional legacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately against the 7-year produce, the sheep produce. And after the 8-year produce remains 45. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. Sorry, let's go with this, right? Let's goes ahead and pays her. Okay, you may use up. He gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of right? She pays her sheep. Right? And then let's say he pays her sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has relations. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use. Right? As a lax transactional use. I don't understand. when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. That's relationship with her on Wednesday. So why would you say that when he does have a relationship with her on Sunday, Lechol Allah is certainly not prayer? Obviously, for our mistakes, when he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies on that. It's a revelation. But when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest spirit should develop upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate on the already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? So she comes up and he can bust it. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, originally, it didn't happen until Wednesday. We're saying, but when they have it until Wednesday, it's actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Chop it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I don't say, you might say to yourself, she's a zona, and she's not made of carbons. Let's say it's incredibly different. It's made of some and we always compare the contradictions. And in certain respects, in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I think I'm quoting, and there are things that I don't do. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not yet. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like it's fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm getting stuck on, but I'm doing this. Or I'm messed up, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is what contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human being. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to speak ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings problems. You know what? I guarantee you. Those kabbalas are really it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner conflicts, our inner struggles, and our inner pushback. And when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animals are done. She already offered it up. So you says, okay, let's analyze. Let's unpack this. Okay. If you don't know what's the case, if he says to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, he says, this is yours as of today. Right? The client is as of today. Right? Then the lawful is the chief of the Shariah. Right? The Halasa, the Shastia, or Makava Amavidia. So then obviously it's multiple, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Aslan on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, if you can roll on the community in the action, it's enough in the time. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it to her Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he's not in the car. I put you up as a car. After all, the issue is based on published on that part. So it says the person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about the erech, evaluation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. One of my days on the shoe, so just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up as a car? Unless you describe it as somebody who's never listened to us before. You can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Mishpah only asks of us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. Something to keep people who inspire to do that. a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But she says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know if this person's
I can't stop thinking about other people's
the
reaction to this.
only asks you to do
It's just
that which you
the
own.
woke
You
meets the
only have to
wall, and
concentrate,
standing
or
like
you
that.
only can
I
concentrate
literally
that
forgot
which
what that
you
made me think
own.
of.
You can't concentrate, it doesn't belong
No,
to you.
it's not your fault.
We so often in life we forget
Yeah,
that
so
the
it's
brother
just another
only
reason.
expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only diminish that which belongs to you. And our Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our purview, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Hello, Damala, so what's the case? Hello, Damala, the Havi Dabe, I trust you. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep here, we're scheduled for the tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. Be mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Umar says, Tony Akshat, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, kind of hedges his best. Fine. So Umar says this. So therefore, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides the fact that it's totally up and everything. The means because you can remember, this all happened with the Rabbi with his Shmita translation. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested in limited status when there is a level of transactional needs. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone, by the Harlot case as well. That we just gets a little bit into this Harlot case. So by the Rothschild, come up with Bishas It's very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates her. She didn't offer it up as a covenant, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the Amamah? Kivan Damamar, Amirasa Lebavot, Misrasa Lahadot, Kiman Dakri Vasidam. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish, it's gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she was makdish it? Again, I must say, you heard the Shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona, because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? You must have the tip from Rabbi Eliezer. You can also so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? You must have Rabbi Eliezer said kadma behikri basa. So remember again the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. Dafka hikri basa. So dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about hikri shasa? No. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement over here, that if she was not vicious, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. That's where it says no. The Rabbi Eliezer mistake by it. The truth is, this shaila is not the shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshat Shikol Rabbi Eliezer Jaki Basal Daka Basi Shasam Lo Isim Shasbio. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the dia. But by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, consecrated. The animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case halacha l'maisa, Halacha Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Aslan Zona. All Dilma, Vivasa, Shitale, Vikishasa, the South. And then, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's falling in this female. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Aslan Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have both sides. What comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate zone. If he deposited an animal for payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to the bonus like parva. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the via. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taker. That's the okay, let's analyze it. So like we'll say, the second case over here was, let's say that's relation with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated sacrificial purposes. Or mini, the Gemara is a kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or mini. The Rabbi says if Rabbi has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called a harvest payment, and it's still be awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, Hasha. So mostly that context is just important. The Rabbi said before, on some days 62 he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if the case of 3 years later, ultimately it is still usher, and I'm not still kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar his Ba'ali Li, it tells us, Had the Amar his Ba'ali Li, so let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case in front of the case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, the verse when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it. The only level colors that might understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We're going to go to that. It says, Revelation is zona. He says, Revelation is looking for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a public statement because it's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, she found. She said, I'm going to tell them I'm having the customer she found. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep or require to be possession, which the Gemara says, the zone, I want to go up and go. Okay? So apparently it's actually interesting. You know, the beginning of the sheep are only within by Jesus. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't do the secrets of life. So sometimes the soul is not. The only one is on the Israel, it's talking about it. If you don't, they call you the Hasid. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in the process. In which case, again, ultimately, this is the process she requires. Exactly. Either play the Hasid, Bala, the Akhlasa, I understand. If it's in a process, this requires it. There's relations with her, and ultimately, again, then he gives it. It's already in a process, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? He's writing a man's chest. In other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esna. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Bia, if the sheep is standing in her chutza. Which the most Sifa is shocking and really very interesting. here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rachel alone.
We're down for not
Here,
thinking that he would
this
do something
sheep is in a
different.
cult. Remember again, what is a cult? He
That's
essentially
shocking to me. I can't
that
believe
she
that.
says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, Imasina Leichizini Kana Yom. He says to her, if I pay you, let's say in the next 30 days, good. Did you not? And if not, Shakli the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest up. Fine. Massive Rashish, that's Rashish is supposed to help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this last. Omer Adam Lachamara will apologize. Let's say again, let's say using employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, he's paying, and Rashi points out over here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyahites, they just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're Swedes and brothers. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's before the place. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, don't use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, maybe on supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting to here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So what's that? Now the prices. The Enoch Ocean, if you do this, Enoch Ocean, he doesn't have to be worried. Something like this, 60 Roman Shum Shvius, Roman Shum House, Roman Shum Galiness. What's that? Here's this right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an action for Amir Haaretz, this would be considered really action to go by Nationalist, right? Or maybe ultimately again, Amir Haaretz is being executed, or Maisa Shiri Babies, and still outside of the Shalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money, and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lomishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line of Rashi. The heart, we don't use, Ruben is not the one giving them, he's giving them lights. It's here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, contrast how the followers. Sabbath Joel, they 63 do second line down. They are locked, sex them. Su ve'echlu vani cholera, su shtu vani cholera. And he says to the workers, like donkey drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a question. Then we have the problem. Now, why is that? Look at that. Vani cholera. Habitihu lokea ha'ismu machilo, the hashtalos solid national. The issue over here is because he's in tab, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these limited items for us. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drinks, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is he is purchasing and providing these potentially limited items for us. Alma, what do you see from there? He cut part of to make it circle. So what you see from there is that halacha l'maisa, I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with €. They said, not a problem, no transactional needs. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece? Almo, he kapara, to make this a kapara. So So what is he doing? That when living pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a local answer is transactional agency, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, shady produce, and that's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Alchanami, she can't part, and maybe so can't part. So to the year by the other, and maybe paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which we must say, Gemara Crystal, they can tell you on the people who is starting. No, it's different. In reading case, like what this one will have, telling the others, and what is when you don't drink out pick up the tab, we're talking about where we are purchasing food from a shop people who normally exchange credit to use. Even the Orthodox today, 20 is being applied. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally exchange credit to using, ultimately there is transaction. That's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. 20 it's actually very crossing right to the left. And Vinny Summer calls that. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. It's regularly exchanged credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש נוהגים ארכונים לא לכם דלתוך חליפין. So what's that? So that's it. There is transaction use. You don't feel, in other words, Ruby is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruby. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, so therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever it was, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. Even the other family, the Muslim heavy, not sending other people. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of that just wasn't like a therefore, that case is fine because of that transaction needs. Again, using that logic, giving with the center as well, just in case, go eat and go to a don't pick up the tab. But now he's not saying the shopkeeper normally extends credit to him, and it sounds like mutter, and it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, enough, at the time the dinar zeh, the dinar zeh, if that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not people, you started that. When is it prohibited for you to say things like it's happening? He's all you can drink, and I'll pick up the tab. That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to moving. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about sending the people? But shopkeeper does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that's the issue part. In other words, back to the price, to go ahead and highlight two pieces that are the same, but one piece are different, and to highlight two dramatically different cases. This was the old company shame people move on credit, that so even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the family? Hold on a second. The person says to his friend, "Come one of the phone, you need to come the first thing right." So what happens? So like Ruben goes, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all the West property will become encumbered to you. What's that about? Tell me, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from there? Now, again, that's even assuming that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee is transaction seems to apply right from there. On the level, most of the people, the most you're right. In the brain, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, it doesn't extend credit, doesn't extend credit. You must listen to me. After the Shabbat, even the low Miyaki Shibide low Miss. And the Gemara says, so what's the difference? I don't
I'm
think
having
Rashi.
such dark thoughts.
Rashi says, Kivan Bo Miyachet Shibudei, Rashi, third wide one, Rashi says, Kivan Bo Shibudei,
But
so
he's doing
Yichei
stand-up
Bo
now.
Miyach
He's
Mos
50. He's been doing stand-up for 30, 40 years or something. And this is his
since
finish.
moving
This is
did
him.
not go ahead.
It should be his height,
Actively set
right?
aside
His
money,
prime.
right? He's
And
telling
it's
his
this
workers,
bad. So
go
what
out,
that makes
go
me
out,
think
go
of is
eat
his
and
children
drink,
when
I'll
they
pick up
see
the tab.
how
Since
they
no
would react.
defined
And what,
amount of money, right? Or
maybe
no
they have a
specific
normal
money
life
has been
because
set
they've never
aside
seen
for
it
that.
stand up.
Therefore,
And
again,
one day
that
someone's like, hey,
lacks
you know, what's your
transactional
dad?
needs.
Stand up. He's like, oh,
Because
I.
it does
And then
ultimately, again, it should be
watches
Muslim.
somebody. They don't
Should
know
be
that it's
Muslim.
like,
So, Yichel
they go,
Mos,
I've
the
never
fact,
seen
love
it.
Chalik
Like, you
Minu,
should
below
want to watch it.
Mitzvah.
I was like,
Sorry.
kind of been
Gemara
avoiding.
says, Ela
Yeah,
Hafa
I've
and
had
my
a normal
Hashish.
life.
So
I'm
that's the
happy,
case
married,
ultimately
kids
again.
and all that.
So what do we
Well, let's just
do?
check it out.
Yishum
And so then
Shvius.
his son
Gemara
finally
says,
watches
no
the stand up,
Miyach,
and then the next day,
ultimately
the whole
again,
family finds out the son's killed himself.
Second, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Ela Hafa, my Hashish. Yishum Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha that I saw that perhaps again Shmuel goes versus Cholo Miyach Shvius. Hafa, Lo Miyach Shvius. Hafa. Ultimately, again,
Actually, he
same
kills
thing.
himself.
Halacha
He
that I saw.
decides to do it.
Plus, no
after
particular
the
money has been designated for
When he
his
runs on
parents.
the opposite,
Does
he's
not
like, I
take
can't
that.
live
And
anymore.
he
Even though he leaves his whole family. He was found in his
What's the
studio apartment
case?
on the YouTube
The case
video.
over here is where the Malachi is
7 minutes and 30
advance
seconds
the
into
money
his
to the
father's
family.
death.
Okay,
So he can't be
cool.
cool. Yeah, I went a little
Shake
farther.
Kilo,
Yeah, you think
Alapayis,
that far?
Dino
Think
the
about
company,
the other thing else
Hold
we
them
see. It
Shishala
was actually
Atzlo.
much worse.
The Hashtam, the Alapayis, Ta'apri, and Surya. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately, again, when Raisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chedri, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited hours.
He keeps telling us that we need to
I
turn
know.
rain in school.
I'm used to the Schmidt, I need to
For sales.
So the
Oh,
Gemara
I
says this
can't.
comments.
I just
So
let
the
me wear
parents,
shoes.
so
I
parents say,
have to wear
so
tools.
again,
I have this whole
all of
script I have to
this
say
is
it
all
like
in this
this.
same realm of
So
transaction and release.
I
Like
have to
that,
tell
that's
the parents of
the
my
that
toll.
happens.
I tell
So the
them.
Gemara says, I'm not
I had to tell my teacher to get a Wix.com
I'm
site.
used to the Schmidt,
My dad rides my ass.
So kind of said, I said this
Sucks
over.
being
He
Brian
kept the
Kelton's son.
love zid of
I
Naruto.
wish you would just goof around and then they
What?
see this and they go, oh
I'm
god,
not
I'll
He
wear it.
huffy.
I'll wear it. I think when he like Patrick said, I told everybody to buy Helix, please don't divorce me.
The prices shouldn't be there.
They
It says
can't
to his
just go
workers,
make
go out and
$500.
drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu bani nechash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, the same application of yours that you didn't pay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much should we consume? Which we must, I'm right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, I'm right. Tani, ultimately, again, a lot of places you're right. Change the prices, raise the prices, that a lot of places are good incentives. So please remember, essentially there are two cases of price. Case number one is your legal cases represented by. Instead of go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do,
There was that one time I went to the comedy store
case
and
two,
I went just to watch a show with my
is that
friend.
Allah for myself,
Eight
moving
of the 10
prepaid
real comics
he went ahead
there
and gave $100
did bits
to
about
the
like,
shop.
I like
He said, my
and
workers
if
going
I
to come
had
in,
power,
let
I
them
would
buy,
say,
let them eat,
we're
let them
shutting
drink.
the comic
Okay?
store down for a
Now
while.
the Gemara says,
We need to
that's
figure
the
out what's
whole
going
matter.
on here,
Concerned,
and
concerned.
we'll talk
If
with
we have
everybody on the
access now
interview.
to
But maybe 2 weeks we're going to shut
moving is
the
going
club
ahead
down and
and
figure out how we
supplying
can
with
move
further
forward.
demand. The way that prices should read is, he says to his workers, go out and drink. ואני מחש, and settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're doing. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Go yeah, everyone. Yeah.
It was so fucking infuriating, but then he's essentially doing the same shit. Yeah. This is like if your dolphin model did stand up. He'd probably do a dolphin. Let's see if I can. It's harder to do this.
We'll say good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn all of you.
Okay, God damn. Is it locked?
The begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning here. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Tosim Mishpach Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulim Drushos this year, as it's close for the slowest levels for all of Israel. The Talmud sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rose's Light, and Stanley Rose's Light for the Bracha. We have many sponsors: Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and that kind of memory of their father, Ben Adam, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, of course, as always, we dedicate our memory to Swiss Refugees activism, as well to make this bring home to Shalom and the Torah of America, who so give them success before we massive. And also with that, we have speaking of an exciting back ahead of us today. Today's back is Sunday Hasbula 62, and we're talking about on South Basin base 62B, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off from the bottom. So the verse is as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Shvias Nanim, the Parlo Bishvias. So very interesting piece of here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something very interesting. Yas Ike Shvias called this Manabir. So obviously, okay, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this that once it's no longer readily available in field, you need to no longer pay to keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes, and Karlu b'Shminis, Yishtatach ta'achli Aniyim Shminis achar abir, Chaliti Perushis. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's house would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. And it says, so they came and they said, so people who mentioned this practice of Rabbi, there's something about it, obviously, that Rabbi controlled to some degree. So it's the same for Rabbi Yochanan. I'm going to read. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, this is often perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Why? Next done, Rabbi said, interestingly enough, look at that. You also know, sorry, two couple of Rashi. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana, actually, totally different. Rashi says, the key thing that he showed up, no public honor of the end. So if you say, Chani Bahani, love Chani Temini, or Chayla to do such a thing, that's what we're doing. So some of us will talk already. When you get into a potential colors with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity is off on the previously committed. So for example, the concern over here is, if it's like one is transactional business, which need the produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have the same produce, the prohibition. The Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year, and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea over there. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Esma. And interestingly enough, similar case, they come up with Esma. Esma is when a person goes to the Zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives her money, or even if he's her object, that object is called an Esma. So that means for a moment, and cannot be used for any kind of sacrifice. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sound like, you must have the corresponding to the Esma. What's the sound of this? Right, it says, Muslim level of Allah. Let's say Ruben goes to Rahel is his own. Right, Ruben goes to Rahel, and ultimately, again, he gives her a payment, right, but he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Asnana mutter. For harlot's payment, ultimately, is mutter for sacrificial use. Actually, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. Muslim level of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a Kalban. Why? Even though Allah will be your He's have relations with her. So if you have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there are no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the seed, furthermore, the second case, you have relations with her, ultimately the inheritance. If you didn't pay anything, but even though Allah might ask you if you didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Isaiah that says that Allah can ask you is not doesn't make any sense. Usually, you must say, Allah, how can you come? That is what we need to say. If you gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we need to say is outside. Since we know this is like this, when does something become an asnod? When there's transactional immediacy. Pay their relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an essence. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent, Nosala, if you gave it a sheep, the Acharkach Ba'ala. What does it mean, the Acharkach Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go at and translate immediacy? I think there's some little more common sense. You know, the days are today, and relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. By Achar Nasala, it's not a move. Ba'ala, the Achar Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then you have to place her, Esnana, in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the Esnana is going to be. However, Nasala, the Achar Nasala, therefore, both sides, really, one thing is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an Esnana zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. What is the transactional immediacy? In other words, payment relations. Then the land receives the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from his more and pay it ultimately again with 8 years produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's something like it's strange, this practice or transacting business with Shemitah produce. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that 8-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the produce, and after the 8-year produce remains fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussed on this. So again, let's go for this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Hey, but we're going to use Rothschild. He gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he actually. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple use. Right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. I understand. But when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why does he say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is never afraid? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, can't be labeled as estimation. It's also very deep. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting, but what's the case? He should cut up the Hicks. This is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? The Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. The relationship didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when you have a relationship on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as harvested. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. highest zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona. She's nothing like Havanas. Just like the way we met this many times. Those are the things that we all have consistencies. And we all live in contradictions. And in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, you know, there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well.
Take your vitamins. You can
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are for shame. Don't take away from the things that I do well in my lives. We just hope it's not all you can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Well, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like fake because, yeah, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm just that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still a contradiction. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are a reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner captives, our inner struggles, more than our control. And when you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken, sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha, so she did the sharia. Right? The halasa b'shas u'matana ba'amu u'biyah. So then obviously it's mutafa, right? Because she has title to it. Can't be categorized as an esrog on Tuesday because they didn't have a wife yet. So essentially, gave her a gift, and therefore she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law, I'm not in the action, it's enough in the paragraph. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us, gives it from Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, if he must be a part of it, not as a part of it. After all, the Yash is based on Kodesh Amrachman. The Torah says a person will consecrate his home. His home. This is talking about an erech, valuation. Right, so go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, I'm not based on issue. So just like your home, you own it. After issue, so to be owned, you need to consecrate. Whether it's consecrate, whether it's offer up. Is something that she own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to shut her up as a part. Let's just like it. You know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, the only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we aspire to do that. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are, their abilities are. So the bonus shall only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate it. You only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will see us. He doesn't expect that we someone else. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual truths that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. We possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personal only be matches that which belongs to you. And our Holy Father only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual things. Incredible. And I'm done with what's the case. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah that you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, right? Fine. So Gemara says, so everyone says that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's still an act of interesting. The reason is because you're going to remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this two different actions. The idea that's being happening over here is that something can only be invested with a limited status when there's a level of transactional notice. Now, we see that by the Sheet case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond by the Harlot case as well. That emerges just the lens as Harlot case. So, by Rothschild, come up with Kisha Somat. So, very interesting. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben is Zoma the sheep on Tuesday. The beer is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivan Gamar, Amirasa Lugavok, Misulasa Lahavio, Kiman Dakri Vasidani. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is God, man is God. Being makdish ultimately again is still does she have the ability? What happens if she's makdish? Again, because let's say here the Shiner is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esmond Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the Bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Esmond Zona or not? So the Tifsham is Rabbi Eliezer. You can also have a so once they going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer said, "Cut off the Hebrew basa." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esmond Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the deal occurred. Dafka Hebrew basa. So that guts, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. About Isha, so low. But from the Relozer's statement over here, that if she is makdish, the animal is still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esmond Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Relozer is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to Shaila the Relozer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shita Rabbi Eliezer Yakuvaso Davka Batisha Solo, the Isur Shashriya. Because the Relozer said that the only time it doesn't become an Esmond is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esmond Zona. All Dilma, if you also shoot away, with Kishas and Sap. Maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going on this. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as Esmond Zona. But I think we just consecrated it, and that's true. Which the Gemara says taken. So we really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson of what. We're not finished with Esmond Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as Esmond Zona as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment due. But if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed Bia, or Bia and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Esmond Zona. If you get positive in animals with the payments. Now, the Bia doesn't occur until later on. As soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers an output to bonafide karma. If she's not efficient, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze that. So when they was like the second day sort of was, let's see imagination, right? And then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. And we say it's mutter and used for contemplating purposes. Or meaning, where is the question? I don't understand this. You know, it says, or meaning, Rabbi, but it does. It says the person has relations with the son. And then he tells you, even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the awesome. I'm not stuff. I'm not this stuff. Look, so wasn't that conscious of just important. The rights that we put before us on the page in the 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says that there's relations even if you pay for 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not going to use stuff. I'm not this sort of kasha. It's not a contradiction. Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, Ba'ali Li, B'talas, Hadda Amar is Ba'ali Li, B'talas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case is talking about a case where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, Rashi, B'talas, so ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The only level colors that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's very small. Moving goes over to Rothschild. He says, Revelation is Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, but yeah, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for us to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the beginning of the sheep was only written by Jews. So apparently, again, by another Jew, they don't move the sheep until Shabbat. But it's not easy now. You guys know the possibilities. We all know the zone of Israelis. Now, I was talking about Jew Charlotte. If you go, they call you the Chatzin. Oh, interesting. You know, the sheep standing in the Chatzin. In which case, again, ultimately, there's two classes she requires. In a second. If the Chai Bechatzin, that's why the Achikach Masala, Hakamola. One second. I was thinking, if it's in her chutzner, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, denigate, it's already in her chutzner, she already acquires it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before Pia. So this is actually, this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnan. She's acquired the sheep even before the Pia, if the sheep is standing in her chutzner. Because the Muslim Tzikha, the Shaki and the Handy Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Reuben comes to Raphael and faces this. And right here, this sheep is an opposite. And then what is opposite? It's essentially the damage. That the nurse says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, Imaisina Leif, Suzumi Kana and he says to her, right, you got to look for the next 30 days, good. Maybe not, and if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as an apology. Fine. Not so Rav Sheshes says like this. Also interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this watch. Or Paula. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out that here, Rashi these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir-Arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They don't see why this is important. And he says to them, Right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh. Okay, so actually before you this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you did actually. That means on a supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So let's say now the Eno Choshesh to do this. Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. It's not a base 63B. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayinas. And let's say here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amen paretz, he has to be concerned that the akum is going to go by yayinas. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the aretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce is going to have to he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Shevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last part of the long line, the Hakilu, those Hakilu, Ruvain is not the one giving them food, right? He is giving them food. Here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do that afterwards, essentially, is not on it's not on moving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now watch. Contrast out the following. Sound of this 63 second line down. The Amalak, but he said to them, Su bi'iflu, vani porea, Su shtu vani porea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and okay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually get in the body for the issue of here is because he's in the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these targeted items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on him. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is like, this is, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid before with 8 year produce. Rothschild said, not a problem, no transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last case over here? Amo, ki kapara, the iser kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, halacha l'maisa, so there's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these the Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, the Yayines, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Alchanami ki kapara, the iser kapara. So to over here by Rabbi Yanai, when they repay in the 8th year, ultimately again, isn't that they're paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. To which the Gemara says, Gemara Fista, the Henry Hamakito, the Mishkabin. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. That's the worst guess. Currently, but that's actually right across the left. And even in some of us, the shopkeeper knows he's going to get paid and regularly extends credit. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Really, it's not just saying stand one where you are and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to moving. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, there's not everything in it. Therefore, it's specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or laborers, whatever, items, and he is going to immediately pay for it. No, that's how we do it. Even the unfamiliar, the Muslim Arab, but again, that doesn't apply in this area. This wasn't like a credit type of situation. It was when people were moving together. Therefore, that piece of time, because it lacked transactional immediacy. You must avo, can we shame that people? But again, using that giving them to send out his work, in case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter, then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, at the time se'ud ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'ud shesud b'dinar zeh, if that's the case, then the second rights are different. Instead of making the first case in the rights the case where Rabbi says, here's $100, go out and go eat and go drink, make it two different cases. What do you think cases do? The Gemara says, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The chemba nihama people. In the starting way, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to him, it's tab, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about Anthony shipping them people, but the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fought. In other words, benefit is racist to go ahead and make two pieces that are the same, but one detail different, and the other two do not have different cases. Which means that somebody should even people who understand that true. Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to any dollar over the Chayera? The person says to his friend, think one of the phone, we put on the first thing to so what happens, right? Ruben goes, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming under to you. What's that for? If ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what's like, what do you see from there? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from there? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? If I look at Rashi, Rashi says, even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one in Rashi's bottom. Kilnak shibude, shelo yichei lo miyat mo'os lekach, not chalita minhu lo missa. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for us, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money is having set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Sorry. Gemara says, so that's the case ultimately again. So what do we need to do? You should shrius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, he says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about you should shrius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? That perhaps, again, shrius the loose, ultimately again, it's the same thing. because no particular money has been designated or advanced, does not taking that release, no papa, to go shehiktin lovina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabayas advanced the money to the okay, so this changes everything. Shehiktin lo, Balabayas, dinar the and then Shalach and Slow. The Hashtam, the Balabayas, so this changes everything. So in the case of the rear, ultimately, again, when Rice says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the Chandra, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on beef. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay limited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with limited items. I'm not going to. I'm used to the penny that's really fantastic. So the Gemara says it's fine. So our parents, so again, all of this is all of this singular transaction release. Like that's cool. That's kind of so the Gemara says, I'm not Papa. I'm sorry, I'm not Chano. I'm used to the Shmite coming to absolutely now. The parents said, I said this over in front of the Rabbi of Nardo. And what happened? Amarei, he husky, I declared the Satan was received on his way at that the price is surely the room that he says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay in sincerity as will pay. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'ifru, su'u shesu ba'yu b'chash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that the case of years that we didn't do that. Right, so when you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100, how much did you consume? Basically, that's another right. So you're right. Tell me, ultimately, again, I also notice if you like change the message, that halacha says so please remember, there are two cases in Christ. Case number one is where Reuben uses representing God. So it's got to go out and eat, go out and drink on you. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not common. Case two, the way you never understand the matter, is that halacha so Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. We have to be concerned. If they have access now to the food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying them from the end. The way that Isaac should read is, Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara will say. Let's get we'll stop over for today. Oh yeah, everyone.
Just basically that character. Somebody would walk into this sounds like a college room. Yeah. Somebody would walk into a room and be like, oh, shit, you have an at-home theater? And I'd be like, no, this is the darts room. That's how big my darts room is. And this is probably obvious, but I play darts.
Let's say good morning. It is a great source of option to be able to learn. Overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shalom Drushos this year as a support for the Soros Troubles for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habarim Lotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Lynn Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife. We got learning sponsors. Dr. Edmund Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Aaron, memory of their father, Ben Aaron, Baruch Mordechai, Ben Maria, of Nassim, as always, we dedicate our name to special references to welcome to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Fire of America, and this ultimate give them success before we not see them. Once we back to what speaking, we're excited we got ahead of us today. Today's back is Simon Jumos. We are on South Facing Base 62B, today Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines off from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi, yes, we can see us now. We call them the Shnees. It's a very interesting piece of it. The members of the household of Rabbi would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says something that's very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called this Malabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, as part of the Shemitah, Ishkachach the Achri Aniyim Shemitah after Abiyah and the Shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house repay the Aniyim. Ultimately, again, with new produce, 8-year produce. The Gemara says, "Asu unrelated Rabbi Yochanan." So they came and they said, so people mention this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect on." Now, I was saying that interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also have this time, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanai are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, lo habu hanaf le'en, lo ifyuste hani ba'ani, la chalitem yinu, lo chayli kedusha shvei. We saw this that already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a recipe, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being put up to during your food, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah same thing will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. This is connects on the Eslan Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Eslan Zona. Eslan Zona is directly the person goes to a Zona and she gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, if he pays her money, it will be her object. That object is called an Eslan Zona, paying for an object, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The son, you must be the first time he's passing on. The son is this. Rashi says, "Nosa Mabula Bala." Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Like Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately again he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. And if he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Brisa that says that halacha l'maisa, the esnon is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Ella hachika amar. Brad, this is what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the achakach ba'alah. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me take this piece outside. Essentially, the Gemara says like this: when does something become an esnon? An esnon is on a harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Or relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an esnon. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnon zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's Ella coming. No sala, if you gave her the sheep, the achar ba'ala. Now, what does it mean? Rashi says, Achshav Elo La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense here. Days of today and have relations with her 3 hours or tomorrow. Again, as opposed to payment relations. Barachach it's not a more. Oh, Baal, the Achakach Nasara, or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he afterwards pays her. Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately again, the Esnana is going to be more. However, Nasara, the Achakach, fine. Therefore, what I do right thing is that essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as an Esnana, once the transaction is in other words, payments will they pay, then the line to receive the payment has the status ultimately identified by this payment. Now again, keep track of the phenomena. Remember, the husband of Rosiana, they would borrow Shmita produce from the court and we pay it ultimately again with the produce. People think to be open because it's not, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange to I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again from 7 year produce, which we produce, and after the 8 year produce, fine. Now, there's more questions that we're going to discuss in this. Not someone we actually can't go out. So let's go with this, right? Let's go ahead and paste it. Okay, we're going to use Rothschild. He gets her a sheet. I'm just using the sheet because that's the easiest example of right? So he pays her a sheet. Right? And then let's say he pays her a sheet on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has so again, based on just on the floor, that sheet does not have the status of a party student, and therefore is not forbidden for complicated transactions. Right? There's a lax transaction in this. You must understand. If he bought when he does have a relationship, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheet on Tuesday. He has relationships on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relationships on top of something, Lechol Allah is someone of faith? Obviously, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, can't be labeled as testimony on when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore, the sheet should be categorized as an estimate already passed on Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says, very interesting, but what's the case? He should come up and make me bust up. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheet on Tuesday. She got the sheet on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, actively the sheet should be categorized for Wednesday. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. Now, let's say you might say to yourself, what a thing. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. Let's say it's important. We mentioned this many times in the past. So it's important to understand we all live in consistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a Sadiq, and in certain respects, I'm a Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well that are righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a hard you could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life, but most of us are not yet. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like a faith, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm Chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory. But welcome to nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zone is a zone, we should also be. You know what? Those kabbalas are easy to roll. Because I think that they never know what and we still push forward to do good, despite what the things are going through. Sometimes that's a true goal. In any event, So the Zola offered up the covenants. By the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. What's the case? The underlock making an action. If you said to the Zola, gives her the land on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then Halachah so she did the Sharila. Right? The Halachah Bishaskia Umatana Amubiya. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esla on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially gave her a gift, and she has every right to offer it up. However, the law of Amalek in the Ashra is enough in the Carnival. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say he gives it to her, he gives it to her on Tuesday, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, I could shuffle it as a carbon. After all, the Ish is based on Kodesh Amrachmar. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech now, valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachmar, just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a card? Unless they just found it. You know, you could only be makdish something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth.
I think it's something to do with like you can't compete with rich guys. Okay, like if you go, I got a fucking Mercedes GSX,
and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models.
Something like that. Yeah. I got my girlfriend was hot. Oh, really? I
compare ourselves to others, and when we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's focus on. The ownership only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of you what someone else is doing. He doesn't expect of you someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. And only be makdish that which belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamelos was the case. Eladamelos, in Habitabe, I trust you. This is very interesting. He says there, right, so we may give to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled for here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, but you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then give you the right to acquire it. Fine. So there was the rest of the now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's totally the doing this because we can remember this all happened with the Rabbi and this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be best in the limited status when there's a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shiva case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon talking about a product in the case of that. That emerges just over into a product in the case. So viable, come up with the trust on that. Is that interesting? So let's say the same thing. Even gives Rothschild a moving persona. The sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? כיוון דאמר, אני לא סולל דבר כמסולה סולה חדיו, כמאן דעת בבסי דמי. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing hektish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish, it's gone, the animal is gone. The makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because I must say, you heard the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it, Wednesday the deal occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the case of Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right, Rabbi Elazar, Shekadma Behekli Vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Elazar understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the deal occurred. Dafka Hekli Vasa. So Dafka, that she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About Hekli so low. But from Rabbi Elazar's statement it would appear that if she was not fishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. The Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake to me by it. The truth is, this shaila is not a shaila of Rabbi Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, man, Mifsha Pshita Rabbi Eliezer, Dafnivasa, Dafka Bakisha Solo, Da Isa Bishas Bios. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? And by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal still in existence at the time of the deal, in which case, halal for the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, Pipivasa Shitale, Vikishasa Misakar. And then maybe obviously she offered it up and it's calling it a of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says, take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we're going to have to both say, what comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one, we're not finished with Eslam Zona yet. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona as a part of this payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with her for payments, now, maybe it doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights on that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up, it's a bona fide cargo. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the baby, that's the animal. Okay, let's analyze more. So we're going to list that. The second issue was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for consecration purposes. Or minimum, Gemara is cash up. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or minimum. Right? So if you have relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so they'll pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be awesome. I'm not coming to fuck, I'm not pissed off, no pasture. So listen, that conversation is important. Right? That we pay the all said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's no transactional immediacy. Here the Gemara says that there's relations and implication 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. And I'm not coming to fuck, I'm not pissed off, no pasture. It's not a contradiction. How the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us, how the Omar is Ba'ali to tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. ultimately, again, one case is talking about this where he says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, Vitalazeh, Kalkama Diyayev Lohavi Esman Benehashtakim. So ultimately, again, the verses when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transaction needs. Alright, so let's analyze this. The overlap will tell us that my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now Wednesday, even though going to Rothschild, he says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't care for 3 years. 3 years, the halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? You might say, sheep farm. So I'm going to tell them about having the custom sheep farm. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for required taking possession. Which the Gemara says, the zone of all this will have them below kind of sheep. Okay, so apparently it's actually interesting, but ultimately the din of the sheep was only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep as well. So it's talking about a small version of not. Realize another possibility. We all love the zone in Israel, so we're talking about a Jewish harvest. We could go, they call you the Chatzir. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in her Chatzir. In which case, again, ultimately there's the Chatzir she requires. That's in a second. Either Kai B'Chatzira, but the Achakaf Nasala, Hakama, well, a second. I understand. If it's in her Chatzir, then she acquires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. Only then he gave it. It's already in her Chatzir, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of S1 because acquiring the sheep even before Bila if the sheep is standing in the Chatzar. Which the Gemara says, the Shati and the Heli very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to Rachel, this sheep is in a Potiki. Remember, what is a Potiki? A Potiki essentially is a that in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. The Ilav, and if not, Shakle the Esnam, take this sheep ultimately again as your harvest. Fine. Massive Rav Shesha, so Shesha says like this, mostly somehow. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the Esnam's own perspectives. Omer Adam Lechamarav Ulachol. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying them. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amei Haaretz. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They see that this in front of this man. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Oshesh. Okay, so actually before we get to this, so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's getting paid here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now the Gemara says the Eno Oshesh. Do this. Eno Oshesh. He doesn't have to be worried. Some people on base 63B. Now let's say here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or Amei Haaretz, he has to be concerned that maybe akum is going to go by the INS. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amei Haaretz is going to buy Shemitah cows or Ma'aser Sheni cows in Tzmila Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Mishum Meiser, Right? If you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones of Rashi. The hot ihu was something in you, and the pretty right. You don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them what is giving them what? It's covered up here, this is for the food, this is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast out the following. Sabbath Yom, day 63b, second line down. They were allowed, such them, Su the Ichlu, Vani Polea, Su Shubani Polea. But if he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab, all. Now this is the problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? Look at Rashi. Habi'ihu lokeach ha'isur ma'achilo, dehashta lo salak nafshi min. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100, for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see for? So what you see from here is that we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they paid the poor with 8 euro. Rothschild said, not a problem because no transactional immediacy. So I said, what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, kapara, the Easter kapara. So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, so even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful amount of this transaction already and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the same produce, the valueless, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often nami, he kapara, the Easter kapara. So to hear about Rabbi and maybe him here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing. So now it's different from the Ruvain case, right? Where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, it's actually right across the right to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. He regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין הקונים לא לכם דלך חליפין. So that's it. There is transactional use. Ruvain is not just saying stand going where you walk and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey drivers and agents, whatever they want to use, and Ruvain is going to immediately pay for that. But again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit type of situation. These weren't people who normally did business together. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional immediacy. But again, using that logic, if Ruvain were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending it to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. At the time, Se'ul ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, Se'ul shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through for a drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said that down there. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenbani Hamakipa, in the Shtagat, when is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, Chavla, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the Chenbani already has the money to pick up prohibited items. About Chenbani She'inamakipo, but the shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be called. In other words, better for the Bryce to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, the rest of the old, where is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to defend any bummer of this case? Homer the Chavero. A person says to his friend, Tain mana laploni, v'yiknu kol b'chasei lach. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's the halacha? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what do you see from here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? When you ask someone to go ahead and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing it, that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to occur right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't really seem to make a difference. Even the low miyachid shibude low missa. So the Gemara says, so what's the difference? So look at Rashi over there. Rashi says, Kivan lo miyachid shibude. Look at Rashi, third wide line in Rashi's in the bottom. Kivan shibude. Shelo yiche lo miyat mo'oz lekach. Lav chalipa minhu v'lo missa. Since Ruvain did not go ahead and actively set aside money for this, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mos l'kach lav chalik eminu v'lo mitzah. Sorry. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, ultimately again, so what do we need to be concerned with that? We shouldn't shvius. So the Gemara says, so ultimately again, it says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do we have to be concerned about over here? You shouldn't shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha and I saw that perhaps, again, shvius produce versus ultimately, again, same thing. Because no particular monies have been designated in advance, it does not create transactional immediacy. What's the case? The case over here is where the Rabbi is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this changes everything. Look at Rashi. Sheiktin lo, Rabbi is dinar lefendini, Chodem sheshalach etzlo. Gahashta mit the Rabbi is ta'afli b'surde. Okay. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the chendani, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is where already Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav Kana said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional immediacy. Like that's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm Rav Kana, I'm Risa the Shmaiti coming to Rav Sidid Naradov. So Rav Kana said, I said this over in front of Rav Sidid of Naradov. And what happened? Amarle, That's the case. The Brisa shouldn't read that. Ruben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is what we pay prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, and then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did they consume? To which the Gemara says, you're right. So you're right. Tani, I'm sorry, Tani, Vani Mechashi. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa says you're right. Change the Brisa to read. The Brisa should really read the following way. That halacha l'maisa, Ruben says to his, so the case, remember, essentially there are two cases in Brisa. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. Says, Chabra, go out and eat, go out and drink on me. That case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Gemara is understanding it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Ruben prepaid the chimur. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker is going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. So you have to be concerned if they have access now to the Ruben's food items, and it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying them from the hands. The way that Brisa should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shop. That's what the Gemara is doing. Still, let's stop over here for today. Go ahead, everyone. What about?
All right, yeah, we're back on. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, that definitely was good. All right, well, you guys got pranked. That was a huge prank that you all fell for. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, huge payoff at the end. All right, well, listen. You're here for Tim as a shop. If you didn't hear earlier,
Good morning. It is a graceful function to be able to learn. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Shpachar Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shem Drushes this year as a sukkos for the solos fellows for all of Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habalin Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazing, honor of Israel Drazing, Dina Drazing, Irene Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife, the family brother. Sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, separation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, covered Baruch Mordechai, and Later, and Russell, as always, we dedicate our name to the system of precious happiness, which welcome to Shalom home, the Shalom and the Karach and the Mark of the social give them success and follow on our Savior. And also with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanif Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanif Phasing base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: the day Rabbi Yana, Yasi Perishlias Manim, Uparlu B'Shmias. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana would do as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says over something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smalabiyah. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Ani and Brei Shemitah. And part of the Shminis, the Shterachach to offer Ani and Shminis after Rabbi Yeruch, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house would repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this something about it, obviously the Kaddish people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan from another room. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, we've seen often. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, never say that. Interestingly enough, look at Rashi. No, say nothing. Sorry, just a couple of Rashi's. No, say nothing. There, the Yochanan said the members of the house of Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says, "Chivin daki shaita
Dude, Rocky
lo
start, but
habu
guess what?
hanach ve'en
We
lo
ain't rocking
ichuse
on that
handachani lav chaliten minu v'lo chayil kedusha shvius alayis." Remember again, we saw in yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential
This one's
commerce
posted by
with a forbidden item, so
Reaction
sometimes that forbidden
Launches
identity
Bomb.
can pop upon
Saw
the
video
previously
at
committed
Beacon
item.
Theater
So, for
tonight
example,
for his
the
next
concern over
taping.
here is
Double
this
ouch.
looks like one is
One third of
transacting
the crowd
business with
walked
Shemitah
out.
produce,
Myself included.
then even the
Keep
eighth-year
walking.
produce
Worst
should
thing I've ever
ultimately
seen.
have
Hendrix
Shemitah
was
same
over
Shemitah
failure
prohibition.
proportion.
But the Yochanan said it's not really a
You know what
problem.
I'm
Why?
now thinking about
Because there's not a
And then
reciprocity,
they
there's
put
not
a block out of the
immediacy,
Griggle
or let's just say there's no immediate reciprocity.
Isn't that
Because
kind
the
of crazy?
produce is being
It's
taken
kind
in
of
the
telling
Shemitah
us
year
how
and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like we're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8th year
crazy that he's not going to do
produce.
stand-up anymore.
That's the
So
idea.
good at it.
Therefore, again,
But
halacha
also,
l'maisa, and therefore,
he
again,
walked
Shemitah
away
sanctity will
from
not
being on the
devolve
show
upon
so
the 8th year produce.
He's
This is
a
still
lot
very
of talent.
interesting.
Maybe
And
it,
so,
you know,
connect
I
them to
haven't
Esna
emotional
and
lapse
Mutter.
myself.
And
Maybe it took
interestingly
3
enough,
years
similar case
while on
would
stage
come up with
doing
Esna
a
and Zona.
Netflix special to be like,
Esna is when the developer, the person goes to a Zona, and
I'm
he
not
gives
like
her
angry
something
at
for
Theo,
her
but I'm still
services.
sort of,
Right?
I
Obviously,
am
he
angry
pays
at
her
Theo
money,
for not.
but when he gives her an
And
object,
he left
that
and
object
he
is
didn't eat
called
the
an
chick.
Esna, so a
That
payment
could
for a
have
harlot,
been a
and
moment.
cannot be
That
used
thing
for
where
any
it's like,
type
all
of
right, I gotta go
sacrificial
figure
purposes.
whatever
Makes
he's
sense.
figuring out.
Listen to this. The
And,
sign,
but he
the
could
Gemara
have at
says the
least
corresponding piece
and
that's
that's why our
the sign
audio
of
was fucked
this.
because he didn't eat the
Rashi
chick.
says, no so novel about. Let's say Ruben
Fucking
goes to
bald
Rachel.
bastard
Rachel's
flying
his
a
own.
turkey
Right?
with
Ruben
fake
goes to
hair.
Rachel,
Why
and
don't you be
ultimately
real,
again,
Daddy?
he gives her, payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or Ba'al have no nosala, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esmana mutter. Her harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. It's obviously doesn't make sense. I understand. Nosala b'labala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, why? Even though Ba'ala, he didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the soon, furthermore, the second case, but if you have relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if even though my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that Allah from the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. To which the Gemara says, Allah, this is what he needs to say. This is Nasala, the Achakak Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this outside. Since we weren't going to say like this, when does something become an Aslan, and Aslan on the front of payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Laser relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an Aslan. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of Esna Zona. What that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So there's other comment. Nosala, he gave it a sheep, the Achakak Ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the Achakak Ba'ala? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some more common sense. You know, the days of today and has relations with her in 3 hours or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Bala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he afterwards pays her, in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnor is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achakak, therefore, both sides, what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnor zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest. Now, again, remember, keep track of what's going on here. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with the produce. People seem to be open because they felt, I don't know, maybe it looks like a little bit strange, this practice of transacting business with She the produce. So the offer said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the Shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this Esna. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays it. Okay, but we're going to use a this is a sheep. I'm just using a sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays your sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has a So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple use. Right? There's a lax transactional immediacy. You must understand. When he bought out, when he does have a relationship, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why do you consider when he does have relations with her top of something? Lechol Allah is certainly not fair. Obviously, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as SDM.
when I'm ending it, it's just weird to take this picture in the store.
So when he does have a relationship with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore the sheep should be categorized as an SDM zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very easy, so you know what's the case. She says, this is very interesting. What happened? The Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So the Gemara is saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious Zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a Zona, and she's offering up Kavanos. Listen, it's important to make this many times. It's important to understand we all live in inconsistencies. And we all live in inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the beauty. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a all or nothing. You could be righteous in some areas and not be righteous in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel like a hypocrite, or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right? It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. You're all living hypocrisy, all living in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. And it is important for us to think of ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, this is also this. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are reach michal. It's easy to because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner contradictions and struggles from other people. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of in any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. And by the time the relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. If you tell me what's the case, if he said to the Zona, she said that this the Shemot lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha l'matzim the sharila. Right? The halasa b'shas iya u'matara ba'am b'vidiyah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an eslan on Tuesday because they didn't have it yet. So essentially, these are gifts. And therefore, she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law on the Latinid in the Aksa, it's not in the Kaz. It's very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a man, right? If he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, she gives it on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. And that's the case. If he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a product. How can you track it up as a product? After all, The Ishkiyak is based on published on Rahman. The Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the Erech now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm Rahman, I'm not based on the So just like your home should be like it, I've told you so the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then I pick you up around the car. Let's explain later. I'm not listening to Mr. Hustle over here. You know, you can only be not with something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, each one only asks us what we're able to do. You're sometimes you make mistakes against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have roles that people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's profiles are. The devotion only asks you to master that which you own. You only have to concentrate, or you only can concentrate that which you own. You can't concentrate on it doesn't belong to you. So often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we get to do. He doesn't expect that we let someone else do. He doesn't expect to be someone else's authority. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot right now, honestly. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makdish that which belongs to you. And I feel this only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power, within our spiritual tools. And that's the case. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for the year tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of life, but if you need the sheep for something, this is something from you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, or you need whatever it is, then Gemara says, can I give you the right to acquire it? It's interesting, I just that's fine. So Gemara says, so everyone said that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's telling you we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status where there is a level of transactional immediacy. Now, we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmond and by the Harlequin case. I think we're just going to go into those Harlequin case. So, by the way, come on, if you shut so much, it's very interesting. So, let's say, same thing. Reuben gives the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates it. Now, she didn't offer it up as a covenant. But she's makdish it. So what's the status now of the animal? Kivon Damar Amirasul Gabot Misrasul Hadro, Kimanda Kubasajami. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it out? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it is still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdishing? Again, because I must say, here's the shiny is. In the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the year occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the year occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdishing. Wednesday, the year occurs, and ultimately, because the time of the year, the object is still here. So now, the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? The reciprocation is Rabbi Eliezer. You can answer the Lazar, so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf. Right? Rabbi Eliezer should come up and hit the bus. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. דווקא לפי So dafka, she offered it up as well in existence. About Mishasal, low. But from the Lord's statement, it would appear that if she was makdish, that the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam Zona. Next, the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi also is fake to be quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is managed to Shaila the Lord himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mishra Shikir Rabbi Eliezer, that the Vasa Davka Baki Shasam, that Isir Shastia, because the Lord was saying the only time it doesn't become an Islam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just Makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Islam zona. All Dilma, if he's also Shitale, the Kishasa Misasa. And we know, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only going to exist. And of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Islam zona. But in the case she just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interesting, we have to look at what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Islam zone. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam zone, as a part of this payment, there must be transactional immediacy. Which means payment, if that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Islam zone. If he deposited an animal for payment, now, the deal doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide cargo. If she's not patient, she consequences. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the somebody was like, don't go after there. Okay, let's analyze it. So we're making one side. The second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means used for purposes or immediately. Where is the kasha? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or immediately. So the Rabbi says if a woman has relations with someone, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it still be awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. Look, so most of that country say just important. Right, so we quoted before last time, maybe 62 said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional use. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it pays for 3 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. It's not a contradiction. Hada Amar is Ba'ali li Bitalazah. Hada Amar is Ba'ali Bitalastan. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, it's another case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep. And he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, Bitalazah. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional needs. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. That also is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional agency. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals with farm sheep are required to taking possession, which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting that ultimately the divinity sheep was only a thing by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep until a cross. So talking about a sinner who's not Jewish. You guys know what last name is. The old love is only Israelis. No, it's talking about Jewish harlots. If you don't, they call you Bechatzim. interestingly enough, the sheep standing in her chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately this can be chutzah she requires. That's no second. You could play the chaseda, far as the akaf masala, hakayna. I understand. If it's in her chutzah, in our, this she requires it. In order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, it's denigrated. It's only denigrated. It's already in her chutzah, she already required it. What are we talking about here? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Aslan because she's acquiring the sheep even before the if the sheep is standing in her chutzah. Which the Gemara will see the shati and the heli apostle. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So when it comes to the halal case, and right here, this sheep is not apostle. Another one, what is apostle? The essentials of the God. In other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep and you're done that there is non-payment. So Amar you might see not late, using the contact with us. And he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, shakle the aslan. Take this sheep ultimately again as your public fine. Massive Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes says like this. Somehow, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this box. Omer Adam Lechamarav Ulapala. So let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them. What actually points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyahites. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Eno Choshesh. Okay, so actually before you get so he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's your payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Eno Choshesh to do this. Eno Choshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people on base 63B. Lo mishum shlius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yanis. Now let's say here's this interesting right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha ma'aser, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or on that part, he has to be concerned maybe the akum is going to go by that, right? Or maybe ultimately again the amaretz is going to by shliach or my sushi. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Fedra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not up to him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Ma'aser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, that Rashi. The heart, even, those something will be, Ruben is not the one giving them anything. Ruben is giving them money. And it's covered here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruben. It's not on Ruben, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following things. Sounds no, they 63, second line. They are line, but he said to them, Su the Ichlu, Bani Korea, Su Shli Bani Korea. He says to the workers, right, taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? Look at Havihu Lokea Isu Mahilo, the Hashtal Salt National. The issue over here is because he's doing the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his business. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. Alma, what do you see from here? Kikapara de
And I do not mean that
So
in
what
a
you see from
universal
here is
way.
like
I
Allah
use it
Ta'ala
big
is I'm
one.
not going to say this is
Oh,
we're
you know,
now going ahead and
we don't know
circling
because
back to the Rabbiana case, right? We're
we do,
going
yeah,
back
we gotta
now
get him on.
ultimately again
Yeah,
to
we
the
would
Rabbiana case.
talk to
Remember,
about
Rabbiana,
Sean.
what
We'll
did
talk to
they
you
do?
about being
They
on
went
the
ahead
live.
and they
And
borrowed
usually
Shemitah
we really want to
produce and
zoom
they
in with you,
paid
Sean
the poor
McCormick.
with eight
Yes,
beer
there's a lot of stuff
Look,
that's
I
gonna
said,
happen. We
not a
have
problem
to
with
stay
the
on top of it. If
transaction
you haven't already
immediacy.
stayed on top of this
So
stuff,
listen, Martin, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over here? Amo, kikapara to make kapara. So what do you see from here? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah said it is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, shady produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halchanami, Kikapara, Denisa Kapara. So to hear about Rabbi Yonai, when they repay a year, ultimately again, isn't that
stealing
sunglasses? Same thing. Which you must take Gemara Fisto, the Chenteni Hamakifo, in Mishtabim. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, right, where he's going ahead
His whole
telling
bit
the
is that he's like
workers,
a drunken maniac that
telling the
ruins
workers,
his life.
go drink out, pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally
He's a
extends
maniac
credit
drunkard
to
that
the haven, the
ruins lives of people,
Orthodox,
and he's also wants to be him.
ultimately because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right now. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper fires his money immediately. Look at actually just a moment. Currently, you know, that is actually very possible. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get them because he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שישנו הדין הקונים לא לכם ונתלך חליפים. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stop going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
Who cares? But they
Rashi says over here, he'll therefore specifically almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers and
Rite Aid is going out of business because of crime.
and he's going to immediately pay for it. Those are how he did it.
That's even dumber.
Again, that doesn't apply in the case of like this wasn't like a credit situation.
Thank you.
Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transaction immediacy. You must Aval, and the machine must be not. Again, using that one. If he were to send out his workers, same case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, then it's mutter. Ihafi, Adatani Se'ud Ve'echlu B'dinar Zeh, Se'ud Shesud B'dinar Zeh. If that's the case, then set the Vaisa up differently. Instead of making the first case in the Vaisa, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat and drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani Hamakifo, in the Shtagid way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again, the company already has the money to pick up limited items. How about company Shimakiko? But shopkeeper who does not extend credit, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be part. In other words, better for the grace go ahead and highlight two cases
call my parents and I go, hey, my mom answers the phone. She sounds a little bit nervous. And I go, hey, the cops are here. And they just ask, go about Dad. What's going on?
Even if the
And she's like,
shopkeeper doesn't extend credit,
don't worry about it. It's not that.
purchaser
I found out
not
my dad,
still obligated to
he had
pay
an argument with this lady about parking.
The
And she
person
came
says
up
to
to it.
his
She
friend,
like really
person says to his friend, King
took
Monolithony,
it, knocked her head off.
Vehicle on the Fosse Love. So what
So
happens?
she called
Like
the cops on her.
Ruben goes,
Isn't that
right, I go
hilarious?
to you. Say,
So
Ruben,
he's, I mean, I
do me a
wish he had a
favor,
phone so he could go
lend,
buy it.
right,
So
give
they
him
would
money
not-
to ship,
she would
give
be
money to
knocked
ship,
allegedly.
and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's
You know,
that?
that's it. I would
Tell
tell
me,
you,
you know,
I found to my
ultimately,
DNA.
again, my
Maybe
property
that's where it
becomes
comes from.
encumbered.
All right.
As a guarantor,
He knocked a
you must
person's
say, what do you see here? Now, again,
It'll
let's
knock
even
your head
assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from here? You ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed hundreds that transactional immediacy since you're right then and there. Amarava, losh namakifa, velosh nashinakifa. You're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't make sense to make a difference. You must losh nashinakifa. Even below miyachid shibude lo nis. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Kiven bo miyachid shibude." Look at Rashi. Third wide one. Rashi says, "Kilnach shibude shelo yichei lo miyach moos nekach lav chalitza minu v'lo nis." Since the moving did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional needs. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. שלא ייחי למוז לכך, לאו חליף איננו ולא נפסק. I'm sorry. Gemara says, "Halacha amaycha." So that's the case ultimately again. So when we consider that, we should shvius. So the Gemara says, "Oh, no miyach." So ultimately again, we say to the Gemara, says the Gemara ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha amaycha sheish. You should shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha is that perhaps again shvius versus homo miyach shvius. Halacha lo miyach shvius. Ultimately again, we see things. Because no particular money has been designated or advanced, is not paid transaction. What's the case? The case over here is where the Malachai is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this is Sheikim lo, Malachai is Kino Leftamri, Kogem Sheshalach Etzlo, the Hashtam the Malachai is Ta'abli Yisur. So this changes everything. So the case of the year, ultimately, again, when the Raisa says that if Reuven says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuven gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take derivative things, it's literally like he's supplying them with derivative items. I know. I'm used to the strength of the so the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all under the same realm of transactional immediacy, right? That's the theme that's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm used to the strength of the absolutely not. So the said, I said this over in front of Rav Zidid of Narva.
She's sucking on Kimball.
What happened? Amalei, Ihachi. At the time, the price of shouldn't be that Reuben says to his workers, go out and eat, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, he's saying now the case of years where Reuben prepaid. Right, so you left money with the shopkeeper. Then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? So which we must. I'm you're right. So you're right. Tony, I'm like Tony. Ultimately,
The last thing I want is a clip of us like
so please remember, essentially there are two cases in advice. Case number one is that Reuben gives his representative rights. His couples go out to eat, but and drink on that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on me. Case two, the way the Muslim is standing now, is that Allah for myself, Reuben prepaid for him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If we have access now to those two items, then it's if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the covenant. The way that price of the is Reuben says to workers, go out and drink, but I need my cash, and I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, let's stop over for today. Oh yes, everyone, have a down.
I want kind of one of those animations. I've gone fully the other way. You know, at shop, I've gone 360, but I've gone fully 360, and now I like the animations in these videos on social media. I want more of them.
Let's say good
So I
morning
want
is a great source of opportunity to be able
skits
to
and
learn.
bits. I don't know what you do for
Begin by
animation on that.
thanking all
I
of
want that
our
on the
sponsors for
Yeah,
this morning
let's
cheer.
make
To
it
thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsors, Rothschild Israel, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this
I
year
feel like shop calls have
as
been
a success for the Solos Tovos for all of Ham Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habarim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White from the Bracha. Our learning sponsors, Dr. Edmund Dave Wolf, in commemoration of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Chaver, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Moreno, and Nasa, of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to Israel, precious hostages, and which welcome you to Shalom home. The Shalom and the Baruch and the miracle of the souls and the give them success, the whole of mercy, and also the death of the hospital, the exciting death ahead of us today. Today's death is the son of Gimel 63, and we have on South Asian base 62B, today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Hikne Shvias Nanim, who probably Bishmias. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows: they would borrow sheets of produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-sheeted produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says like it's very interesting. Yashi Peishis, produce Manavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everybody. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house over the night would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yannai's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mention this practice of Yochanan. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, listen, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You command done. Now, I'll say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen that we started through a couple of Rashis. You all seen that, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yannai's are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the kingdom that he shaita, lo habu hanav ve'en, lo ichnuste hani da'ani, lav chalit ben yenu, lo chayli kedusha shezala. So remember again, we saw yesterday that already. You get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, and even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah produce. But the Yochanan says it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year, and only being quote-unquote received during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore, this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea over there. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow on the 8th-year produce. This is very interesting. Is to connect them to Esman. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman. Esman is in the and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he pays her money. There's an user object. That object is called an Esman, so not really for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Gemara says the corresponding piece passes like what's the case? The Sanya says, Rashi says, Nosam Rabba Labba. Let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his son. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her, he gives her a payment. right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana mutter. But Hamlet's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I don't say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Pshita, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. This is a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, assume, furthermore, the second case, but he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, the table will not Allah, my estimate of mutter. If he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that halal from the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, God, this is what he needs to say. Listen to this. Nasalah, the Achakach Ba'ala. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we take is when does something become an estimate or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Payer relations, right? Our relations pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of esnan zona. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent. Nosala, if he gave her the sheep, the achar. What does it mean, the achar? Rashi says, Achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense here. Pays her today and has relations with her in 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, excuse me. Oh, Bala. Or for that matter, he has relations with her. And then he afterwards pays her. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the esnana is going to be more. However, Nasala, the Acharkach, is not fine. So therefore, I will say, so what we're saying is as follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an esnana zona, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on with you. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow shemitah produce from the poor and we pay it ultimately again with the produce. People came to the Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange to practice shemitah produce. So the Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that each-year produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shemitah produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara question is a little bit discussed in that case. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, what we're going to use Rabbi. He gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example ultimately. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has her sheep. So again, based on what we just said before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for customary companies. Right? There's a lack of transaction immediacy. I understand. If he bought out, when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, he has something? Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, I understand. When he gives her the sheep, can't be labeled as estimate zona. It's a relationship. There's no need. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? This is very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So we're saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, because she should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fable. She's a zona, and she's offering us carbonos. Because it's important to make this nation those Muslims can be all inconsistencies, and we all live with inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a tzaddik, and in certain respects, I'm a rasha. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do at all. Here's the thing. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well when I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. But most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Sometimes we feel like a fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is full of contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy, we all live in contradictions. Such is the nature. It is important for us to have faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also thinks kavanas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kavanas are real people. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner struggles more than ourselves. And we still push forward to do good, despite what the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, if she said the sharila, right? The halasa, the shaskiya, umatana ma'amudiyah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? She has the title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially gave her a gift. And she has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the action is not in the car. This is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, and we have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, anything that's in the card, how could you offer it up as a card? After all, Torah says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an erech, valuation. Right, so we'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my base of issues. So just like your home, you own it. I've published issues. So to the only thing to consecrate, whether it's consecration or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. Otherwise, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it as a card unless it's the only thing not is something that is yours. Which means in the realm of personal growth, God only asks us what we're able to do. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's something that people we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what this person's focus on their abilities are. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it, it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else to do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. could only be makdish that which belongs to him. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, within our spiritual toolbox. Incredible. Eladamala, so what's the case? Eladamala, the Habib Dabech at Shasbiya. This is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, we're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting how that's fine. So Gemara says this. So everyone that asks his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's called on the afternoon, that's interesting. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi Yanai, this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone and by the Farmer case as well. Now the Gemara just gets a little into this other case. So by the Rothschild, Kama Bekishas on that. It's very interesting. So let's say, same thing, Reuben gives Reuben Zona the sheep on Tuesday. The beer is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't offer it up as a carbon, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Mine. Even the Amar, and the Russell of the Bob, and the Russell of the Command active bossy times. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Or Dilma Hashem, we say that in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal's gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish it? Again, because let's say she heard the silent is. In the case that she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? So the Tifsham is Rabbi Eliezer. We give us our Rabbi Eliezer. So I'll say, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the down. Right? You must look. Rabbi Eliezer said, cut out the hikri basi. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time that the occurred. Dafka hikri basi. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about hikri shaso low? But from the Elezer's statement here, that if she was makdish, the animal was still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar's mistake coming by it. The truth is, this shaila is a man shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Pshita Rabbi Eliezer Yaktivasa Dafka Bakisha Solo, the Isab Shasya. Because Rabbi Elazar said that the only time it doesn't become an Eslam is when the animal is offered up before the dia. And by the time the dia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, in which case Halacha L'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's no longer in existence. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case that she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says, we're really not sure. So interesting enough on both sides. What comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona yet. What we're doing this game is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a harvest payment, it must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with the payments. Now, and the dia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights on that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up as a bona fide carbon. If she did not do it, consequence, and so the animal is still in existence at the time of the dia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the okay, let's analyze that. So we're making this like the second case what he gave us. Let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it can be used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, where is the kasha? I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, ba'ala bi'afakaf masama, atilu mikan at shalosh shalim esnana asa. But the Bryce says if Reuben has relations with his son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, so we will pay all of the bills late. Right? So he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it'll still be usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Look, Kasha. So most of that country says it's much of the Bryce that he paid the fall outside the days, to be said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's the Gemara says if there's relations, even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it's still usher. I'm not going to stop. I'm not pissed off. Kasha. It's not a contradiction. Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, it's Ba'ali li, it tells us, yeah? Had the Amar is Ba'ali li, it tells us that. So this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we're talking one case, we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep, it tells us that. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. I'm gonna love to tell us that my hobby, I understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Ruben goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? Gemara says, Shifal. Yichamor tell us that my hobby mechassim Shifal. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara said, the zone of this will help them to okay. So kind of is actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to acquire. So it turns out someone who's not Jewish. Another possibility is the old number is only Israel. So it's talking about Jewish harlot. We'll keep going. They call you Efakatzeh. Oh, interestingly enough, a sheep standing in the chutzah. In which case, again, ultimately there's three plus she requires. We could play the Fatsera, but the African Nosala, I understand. If it's in our chutzah, if she requires it, in order to get relations with her, and then ultimately, again, then he gave it. It's already dedicated. It's already in our chutzah, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? In other words, she acquired it before. So this is actually just like the paradigmatic case, she's acquiring the sheep even before the dia, if the sheep is standing in the chutzah. Which the Gemara is shocking and the apple. Very interesting. Now here's the case. So Reuben comes to Rothschild and here this sheep is in a pet. Remember, what is a potki? A potki essentially is like a guarantee. That in other words, he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amarla, Imaisina, he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, shortly the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as your public fine. Massive negotiations, that's help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling to the essence of this process. Let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. Okay, so now he's paying. Now the way ultimately again, he's paying them. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi, either these workers are non-Jews or they're Amia artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're Swedes and he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshesh, okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's okay, or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So we'll say now the Gemara says the Enoch Oshesh to do this. Enoch Oshesh, he doesn't have to be worried. Salkion base 63D. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin. I was saying, here's what's interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or amen, just to be concerned, maybe apple is going to go by yes, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the amaretz is going to buy shmita produce or ma'aser sheni produce, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Kedra, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Ma'aser, right, if you look at Rashi, it's actually the last one, the last of the long one, Rashi. The ha'ihu, Osafilu Midi, Ela Priti Yaim. We don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them money, right? Ruvain is giving them money. It's cover here, this is for the food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, context are the following. Sabbath no, they 63, second line down. The Amarlach, section, Su the Ichlu, Vani Polea, Su Shtu Vani Polea. He says to the workers, right, factory drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. All. Now this is a problem. Then you have this problem. Then we have a problem. Now why is that? We can actually get the time for it. The issue of here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for his work. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100, here food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. That's not even. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his workers. What do you see from here? So what you see from here is that I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. Remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid the poor with 8 real produce. What I said, not a problem, this is more transactional immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see from here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so there is transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, the Sheni produce, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Halfanami. So to over here by Rabiana, when they repay each year, ultimately again, isn't that all paying for Shemitah produce? Same thing. To which we must take more of this though, they can't any Hamakito in the Chicago. So no, it's different. In the Ruben case, like when he's going ahead and telling the workers, then we'll just go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. Even the Orthodox say, 28 years ago. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just a moment. Finally, it's actually right across the road. You got to the left. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the bank. It's regularly expensive. Credit. שכבר הכירו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין, או כאן לא לכן תלך חליפין. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction rules. Ruben is not just saying stand going where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there's this transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey driver, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for that. Even the Hanafani, the Muslim really, but again, that doesn't apply in the case of Rabbi, right? This wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that case was fine because it lacked transactional needs. But again, using that one, Ruben were to send out his work, in case, go you can go to a doctor tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally expenses credit to him, then it sounds like what? Mutter. But that should be okay. If that's the case, that's mutter. I determined se'ul ve'echlu b'dinar zeh, se'ul yishassu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then sacrifice are up differently. Instead of making the first case of myself, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat or drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the right to pick up limited items. Shopkeeper who does not extend coverage, therefore that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be fine. In other words, better for the right to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, one detail different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. First, we must go old. Company she'im people meet on the shopkeeper. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to the bummer of Homer the Kaveda? The person says to his friend, hey, Manamotoni, Vikmu Konda Fosse Lach. So what happens? So right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor. Give him money to shilling, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You might say, what is he doing? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What is he doing? Then you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbers that transactional immediacy cease to look right then and there. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't receive anything. You must also shame at even the low miyachid shibude low miss. So what's the difference? I look at Rashi here. Rashi says, even though miyachid shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line with Rashi's in the bottom. Kilnak shibude. So yichei lo miyach mo's the kash. Lach chalifa yehu lo miss. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. Shelo yichil le'mos lekach lach chalik beninu below mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, Elahacha amaychoshish. So if that's the case, ultimately, again, so what do you need to be concerned about? You should be shvius. So the Gemara says, no miyach, it should be hafal. So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, Says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Halacha, Michael, Shish, Mishum Shvius. What do you have to be concerned about over here? The halacha, the Maisa, that perhaps, again, Shmita Hadis, versus Halo Yachi Chibudi, Hata, Lo Yachi Chibudi. Ultimately, again, the same thing. Halacha, the Maisa, because no particular money is actually designated in advance, it's not taken you don't shehiktim lo dina. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabais advanced the money to the family. Okay, so these changes are Shehiktim lo, Balabais dina l'famili, told them sheshalach etzlo. The hashtam the Balabais ha'afli yisur. Oh, so this changes everything. So the case over here, ultimately, again, when the Brisa says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the chemistry, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items.
So they just do
I'm like, I know. I'm used to the Shmite, I'm able to So the Gemara says as follows. So Rav says, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transaction and use. Like that's the theme that's happening here. So the Gemara says, Papa, keep going shit. I'm sorry, Kano. I'm used to the Shmite, I'm able to absolutely not. So Kano said, I said this over in front of Rav Sid of Narada.
16
what happened? Amalei, he hustled at the 20 su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu bani korea. That's the case. The Brisa shouldn't read. He says to his workers, go out and drink, I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Su'u ve'echlu, su'u shesu bani nechash. It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying now the case over here is that Reuben prepaid. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which you must, you're right. So you're right. Tani, ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa is you're right. Change the Brisa to read the Brisa to read the following way. That halacha l'maisa, Reuben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the Brisa. Case number one is where Reuben gives his workers $100. Says, "Cover, go out and eat, go out and drink on me." That case, whatever they do, it's not. Case two, the way you understand it now, is that halacha l'maisa, Reuben prepaid the $100. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, "My worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink." Okay. Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned. If they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Reuben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that Brisa should read is Reuben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need machashim, and then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what the Gemara is saying. Skip, we'll stop over here for today. Goya, everyone, what a God. Wishing everyone a wonderful.
Pretty good. You're not thinking outside the box here. Okay, let's go outside the box because we got a mission. What's the mission? To make Brenda do stand up again. Well, yes. Okay, yes. Also, do stand up again. Right. What's the real mission? Get people to try the Patreon. Right.
Listen, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a sukkos for the Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Kabbalah Tova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, the former Bracha. Learning sponsors, Dr. Edwin Faith Wolf, information of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of her father, Ben Adler, Chaver Baruch Mordechai Ben Moreno, Nasa, of course, as always, we dedicate our learning to Sister Princess Happy to make welcome and bring home the Shalom and the Karel and the Merkbach and Soldier, give them success. We call on Master. Also, the daf we have a very exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Beis 62b. today Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse says as follows: today Rabbi Yana, Yas Shvias Manim, who parled the Shvias. So very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, what they would do is as follows: they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi, it actually says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called in Smanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi Yonai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi goes on, a part of the Sheminis, Ishtachach the Achli Ayun in the Sheminis Achar Adir Chayuti Shvias. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi Yonai's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with new produce, 8th year produce. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice Rabbi Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, this thing often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? You connect on, interestingly enough, to look at Rashi, you also have these stars, through a couple of Rashis. You also know, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of Rabbi Yonai are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the chivim that he shaita, lo habu hanach be'em, lo ishbus be'em ba'ani, lav chalipen yinu, lo chayv l'kedusha shvias aleh. So remember again, we saw in yesterday's class already, you get into an issue, potential commerce with a forbidden item. So sometimes that forbidden identity can pop on a previously permitted. So for example, the concern over here is, if this looks like one is transacting the Shemitah produce, then even the 8th year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not going to be a problem. Why? Because there's not immediacy, or let's just say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken during the Shemitah year and only being quote unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th year produce. That's the idea over here. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not follow upon the 8th year produce. This is very interesting. Is connect them to Esman and Mutter. And interestingly enough, a similar piece would come up with Esman Zona. Esman Zona is a person goes to a zona and he gives her something for her services. Right? Obviously, he gives her money and he gives her an object. That object is called an Esman Zona, payment for a harlot, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, the Moses is a corresponding case by Esman. What's the case? The Sanya, listen to this. Rashi says, let's say Reuben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Reuben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her this, and he gives her a payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? For harlot's payment, ultimately, is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon. Why? Even though he didn't have relations with her. So if you didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it, to which the Gemara says, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, then what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that the Esna is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. So which the Gemara says, hello, that's this what it means to say. Listen to this. Nasala, the Achakak, if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, only afterwards, let me tell you this piece of this. When does something become an Esna or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Behavior, relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate zone. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. Most elsewhere, no solo, if you give it a sheep, the achakak ba'ala. Now what does it mean, the achakak ba'ala? Rashi says, achshav elo la'achazman. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and translate immediacy, I think there's some level of common sense. These are today, and this is 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Baraka Kasala, Asnam, oh, Bala, the Akakak Nasala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he pays her, Asnana and in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be more. However, Nasala, the Akakak, so therefore, both sides, what I want to say is as follows. That essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate, there has to be transactional immediacy. So once the transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now again, remember, just to keep track of what's going on here. Remember, the household of the Yanai, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the store and pay it ultimately again with the payments. People think that they often because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's a little precious fish. Shemitah produce. They often say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the 8th-year produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this estimate piece. No someone the akakak ba'ala. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's goes ahead and he pays her. Okay, you're going to use a gives her a sheep. I'm just using a sheep because it's the easiest example of this right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday he has a relationship. So again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temple. Right? There's a lax transaction in this. You must understand. But when he does have relations, let's say on Wednesday, right? He gives the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, Lechol Allah is not fair. Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives it the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies on us. Because he have relations with her, and there's no needs. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should revolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Lazar says, it's very interesting. Now, what's the case? You should come up the Hikri Vasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Their relations didn't happen until Wednesday. Mercy, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. Papayas harvest, papayas zona. I will say, you might see yourself. Come on, what else? She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. Listen, it's important. We've mentioned this many times in the past. And all the inconsistencies. And all the inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm authentic. And in certain respects, there are things in my life that I do very well. And things in my life that I do very poorly. And things that I don't do
it's hard to drink like that. Like you're supposed to drink it like this.
The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well, that I'm righteous in. You just can't. It's not an ordinary thing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like fake because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. Or I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. Or I confess that, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of human condition. We're all looking for accuracy. We're all looking for contradictions. Such is the nature of God. But it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are the way I can fall. It's easy to roll up. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner culture and struggles not working well. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a pinnacle of human accomplishment. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. By the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the mother says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this. Okay. What's the case? If he said to the zona, gives her the lamb on Tuesday and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, the shari law. Right? The halmasa, the shastriya, so then obviously it's multiple, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an escrow on Tuesday because they didn't have a relation to that. So essentially, gave her a gift, and then she has every right to offer it up. However, if you eat the law, in the action, it's enough in the economy. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a gift, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? Say he gives it to her, he gives it to her today. Yeah, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire her, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of it as a part of it. After all, the ish is based on published on Rothschild. It says if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the erech, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. So just like your home, you own it. So to the only thing you consecrate, whether it's consecrated or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, so if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could she offer it up as a part? Let's say just by the way, you know, you can only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people, and that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people we look up to, we aspire to be like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what those person's profiles are, their abilities are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect of me what someone else can do. He doesn't expect of me someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than what we're honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic holiness. You only be makdish that which belongs to you. And Kadosh Baruch Hu only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purview, in our power, in our spiritual lives. It's incredible. Eladam Law, what's the case? Eladam Law, this is very interesting. So he says to her, right, so Reuben gives this to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday, and he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule for me tomorrow, right, and just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of you need the sheep for something. Let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, whether you need dinner, whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. So it's interesting, and the premise is that's fine. So Gemara says, no, still have to that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally not interesting. We're doing this because you can remember, this all happened with the Rabbi, with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be invested with limited status when there is a level of transactional use. Now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon Zone by the part of the case as well. That more just gets later into the part of the case. So by the way, come on, the Krishna Sama is very interesting. So let's say the same thing. Reuben gives Rachel, Reuben is the son of the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates now. She didn't offer that to the purpose, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even that Ramar, and the rest of the Rabbi Russell had you. Command that be bossing them. So do we say that essentially making something hectic is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and practicing verbal is the equivalent of offering it up? Although my system, I quite easily say that. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but it's gone, the animal's gone. The message ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she matches it? Again, so the must say, you heard the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the video occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time of the video occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's not the shit. Wednesday the Bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the Bia, the object is still here. So now the Shaila is, does the object become an Eslam Zona or not? You so the Kif Shalom Rabbi Eliezer. You don't the laws, or is it the laws? So let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot, right? You must Rabbi Eliezer said, "Cut up the Hikri Basa." So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka Hikri Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About the Shasol, low. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement here, that if she was not fishing, the animal was still in existence at the time that the deer occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Islam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer can fake me by it. The truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila of Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Misha Shita Rabbi Eliezer, that the Vasa Davka by the Shasolo, that he said Shastia. Because Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an estimate is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if we also Shitale, we Shasam the Sap. Maybe obviously she offered it up and following it is of course it's not going to be categorized as an Islam Zona. But in case she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. So we're not finished with Islam Zonas. So what we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Islam Zona as a hard exchange, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment, deal. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed deal, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an Islam Zona. If he deposited an animal with payment, now the via doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers an art, she will find carbon. If she's not fishing, consequences. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. Okay, let's analyze this. So we're going to say, let's say imagination with her, and then afterwards she pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is much. When I say it's much, it means used for purposes or me, Mari Zakasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, or maybe. Ba'ala bi afakati asara, even Hashalom Shonim Esnara Asa. But the Vice says the person has relations with himself, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the Asa. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just not happy. So listen, that happy is just important. The rights that we pull in the ball, that's like the said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. It's not transactional release. Here the Gemara says if there's relations, we can push it 3 years later. ultimately it is still also on the method of Yitzchak, on the Israel Kasha. Sorry, contradiction. Haga Amar is Ba'ali, is Ba'ali, is Halas. Haga Amar is Ba'ali, is Halas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, so we touch one case, we touch on case, it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Here, Rashi, it tells us that, so ultimately, again, when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transaction needs. All right, so let's analyze a little bit more. The Amar Rabbi tells us that my hobby, so let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. Moving goes over to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years. Now, look at this. Oh, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it curse. In order for it to be cursed, one has to have, the Gemara says, Mishikah. Right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep or require taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the din of Mashiach is only a din by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach for a question. But some of these are not. As you guys know, the old number is only Israelis. I was talking about a Jewish heart. So if you go, they call you the Chassid. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep standing in the Chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, this process requires a second. If Kaiba Haseda, Fala, the Akhtaf Nasala, I understand. If it's in her Chassid, in her, she requires it. In order to have relations with her, and then ultimately, again, anything, turning her Chassid, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? You might say, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of SMO, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the PL, if the sheep is standing in her Chassid. Here's the Gemara's Loticha, the Shati and the Hindi Apotiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to Buffalo, right here, this sheep is in a place. I'm not making what's up with essentially that the Lord says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar you might see us late, using the time that you're and he says, 30, I pay you, let's say, for the next 30 days. Good. Maybe not, shock me to ask money. Take this sheep, ultimately, again, as your harvest, fine. Not so gracious, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling from the essence of this process. And we're talking about Nakamara or the Paul. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, 90 drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. The way ultimately, again, he's paid, and Rashi points out over here, Rashi, okay, a couple of Amir artists. These workers are non-Jews, or they're Amir artists. They're just unlearned Jews. Regardless of what they're legislative. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The aim of Hoshesh, okay, so actually before this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, you do that. If any of those supplemental wages, whatever it is. Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So let's say, now the classes, the inner Hoshesh, to do this, inner Hoshesh, it doesn't have to be very something like a 60 degree. When we should use, when we should use. I was saying, where's the legs? Right? What's the concern of you, right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Amim or Amir Aretz, he has to be considered to go by Yahinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, the Amir Aretz is in the or Maishim, he doesn't have to be concerned. this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Hebra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, the Roman ice here, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the attention for us and why the rest of the long one, Rashi. The heart, those sucky movies, you tell the we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it to you. It is giving them the money. It's covered here, this is free to food, this is free to food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, no. That's how we follow it. South Florida, 63 second line down. The other loss is Arla, says them, Su the Iflu, Vani Polea, Su Shubani Polea, he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Then you have a problem. Now, why is that? We can actually get into that for you. Habitiku Lokea Isu Mafilo, the Hashton is solid naturally nice. The issue of the because he's paying the tab, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these quantity items for his. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on you. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potential living items for his workers. Alma, I wasn't what he's there. She can't put out the next what you see from me is that I'm not for the nice I'm not going to say this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case. And remember, Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they abolished the progress and they paid before with 8 euro. So said, not a problem of no transaction needles. So listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece over there? So what do you see from there? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption order takes place, Allah so this transaction you see, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah produce, Sheni focus the yes, it's problematic. Therefore the Gemara says, also now he can't hard, the Mitzvah can't hard. So to the year by Rabbi Yana, maybe paying each year, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shemitah produce? Same thing, which is also Gemara Pisto, and Anthony Hamakuto in the Chicago. You know, it's different in the Ruben case, like with he's going to try and telling the workers, and we'll just go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the ugly last day, finally junior level. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately with this transaction, you see that happening like literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that, just one. Finally, you know, that actually 90% actually left. Kind of in some accounts. The shopkeeper knows what he's going to get taken because he regularly extends credit. Shekrazit Yerbo, Shekamokum Shiyeshna Hadina, Kanula Lechazini, Tilka Khalifin. So we'll say, so that's it. There is transaction needs. Ruben's not just saying stand one where you want and, you know, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Kevra, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or policemen, whatever, and Ruben's going to immediately pay for that. לא חשבון בגלל, אבל חלק בלעדיין, even the other family, the Muslim family, last family are going to again, that doesn't apply in the Israel, like it wasn't like a credit situation. Therefore, that piece is starting to lack transaction needs. Then we should again, using that one, even with the same that as well, same case, go eat and go drink, I'll pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him. Then it sounds like what? Mutter. Then it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, adatani su'u be'eshlu b'dinar zeh, su'u shesu b'dinar zeh. If that's the case, then set the vice up differently. Instead of making the first case of the vice up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat, go drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? The Gemara said, when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited to Chendani Hamakifa in the Shtabit way? When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the company already has the money to import prohibited items. How about company Shemakivo, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be part. In other words, better for the Grace to go ahead and highlight two cases that are the same, but one different, than to highlight two dramatically different cases. Here's the rest of the old. Company Shemakivo, or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to them? Many Homer the Chavera. The person says to his friend, take one of the clothes, V'yiknu kol b'chosei lach. So what happens? Right, Ruben goes, right, I go with you. So Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming under to you. What's that about? Tell him, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. The Gemara says, so what is he? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. What do you see from service? When you ask someone why do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee is encumbrance, that transactional immediacy seems to play right in there. And the Hamarabah, you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't include the difference. You must look at even below Miyaki Shibude low Yis. So what's the difference? Let me look at Rashi. Rashi says even below Miyaki Shibude, look at Rashi's third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. Shibude. So when we say lo Miyak molds the top, love Khalifa maybe the wrong. Since Ruben did not go ahead and actively set aside money for us, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So you can let most of the last alika minu or low miss. Sorry, it says Elaha and my kashish. So if that's the case, ultimately again. So what do we need to do with that? We shouldn't treat it. So the must ultimately So ultimately again, what it says the Gemara. Ultimately again, what do we have to do something about Elaha, my kashish. We should see this. What if people send out of here? Allah nice that perhaps again she can use. Ultimately again in the same thing. Allah nice because no particular money is designated for that. What's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advance the money. Okay, so this changes up. Shaking low, Alabais, Dino the company, Hogan Shalach at small. The Hashtam, the Alabais, all this changes everything. So the piece of the year, ultimately, again, when the Bryce says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, on me. The piece of the year already, Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. So now that makes sense, because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibitive things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I'm not going to I'm used to the they come in just living that up. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all of this same about transaction movies. Like that's
Gonna be upset
that's
and
happening.
claim to be upset.
So the Gemara says, I'm not
Correctly, you know.
I'm sorry, I'm missing the strike I need to absolutely not. I said this over. We talked about the Sifid of Narada.
Did I need to do that?
And what happened? I'm not right. He huffed me. I just put his certainly you should see what I need to attack. Advice is should do when he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay him since some of you guys will pay. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying that occasional years ago, we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. So you're right. Tommy, ultimately, again, a lot of ways is to give out the devices. A lot of ways are giving certificates. So please remember, since there are two cases in advice. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. It's not going to go out to work, but drink that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not case two, the way the Muslims understanding now, is that Allah so Ruben prepaid. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? And now the Gemara says that's the problem. Concerned if he has access now to the items, then if Ruben is going ahead and supplying for the earnings. The way that price is to read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my chash, and then I will settle off ultimately again with the shop. That's how the Gemara goes in. It's good. We'll stop over here for today. Goya, everyone, what about? Everyone.
Yeah, he got shit out. I didn't realize at the time because I just met Brendan and was like, oh, everything he says is true. Why would I think that he's making up an elaborate lie to protect his ego? Because
let's say good morning. It is a great sponsorship to be able to learn overview. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this year. And sure to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosim Mishpacha Baruch Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the soul's troubles for all of Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av. Habarim will tell us Stephen Wendy Drazen, honor of Israel Drazen, Nina Drazen, Eileen Rose's wife, and Stanley Rose's wife is the Talmud Torah. Learning sponsors. Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Silas Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Yair, of Nelson, of course, always, we dedicate our learning in this system, which is happy to meet the 12 from the Shalom at home. Shalom and Karos and Miracle, whose ultimate give them success. Whole season. Also, that could let us begin with an exciting dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Son of Gimel 63, and we are talking about on Son of Basin base 62D. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the Gemara says as follows: Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Fukei Shias Nanani, he called them the Shias. So very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana, they would do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. The Rashi actually says over something very interesting. Yas Fukei Shias, called this Manabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer try to keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the household of Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on, part of the Shemitah, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's household repay the Aniyim, ultimately again with these new programs 8-year programs. The Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice very often. There's something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, yeah, this thing often is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Now, also, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, we also have this Rashi. We also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the children that he shut up, lo hadu hana be'en. Lo ifufe hani ba'ani, la chalik enenu, lo chaylik dusha shkesa. The son just did that already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity pop on the previously committed item. So, for example, the concern over here is this that one is transacted, is this the legal produce, then even the eighth-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Open said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition involves upon the 8th-year produce. That's the idea here. Therefore, again, Allah for myself, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not develop upon the This is very interesting. It's Yegdam the Esnod. And interestingly enough, similar piece would come up with Esnod Zimba. Esnod Zimba is developed and she gives her something for her service. Right? How does she give her money? She gives her object. That object is called an Esnod, a image for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. This is the sign of the most of the corresponding contraction of what's the sign of this. Raisa says, Nosal Mabul Abala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel is on. Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the level of Nosal, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? As none of for hundreds payment ultimately is much of the sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nosal Abala, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, gave her a sheep, or he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon, why she does, even though he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately, again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, I'm sorry, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, he had a relationship with her, he didn't pay her anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, even though Allah, my estimate, if he didn't pay her anything, and what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Allah the estimate is mutter doesn't make any sense? To which the must Allah, that is what he needs to say. This is this. Nasala, the African if he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what we're going to say this is outside. So we're going to say that when does something become an estimate, on its payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her relations, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate sold. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So most eloquent, no sorrow, if you give it a sheep, the African ball. Now, what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Akshav, hello. The Achazman. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do we go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. So, days of today and have relations with her 3 hours. Or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Achazman is not a oh, Bala, the Achazman, or for that matter, he has relations with her, then you have to listen to her. I don't know. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be however, Nasala, the Achazman, is not fine. So therefore, also, we want to say this that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, there has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the sheep to payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest king. Now again, remember, keep track of the chronology here. So remember, the household of Raviana, they would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and pay it ultimately again with issue of others. People think Rabbi Yochanan because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit strange. Rabbi Yochanan said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transaction immediacy. Because of transaction immediacy, we don't need that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again for 7-year produce, the produce, and after the 8-year produce remains totally fine. Now the more questions a little bit discussed this. Not somebody at the top bottom. So again, let's go through this, right? Let's enforce ahead and paste. Right? What we use I'm just using the sheet because this is the example of right? So you use your sheet, right? And then let's say use your sheet on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday you have to work. So again, the based on we just learned before, that sheet is not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not prohibited for constituted company, right? Because a lax transaction is. You must understand. If you bought a when he does have a sheet, let's say on Wednesday, right? You give the sheet on Tuesday. Guys, Wednesday is on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have a sheet, on top of something, Lechol Allah is extended on Freya? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheet, can't be labeled as extended on when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively the designation of the sheet as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheet retroactively. And therefore the sheet should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? She should come up with a kivasa. This is very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheet on Tuesday. She got the sheet on Tuesday. Now, this didn't happen until Wednesday. So, what I say is that when the evolutions on Wednesday, actively the sheet should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. Apply his harvest. Apply his zona. I don't say, you might say to yourself, what a story. She's a zona. And she's offering up carbonos. Those are the point we mentioned this many times before. Those are the things that we all just and only the conservative contributions. So in certain respects, you know, in certain respects, and there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, are Hashem. Don't take away from the things that I do well. Yiddishkeit is not a whole. You could be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmony and spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes you feel hypocritical. Sometimes you feel like it's fake because here, you know, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right, it is hypocritical. It is still contradictory, but welcome to nature of the human flesh. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such human nature. So there's an important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, this should also be a you know what? I guarantee you, those kabbans are reacting it's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how much we struggles to and we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's the pinnacle of human. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenant. So that's the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday. The animals are good. She already offered it up. So you might say, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. If you tell me what's the case, if the Amrullah can make the action, if he says to the Torah, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Apply this as of today, right? Then, Halacha, so she did the Sharila, right? The Halasa, the Shaskira, and the Halama Amrullah. So then obviously it's mutter, right? So she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an Esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. And then she has every right to offer it up. However, the role of Malachim in the actual is not in the title. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as one, and if he was not explicit and said, if he didn't say to her, This is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? So if he gives it to us each point Tuesday, they're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he else in the title. I could try for that as a partner. After all, the yak is based on public it says the person will consecrate his home. This is talking about your right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. I've told you so to be only used to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then that is not the sorry, let's see, just by the way, I'm going to miss a husband. You know, you can only be matched with something that is yours. Which means, in the realm of personal growth, God only asks of us what we're able to do. There's sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's good to have people who try to do like. But a lot of times we kind of compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says we can measure up to someone else? We don't know what this person's football is like, their abilities. The bonus of only asks you to be matched, that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. Sometimes and it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that the brother only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we want someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we want someone else to do. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic holiness. Only be makish that which belongs to us. And I think the only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our presence, in our power, within our spiritual activities. Incredible. That's the case. See, very interesting. He says to her, right, so we're going to give to the Zohar the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be at tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah of it, but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car money, you need to know whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire it. It's interesting, fine. So Gemara says, so there's was it after his own. Now again, what's the idea? Why are we doing this? Besides the fact that it's stolen and we're doing this because you can remember this all happened with the Rabbi, this Shiva transaction. The idea that's kind of happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there's a level of transactional immediacy. Now we see that by the Shmifa case, and ultimately we see it by the Esmon zone and by the Harlem case as well. That might just get further into the Harlem case. So variable Shia, how much big Bishas or not? So very interesting. So let's say so the same thing. Moving gives moving is zone the sheep on Tuesday. The dia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She didn't also that but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Mamar, and the rest of the Rabbi from the Russell Kiman Daki Basin. So to be still essentially making something effective is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to an Ekdish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, it didn't say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone, again, it's gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability, what happens if she is makdish it? Again, because let's say where the shine is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the dia occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Estem Zona because it was no longer in existence at the dia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the dia occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the dia, the object is still here. So now the shine is does the object is someone to stand somewhere? or not. You must have the Shem Rabbi Eliezer. Because or so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the guy. Right? You must not Rabbi Eliezer should cut off the history of us. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of Esmeralda, right? Is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the heard. That's the Hikri Basa. So that's what, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about if she does so, low. But from the Eliezer statement here, that if she was not tissue, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the Bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esmeralda. The says no. The Rabbi Elazar we fake inquiry. The truth is, this Shaila is the Mamish Shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says no. Mifshat Shitay Rabbi Eliezer Yakivasa Davka Bakisha Solo that Isim Shafira. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't mean Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia, and by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, where she was just makdish, consecrated, the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam zona. All Dilma, if you bust up Shita lay, which we trust on the Sach. And you know, maybe obviously if she offered it up, then it's calling it of course it's not going to categorizing it as zona. But I think she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which we might say, I'm not sure. So this is the unit of both sides. What comes out in this case over here is, first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with zone yet. So we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate or as a harvest payment, there must be transactional immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimated service. If he deposited an animal with payment, now the deer doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she opens it up to identify a target. If she's not dished, she consecrates it. So the animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case. Okay, let's analyze that. So we're making what's that? The second decision was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is more. In this case, it's more than used for constitutional purposes, or immediately marries the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, for me, but the Rabbi says that it has relations with the soul. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years later, some people pay for all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late. Right, for 3 years later, it's still called the harvest payment, and will still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop. I'm not just so listen, that country is important. The right studies made before outside of James Media 62 said that if there's relations mentally, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's the ourselves if the relations with this member, ultimately it's the usher, I'm not going to stop, I'm not just a location. It's not a contradiction. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, it's Ba'ali Li, they tell us that. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, they tell us that. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identified the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. They tell us that. So ultimately, again, notice when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately, again, there is no transaction immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it a little bit more. The Amar is called my hobby. I understand this. So let's analyze this, right? So now, moving over to Rothschild, he says, have relations with the zone. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years, it has a status of a public payment because there's transaction immediacy. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, you should follow. Right? With your livestock, animals require the sheep or require partake in which the university is zone of bonus for probably the local
Maybe that made me think of
so
this.
apparently
So
it's
when
actually
I'm putting
interesting.
Gringo Bobby,
But
that's
ultimately, the
all
dinner
from
dish was only made
Mexican
by
heritage and
Jews.
Latino culture. It
So
would be much
apparently,
more.
again, by
Don't pick on
analogy,
yourself here,
they
fellas,
don't
but
need Mashiach for
fellas,
12 hours. So it's not
Asian
not Jewish.
Okay,
You
what if you
guys
did
know
something like
that's
that?
what it
That
is.
would just be.
The old
Wouldn't that
numbers
be
are
more
Israelis.
racist?
Now it's talking about a Jewish Arab. If you go, they call you the Hatzim. Oh, interestingly enough, the sheep is standing in the Hatzim. In which case, again, ultimately, this means that's what she requires. You just play the Hatzim, but the Masala, I understand. If it's in our thoughts, if in our if she requires it, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again, then it gives, then it gives. It's already in our thoughts, it's already required. What are we talking about? You must in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esnanism. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Biyah, if the sheep is standing in her thoughts. So it's the Gemara's Batzizah, the Shagi and the Heli are called to do. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to the Hawaii, this sheep is not called to. Remember, what is a called to? This is something that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you can take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheep initially. She requires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amrullah, he might see on Leif, is using kind of look up. He says, if I pay you, that's within the next 30 days, good. This is not, and if not, Shakli the Esmani. Take this sheep ultimately again as your father. Fine. Not saying that she's just spacious and like it's supposed to look some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. And what other Nakamara will apply. Let's say again, let's say moving employees, donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now the way ultimately again he's paying them, that actually points out that here. Actually, these workers are non-Jews or they're unlearned. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They'll see everything from this. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Enoch Oshish, okay, so that's before we get to this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental, whatever it is. He's giving said, here, right, here's money, go and drink, go and. So let's say, now the process. The Enoch Oshish, to do this, Enoch Oshish, he doesn't have to be worried. It's not a 63B. Lo mishum shvis, lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayinas. And what's that? Here's just right? What's the concern here? Right? The Gemara says that halacha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akin on their hearts, he has to be concerned maybe the akin is going to go by yayinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again the haaretz is going to by shlichut, or ma'isushim case, is going to he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money in the same cover, huge loan. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, like if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, was something we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving it, who is giving them money. And it's kind of here, this is for your food, this is for your food. What they choose to do it afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now, that's how the problem is. It's not a fuel, they 60 second line. I'm a lot, so the issue, Vani Korea, and he says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have the problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for Israel. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's fine. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for his purpose. Alma, what do you see here? So just see from here, we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? So going back to now ultimately again to the Rabbi case, remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they bought Shvita soldiers and they repaid the poor with 8 euros. Rothschild said, not a problem with the whole transaction immediacy. So what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece here? Amo, kapara to make this kapara. So what do you see here? That when Ruben pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, so this transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shemitah tokens, shaming tokens, it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, Al-Hanami, Kikapara, Jemisa Kapara. So to here by Rabbi, maybe here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately for Shemitah tokens? Same thing. So the Gemara is though, the Fentany Hamakito, in the study. So no, it's the Ruben case, right? If he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to the haven, the Archilak, say, plainly unified. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruben, ultimately there is transaction. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get paid from the regularly extends credit. So let's say, so that's it. There is transactional immediacy. Ruben is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, he'll not sell anything in it. Therefore, it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver and Ruben is going to immediately pay. Those are how you do it. Even the other family, the Muslim family, large family are other people. But again, that doesn't apply to the so like this wasn't like therefore, that piece is fine because it's not transactional immediacy. Again, using that one, we would just send out a book in case. Go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit. Then it sounds like, well, what's it? Then it should be okay. But that's the case. That's more healthy. As a turning certain the if that's the case, then sacrifice up differently. Instead of making the first case the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go eat your drink, make it two different cases. What should the case be? You might say, that's our word. When is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The Chenvani Hamakito in the Shabbat. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if again the Chenvani already has the money to pay the big items. About Chenvani Shema people, but shopkeepers who did not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that is a problem. In other words, credit for this rice is go ahead and highlight two cases that are selling as one detailed difference, and to highlight two dramatic cases. Which was the old Chenvani Shema people, we don't stop it. But more is that case, even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to get a mini bomber? Homer the Chaveda. The person says to his friend, hey, one of the ponies, the equal from the Pasay Love. So what happens? He writes, Ruben goes, right, I better food.
So
So
why
Ruben,
that drastically
do
fell
me a
off because I
favor,
think people
lend, right, give him money to
chance
Shimon,
to
give money to Shimon, and all of my property will come and convert to you. What's that about? Well, you know, if ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor, the Mercer says, what do you see from me? Now, again, let's even assume that you and I have no previous relationships. What do you see from here? When you ask someone, going to do something for someone else, and ultimately, again, your guarantee that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to look more like the level. You're right.
yeah, this guy is
You're
from
right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't
yeah, that's
include
good for a guy who's just
you must Rosh Hashanah. Afagav b'Shabbat even the low miyachid shudide low misa. So what's this? Look at Rashi. Rashi says even low miyachid shudide. Look at Rashi. Third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. You're not shudide. So yichei low miyachid mo'os lekas. Lach chalisa lehu b'lemis. Since Reuben did not go ahead and actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink, I'll pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right? Or no specific money has been set aside for that. Therefore, again, that lacks transactional ease. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be mutter. It should be mutter. So, yichil lemos, the fact, lach halip eninu, the low mitzvah. Sorry, the Gemara says, Elahacha amay tashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we do this, not mishum shvius. So the Gemara says, oh, no miyahu shvius. So ultimately again, we said the Gemara says the Gemara ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about? Elahacha amay tashish. Mishum shvius. What do you have to be concerned about here? Elahacha amay sa. That perhaps again she goes, although Yahu she did it, ultimately again the same thing. Because no particular money is designated for parents, it's not taking what's the case? The case over here is where the halacha is advanced the money to the family. Okay, so this is halacha is dinar the family. Kodem shishalach eslo. The hashtam the halacha is ta'afli yisrael. So this changes everything. So in the case of here, ultimately again, when the Rabbi says that if Reuben says to his workers, go to the family, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink whatever you want, it's on you. The case is already Reuben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I know. I need some strength. I need to really not go. The Gemara says this follows. So the parents, again, all of this is always the same level of transactional needs. Like that's happening. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik when he goes to reading that. So first, I said this over in front of the Sidit of Nardo. And what happened? I'm like, he hushed me. I could put him so we should see by the way I got the prices shouldn't read it. Even such as workers. Go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay makes it sound like he has a pay. Rather, what should it say? Su'u be'etu, su'u shesu bani hash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out a case of where we're even prepared. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, actually, I'll let $100. How much did you consume? Which we must, I'm going to be right. So you're right. Tony, I'm going to ultimately, again, a lot of times is you like change the prices, the prices that a lot of times even system is so case remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is where Ruben gives his workers $100. So someone go out to eat, go out and drink on that case. Whatever they do, it's on them. It's not case two, or you must understand now, is that a lot of myself, Ruben prepaid he went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned if you have access now to the Ruben is going ahead and supplying the plugins. The way that prices should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need a cash, and I will settle up all you again with the shop. That's what we're doing. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what is that? Everyone,
It would never teach you that it's bad to be racist. All right, so Mark, this is my best friend back on Bozeman who share. He's asking you a question. Does Mark have any insight on
good morning. It is a graceful spot to be able to learn all of you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shvacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a sukkos for the Solos Tovos for all of Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habalim Yotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Ina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig, learning sponsors, Dr. Evan J. Wolf, the creation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben Steve Hirsch, and Nathan and Beth Adler, of their father, Ben Adler, Father, Baruch, Mordechai, Ben Marina, and also of course, always, we dedicate our learning to this work and just have to just make yourself and make bring you home. The Shalom and the Karas and the miracle of this ultimate to give them success, the whole massive. As with that, let us begin. We have an exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Sanach Gimel 63, and we are picking up on Sanach Bezin base 62b, the day Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So the verse is as follows. Today Rabbi Yana, Yas Iperish Nani, to pardon the Sheets. A very interesting piece over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from before and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at that sheet, it actually says something very interesting. Yas Iperish is called Ismanabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities of it, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So this guy's, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea of it is, so the people of the house of the would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah year. Rashi goes on the part of the Sheminis, Ishkachach to offer Aniyim Sheminis after Adir, so what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Rabbi's house and repaid the Aniyim, ultimately again with this new produce, 8-year produce. Gemara says, I'm not going to be open. So they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of Yochanan. There was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Yochanan, come a little. Yochanan said, yeah, listen, I'll do it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, they have also said, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know this stars, 2 couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Ananites are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shut up, low, Habu Hanach Be'en. Lo Ichnufe Hani Ba'ani, Lav Chalita Ninu, Lo Chayla Kedusha Shvesa. Let's read it again. We saw yesterday that when you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden identity, so sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously committed. So, for example, the concern over here is this for instance, transaction is the Shemitah produce, but even the 8th-year produce should ultimately have the same thing, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy, or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition revolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah simply will not develop upon the repayment. This is very interesting. And to connect them to Esma, and interestingly enough, a similar case, they come up with Esma zona. Esma is when the person goes to a zona, and it's used for something for other services. Right? Obviously, you use your money, or you use your object. That object is called an Esma zona, payment for a harvest. and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Samuel, Gemara says the corresponding use for Esrog, what's the sign of this? Rashi says, Nosal Nagel Abala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana for harlot's payment ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I'm not understand. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband, wife, sheep, but given the law, he didn't have relations with her. So if he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift. There's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, but allowed a lot of us if you have a relationship with her, you didn't pay her anything, ultimately didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the right that says that ultimately is mutter? It doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, that's what he needs to say. No summer, if he gave her, let's say, gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, this what we need to take is outside. Since we want to say like this, when does something become an S-nut or S-nuts or a harvest payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Laser relations, right? Our relation pair. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an S-nut. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of S-nut so much. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temple use. So watch this. So with Elikama, no summer, he gave her the sheep, the Achakach ball. Now what does it mean, the Achakach ball? Rashi says, Achshav, hello. The Achar's man. You don't have relations with me now. Rather again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly do you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of time that says, days of today and have relations with her 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. But Achar Shasala is the other method. Bala, the Achar Nasala. What does that matter? He has relations with her. And then he afterwards, he served as another method. In both of these cases, ultimately, again, the S-nut is going to be mutter. However, Nasala, the Achar therefore, what I'm going to say is this follows, that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an S-nut, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once it's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land receives the payment has the status ultimately again of a harvest payment. Now, again, keep track of what's going on. Remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow Shemisha produce from the floor and we pay it ultimately again for purpose. People can say, also not because they felt, I don't know, maybe it's like a little bit of practice. So the other say, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. Because of the natural immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment ultimately again from 7-year produce, which means the produce, and after the 8-year produce remains 40. Fine. Now the other question is a little bit discussed on this. Not so long after so again, let's go through this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and he takes it. Right? Moving these up, he gives her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example of it's hard to like, right? So he takes her sheep, right? And then let's say he gives her sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, he has so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and it is not prohibited for concentrated temple use, right? Because it lacks transactional immediacy. Whereas I understand, when he bought out, when he does have relations, like let's say on Wednesday, right? He gave the sheep on Tuesday, he has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her on some payment, Lechol Allah is successful in Australia? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives the sheep, can't be labeled as testimony. When he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively, and therefore the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zona already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting. But what's the case? She should come up the hikri basar. This is very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you want to say that when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. Now let's say you may say to yourself, come on, what a favorite. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. Looks like it's part of the next many times. So it's important to say we all get consistencies. And we all live in contradictions. And in certain respects, I'm a savage. And in certain respects, I'm a Russian. And there are things in my life that have done well, and there are things in my life that have done poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddish is not a whole lot. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in other areas. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel hypocritical. Or sometimes we feel like a fake. Because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It's still contradictory. But we're also in the nature of being Jewish. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live in contradictions. Such is the nature of life. It is important for us not to be in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, she also gives us. You know what? I'll guarantee you, those kabbalas are way up the floor. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner temperature and struggles more than us. And we still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a critical thing. In any event, so the zona offered up the covenants. But the 10 relations occurred on Wednesday. The animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the says, okay, let's analyze. Let's unpack this. Okay. If he does it, what's the case? If the Amrullah can eat from the action, if he says to himself, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today. Right? Acquire this as of today. Right? Then, halacha is the sheep of the Sharia. Right? The halasa b'shas u'matara ba'amudu. So then obviously it's mutter, right? Because she has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have relations yet. So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the Aksha is not in the time. Very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a snap, right? If he was not explicit, if he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? He gives it to her, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, anything must be a private. Has not put up as a private. After all, the Ishkiyakish is based on published on that part. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the error, valuation. Like, will go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not one of my days of so just like your home, you own it. I told you so to the only use to consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to jump it up to the you can only do something that is yours. With my buddies, is like we meet love over in college and we watch Tyson highlights of him just destroying somebody in 30 seconds. Same with Fedor, we did the same thing. Sometimes we make the mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who actually aspire to do that. But a lot of times we try to compare ourselves to others and kind of don't measure up. But if he says you can measure up to someone else, you don't know if this person's potential abilities. The Rebbeinu Shalom only asks you to makdish that which you own. You only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't touch me something that doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we will someone else. He doesn't expect that someone else. What he does expect of me is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because we possess a lot more than we honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. Only be makish that which belongs to you. And our Holy Father will only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are in our power, in our spiritual tools. And that's the case. And the Rabbi This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so Reuben gives these to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you. We're scheduled to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. You need to but if you need the sheep for some reason, if something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a car, you need whatever it is, then Gemara says, then I give you the right to acquire them. So it's interesting, and that's fine. So Gemara says, so there's one that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally interesting. We're doing this because, again, remember, this all happened with Rabbi, this Shiva transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with Rabbi status when there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Eslam zone, by the product case. That's more just gets over the product case. So by Rabbi Shah, I'm not big Bishas on that. So very interesting. So let's say, same thing. Reuben gives Reuben gives Zona so sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's not fishing. She consecrates it. She's being offered up as a carbon, but she's not fishing. So what's the status now of the animal? Even the Amar, the Russell of the Balkan, Russell, Kiman Daki Basi. So we say that essentially making something technical is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, really the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to a dish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and doing not fishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but the makdish is gone. The makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she makdish it? Again, because let's say here the shiny is in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the beer occurs, obviously again it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eslam Sona because it is no longer in existence at the time that the beer occurs. In this case over here, on Tuesday she's makdish it. Wednesday the beer occurs, and ultimately so at the time of the beer, the object is still here. So now the shiny is, does the object become an Eslam Sona or not? So the tip shall be Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, so let's say going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dot, right? You must have Rabbi Eliezer should cut up the hikri vasa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka hikri vasa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. How about hikri shaso? Low. Right? From Rabbi Eliezer statement, it would appear that if she is not fishing, but the animal is still in existence at the time that the dia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer mistake requirement. Truth is, this Shaila is not a Shaila Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat Shitol Rabbi Eliezer, Gativaso, Davka, Baki, Shasolo, Rabbi Sim Shasbia. Does Rabbi Eliezer say that the only time it doesn't become Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the Bia? Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, where she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as a custom zona. All dilma, if he vasa shitale, vishasa l'sat. Or maybe no, maybe obviously if you're up and up and it's going on of course it's not going to be categorized in a custom zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. To which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with this thing. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an estimate or as a harvest payment, there must be transaction immediacy, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately again it is not considered to be an estimate. So if she deposited an animal for payment, now the idea doesn't occur until later on. Assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers a lot, it's a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the biyah. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the thing. That's the question. Okay, let's analyze it. So when the second case over here was, let's say he has relations with her, and then afterwards he pays her. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. And you say it's mutter, it means used for consecrated purposes. Or meaning, Mary is the kasha. I don't understand this. The Gemara says, or meaning, the Rabbi says if Reuben has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the girls late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the heartless payment, and will still be awesome. I'm not going to stop, I'm not going to stop. Lokasha. So listen, that country is just important. The rights that we covered before, once I page 62, he said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transactional immediacy. Here's what the Gemara says: if there's relations, even 2 years later, ultimately it is still awesome. I'm not going to stop. I'm not this for Lokasha. It's not a contradiction. Haga Amar is Ba'ali me. It's Ba'ali me. They tell us that. Haga Amar is Ba'ali me. They tell us that. So listen, this is very easy. Ultimately, again, one case is another case where it says have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. Hirashi. They tell us that. So ultimately, again, the verses when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. Alright, so let's analyze a little bit more. If you only love the fellows that my hobby, understand. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We can go into Rothschild. He says, have relations with me of the zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. It has the status of a hobby because there's transaction needs. Just because he identifies the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require taking possession. In which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently that's actually interesting. Locally, the chicken and the sheep are only within by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't need Mashiach to apply. It turns out a son of his not Jewish. The old numbers are Israeli, so it's not Charlie. If you go, they call you the Hatzir. Oh, interesting. The sheep standing in her Hatzir. In which case, again, unfortunately, there's two classes she acquires. Either tie the Hatzir, or the Akakasala, Hakanya. I understand. If it's in her Hatzir, and she acquires it. In order to get a relationship with her, and then ultimately, again, anything, it's already in her Hatzir, she already acquired it. What are we talking about? In other words, she acquired it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case of SML she's acquired the sheep before the biyah if the sheep is standing in her Hatzir, which the Gemara says is shocking and handy approach. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So Ruben comes to Rothschild and here, this sheet is an apple. I'm going to go, what is a fault? The apple essentially is a guarantee. That he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for violations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheet. So therefore, she doesn't really require the sheet initially. She requires the sheet in the event that there is non-payment. The Amar law, so you give me time that you're playing with us. And he says to her, if I tell you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. The love, and it's not shakli the money. Take this sheet ultimately again as an apology price. Massive some help. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of this process. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. Person that was paid. Now the way ultimately again, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amiyaharis. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. They're slaves of one person. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? The Elo Poshish, okay, so actually before that piece. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the opinion or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here's money. Go and drink, go and eat. So let's say now because the Elo Poshish, to do this, Elo Poshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Some people are 60 Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'asim, lo mishum yayin masa. I was saying, here's this question about this. Right? What's the question here? The Gemara says that halakha l'maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an akum or amen aretz, this would be considered even the akum should go by yayin, right? Or maybe ultimately again the akum aretz is being by shmita bonus, or nicer shini bonus, which will outside of Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money in the same federal, huge one. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just gets through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, Lo Mishum Meiser, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart is, it's actually the last one, the last of the long line. The heart, those subtle, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them. It is giving them. It's covered. This is for your food. This is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving. So therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contrast all the following. Some of your race 60 second line down. The Orla said to them, Su the Ifru, Vani Horea, Su Shtubani Horea. And he says, this is for the workers, right? Donkey drivers. Go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Oshish Mishum Shvius Mishum Maiz Mishum Yanis. Then we have to come. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did not Vani Horea. The issue of it is because he's going to have, now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these items for his workers. You see the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on him. There's no need. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potential privileged items for his Alma, I wasn't already seeing the word. He can't hold to make this. So to see from there is that Allah for the Isa, and I'm going to say, this is we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabiana case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabiana case of remember. Rabiana, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed Shemitah produce and they repaid before with €8. And Rothschild said, not a problem with the transaction immediacy. So what do you see? Now, what do you see from this last piece over there? Amo, he kapara, the name is kapara. So what do you see from there? That when moving pays the bill, right? Pays the bill. So even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, Allah writes that it's transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for this Shemitah produce, Sheni produce, and it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, often Nami, Tika Hara, the Nisa Hara. So here by Rabbi and the Navy paying a year, ultimately again, isn't that called Shemitah produce? Same thing. Which in the Gemara, this dog. The same thing on Hanakipo in the Scotland. No, it's different. In the Ruben case, like the people going there telling the workers, telling the workers, don't you go drink, I'll pick up the tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from the shopkeeper who normally extends credit to you. If even the Orthodox pay, finally dinner better. Ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to you, ultimately there is transactional immediacy that's happening right there. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Look at that. Finally, dinner better. It's actually very saucy. Right to the left. Kind of in some of the shopkeeper knows that it's going to get different. He regularly extends credit. שכבר היכר בו, שכמוכם שיש לו הדין ארכן לא לחדים תלכת חליפים. So let's say, so that's it, there is transactional immediacy. We're going to deal with, in other words, Ruben is not just saying, stand going where you want and, buy food, buy drink. He's saying, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruben. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening. Rashi says over here, therefore it's almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give the donkey driver, the neighbors, whatever, and Ruben is going to immediately pay for it. But again, that doesn't apply in the case right now. That just wasn't like a trend. Therefore, that piece is trying to convert transactional immediacy. You must have and you must be. But again, using that one, we're just beginning to send out a quote in case, go eat and go drink, don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper nobody extends credit to him. And it sounds like what? Mutter. And it should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, ihafi, at the time it's su'u, if you're the dinner zeh, su'u yishisu the dinner zeh. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case of the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through the drink, make it two different things. What should the two cases be? When is this so ultimately again that it's what it is? The Chenbani Hamakipo, in the started way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben. Because there's transactional immediacy, it's as if again the Chenbani already has the money to make such limited items. How about Chenbani Shemakipo? But shopkeepers do not extend. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that case should be caught. In other words, benefit the price to go ahead and highlight two cases, say one detail difference, and to highlight two dramatic cases. Here's the rest of the old, and we should must be from legal mistake. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, is the purchaser not still obligated to extend the Homer the Chavero. The person says to his friend, King one of the phone, vehicle from the fussy law. What happens? All right, Ruben goes, all right, I go with Ruben. Say, Ruben, do me a favor, give him money to Shimon, and all of my property will be coming from this to you. What's that all? Ultimately, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must also say, so what do you see here? Now, again, let's even assume that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see here? When you ask someone to go and do something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteeing that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, cease to occur right then and there. And the Rabbi, you're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit or doesn't extend credit doesn't seem to make a difference. You must rush Hashem. Afagav to the Shabbat, even below the Yachid Shibude, low Yisrael. So what's the difference? Look at Rashi. Rashi is even though the Yachid Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide line. Rashi's in the bottom. Still not Shibude. So when we say low the Yachid lows the path, last Khalifa Nehu below. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money have to set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional use. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be much. Should be much. So, Yichil and Mos, the Kach, Lach, Khalik, and Yimu, below Yitzah. I'm sorry. You know, it says, Kalahafa, on my Kashish. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we consider that, we should see this. So the Gemara says, it should be not. So ultimately again, we said the Gemara. Says the Gemara, ultimately again, what do you have to be concerned about over here? Kalahafa, my Kashish. We should see this. What do you have to be concerned about over here? Kalahafa, when I saw that perhaps, again, she was a least, versus Kalahafa, she did it. Ultimately, again, can the same thing. A local Mesa, because no particular money is actually designated for a does not create transaction. And what's the case? The case of the here is good if our is advance the money. Okay, so this is Shape below, Balabais, Dino, the Company, Hogan, Shishtalach, and Slow. The Hashtam, the Balabais, offering certain this changes everything. So, in the case of the year, ultimately, again, the Rice says, so if Ruben says to his workers, go to the Chemie, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. The case is already, Ruben gave the money to the shopkeeper. So, there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for already. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they pay prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. And look, I know, I'm used to the strength that made up only that. So the Gemara says as follows. So again, all of this is all in the same way of transactional news. Like that's the key. That's how so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the strength that made up solution. I said this over, we talked about the of Nardo. And what happened? Amalei. The Vice shouldn't read that. Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay you for something he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? It should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Right? I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case over here, but he makes prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper, then it's a question of saying, yeah, I left you $100. How much did you consume? Which means, I'm going to write, Sonny, ultimately, again, a lot of things is to change the license. We have another one if you want to know. A lot of things that Ruben says to his, so case, remember, essentially there are two cases in the license. Case number one is where Ruben uses everything done. So it's not going to go out and eat, but and drink on you. That case, whatever it is, it's on them. It's not on you. Case two, the way we understand it now, is that a lot of myself, Ruben prepaid the thing. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shopkeeper. He said, my worker's going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the Gemara says that's the problem. You have to be concerned if they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that Rice should read is Ruben says to his workers, go out and drink, but I need my caution, then I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're doing. Yeah, we'll stop over here for today. Oh yeah, everyone, what about?
Kyle Samuel wants to know, and you probably already answered this before, but how did Shab handle the truck walk situation behind the scenes?
Freak out and handle it terribly. First, good morning. It is a great satisfaction to be able to learn with you. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, Rothschild, Rabbi Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a sukkos for the lowest levels for all upon Yisrael. Upon co-sponsors for the month of Av, Habamim and Toba, Stephen Wendy Grazing, honor of Israel Grazing, Ina Grazing, Eileen Roses White, and Stanley Roses White, the Tony Drop. Honorary sponsors, Dr. Eddie Faith Wolf, donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Simon Wolf, Shalom, Ben Tzvi Hirsch, and Nathan and Ben Adler, memory of my father, Ben Adler, Father, Baruch, Mordechai, and Maria, Russell, and Dr. Seth Foley. We dedicate our name to Sister Princess Happiness, the Sheltoness, and home, the Shalom, and the Karav, and the Merkwa, and the Station, and give them success, the full and massive. Also, the Gaps, and that's the exciting down ahead of us today. Today's back is South Beans 63, and we are putting up on South Basin base 62B. Today, Rabbi Yana, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the bottom. So, verse is as follows. Today, Rabbi Yana, Yas Ike Yishiyas Nani, the Parliament of the Shiyas. So, very interesting to say here. The members of the Hospital of Rabbi Yana do as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor, and then repay them with 8-year produce, non-Shemitah produce on the following year. So if you look at Rashi says something very interesting. Yasi Perishi is called this Malabir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities, but lawful myself, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everyone. So that's once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of Gaza or Yanai would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. That's what on the part of the Shemitah. The Shkach to offer Aniyim the Shemitah after a year from the Shemitah. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, the people of Yanai's house repay the Aniyim ultimately again with the produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this practice of something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to the Yochanan, the Yochanan said, yeah, this thing often is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Now I'll say that, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you also know these stars, do a couple of Rashis. You also know, the Yochanan said, the members of the house of Yana are acting totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaita, lo habu enough gain, lo ichlife hani bahani, lav chalif beninu, and lo chayli kedusha shezalas. Remember again, the son was straight off already. When you get into an issue of potential commerce with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity can cause on activities we committed. So for example, the concern over here is, this looks like one is transacting business to meet the produce, but even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah sanctity, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce has been taken in the Shemitah year and only being quote-unquote repaid during year 8, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like they're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve upon the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. And this is connect them to Esman and Mukah. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esman Zim. Esman Zim is a look when the person goes to a seminar and he gives us something public services. Right? Obviously, these are money. These are an object. That object is called an Esman. So that's even for a public and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The sign, y'all. You know, so the corresponding piece of Esman, what's the case? The sign of this. Rice says, Nosa Mabula Bala. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel. Rachel's his own. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel. And ultimately, again, he gives her payment. Right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or on the halacha Nosa Lo. Or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? It's none of it. For her, it's payment ultimately is mutter to sacrifice. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. Nothing of Allah, if he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a carbon job sheep. He didn't have relations with her. So he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the land is a gift. If it's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, the Sue, furthermore, the second case, but if you have a relationship with everybody, he didn't pay anything. Ultimately, he didn't pay anything. If he didn't pay anything, if he didn't pay anything, what's the meaning of the statement in the Brisa that says that Allah the estimate is most doesn't make any sense? To which the Gemara says, Allah, that this is what you say. Listen to this. If you pay for, let's say, pay for the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, what when you trade these people outside, typically what's going to say like this: when does somebody become an astronaut? An astronaut on the harvest payment when there's transactional immediacy. Okay, there are flourishes, right? Our relations pay. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate. So, what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say, for some type of sacrificial or temporal use. So watch this. So there's other comment. No solo, if you give her the sheep, the African ball. So what does it mean, the African ball? Rashi says, Achshav Ella La'achazma. He doesn't have relations with me now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly you go ahead and translate immediacy, I think there's some more common sense. You know, pager today and has relations with her in 3 hours. Tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. It's not a or for that matter, he has relations with in both of these cases, ultimately, again, the estimate is going to be. However, Nasala, therefore, what we're saying is this follows: that essentially, in order for something to be categorized as an estimate zone, you have to be transactional. Once the transaction is in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheet of payment, has the status ultimately of a harvest payment. Now, again, remember, keep track of this one. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep of produce from the poor, and they pay it ultimately again to the farmers. People came to the Alabama because they felt, I don't know, maybe this like a little bit of I said, no, it's fine. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as somehow like a payment ultimately again for the 7th year produce, you show the produce, and after the 8th year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit this testing on this. Let's know the African clause. So let's go with this, right? Let's say he goes ahead and pays it. Say, Ruben is a get your sheep. This is a sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So this means your sheep. Right? And then let's say get your sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday you have the sheep. So again, based on what just before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not permitted for consecrated temple. Right? Because it lacks transaction immediacy. You must understand. He's bought it, but when he does have a let's say on Wednesday, right? He has the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of something, Lefo Allah is surface level of prayer. Obviously, okay, I understand that the sheep of the sheep can't be labeled as estimates. So when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should devolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. Rabbi Rothschild says it's very interesting. Well, what's the case? She should cut up the hikri basa. This is very interesting. What happened? The zona, right? The zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying that when they have relations on Wednesday, it's actively the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. The highest harvest, the highest zona. I will say, you can see me so come on, what a say. She's a zona. She's offering up carbonos. Listen, she's heard it this many times. Those who like to understand the all with inconsistencies. And we all need some inherent contradictions. And in certain respects, we're not on the second. And in certain respects, we're not sure. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, Baruch Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well beyond righteous. Yiddishkeit is not all or nothing. You can be righteous in some areas and morally righteous in other areas. But obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of harmonious spirituality and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. But sometimes we feel difficult. Sometimes we feel like a fake. Because, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm giving stuff out, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. You're right. It is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. We all live in hypocrisy. We all live with contradictions. Such is the nature of life. But it is important for us to hold faith in ourselves. And even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings colors. You know what? I guarantee you, those colors are a way after the color. So pleasing the Lord. Because at the end of the day, no one knows our inner countries are in a struggle to have a push. And when we still push forward to do good, despite what the things we are broken, sometimes that's the punishment of freedom consciously. In any event, so the Zola offered up the covenants, but the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Muslims, okay, let's analyze this, let's unpack this. If you tell me, what's the case? The umbrella can relate to the action. If he said to the Zola, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, it says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today, right? Then, I'm also going to substitute the Sharillah, right? The last thought, the Shas, so then obviously it's Mutter, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an S1 on Tuesday because they didn't have relations, right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, if you the role of Amalek in the abstract, it's not in the paragraph. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as of now, right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean? If he gives it first, he gives it on Tuesday, and we're going to have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be part of it. It's not that as part of it. After all, Yish is based on published on that month. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about the character, valuation. Right? We'll go ahead and consecrate his home. I'm not based on the so just like your home, you own it. I'm called the Shuso. So to the only thing you can consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then have to shove it up at the car. Once we start it, and then we'll see the most customer. You can only do matching something that is yours. In the realm of personal growth, we are only asked of us what you're able to do. Sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. It's definitely good to have people who inspire to do that. But a lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others, and then we're frustrated when we don't measure up. But who says you can measure up to someone else? You don't know what the person's process are, right? But if one shall only asks you to match that which you own, you only have to consecrate, or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate it doesn't belong to you. We so often in life we forget that God only expects of us what you're able to do. He doesn't expect that we what else to do. He doesn't expect that we what else to do. What he does expect of you is to take a personalistic view about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess, because you possess a lot more than I can honest about. And then utilize those in the pursuit of personalistic beliefs. It's only the market that which belongs to you. And our Sunday Bible only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our power. Within our spiritual things. El Damelos, what's the case? El Damelos, the Abikabe, I just do it. This is very interesting. So he says there, right, so we may give to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule's to be here tomorrow, right? And just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, right? But if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, you need a car money, you need to or whatever it is, then Gemara says, and I give you the right to acquire it. That's interesting. Fine. So Gemara says, so that was it. That's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides that, it's totally things. We're doing this because you can remember this all happened with Rabbi with this sheep transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be invested in committed status where there is a level of transactional use. So now we see that by the sheep case, and ultimately we see it by the SNO zone by the Harlem case. That Gemara just gets over into this Harlem case. So by the Rothschild, how about the Kisha so much? So let's say same thing. Reuben gives Reuben its zone the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She concentrates it. She didn't offer up to the cover, but she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Kevon Damamar and the rest of the Rabbi and Sulasala Kiman Daki Vasi. She didn't say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up. In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdish verbally is the equivalent of offering it up? Although in other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdish? Again, for the lesson, here the Shiner is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the deal occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Esnamazona because it was no longer in existence at the time the deal occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's makdish. Wednesday, the deal occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the deal, the object is still here. So now, the Shiner is, does the object become an Esnamazona or not? So the thing shall be very Eliezer. Because I realize, so let's say, going back to Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the daf, right? And Rabbi Eliezer said, cut not the hickory bus. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Esnamazona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it, right? She offered it up already by the time the deed occurred. Dafka hickory bus. So Dafka, because she offered it up, it's no longer in existence. How about the Shaso? Low. But from the larger statement over here, that if she was makdish, but the animal was still in existence at the time that the deal occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Esnamazona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Eliezer is fake and quiet. The truth is, this Shaila is Mamish Shaila of Rabbi Eliezer himself. So the Gemara says, mine. Mifshat Pshita is Rabbi Eliezer, Jakivasa, Dafka, Hakisha, Solo, Isa B'Shasira. So Rabbi Eliezer said that the only time it doesn't become an Esra is when the animal was offered up before the Bia. Because by the time the Bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps, again, if she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the Bia, in which case, Halacha L'Maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Esnamazona. Oh, you'll know, if we bust up Shitale, the Kishas on the Saka. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's only an of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Esnamazona. But in case she just consecrated it, I'm not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. We're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes out in this case over here is first of all, so important lesson number one. We're not finished with Esnamazona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Esnamazona, payment must be transactional, which means payment via. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed via, or via and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Esnamazona. If he deposited an animal with her payments, now, and the deal doesn't occur until later on, as soon as she has right in that animal, therefore she goes ahead and she offers it up to a bona fide carbon. If she's not dishes, she consecrates it. And so the animal is still in existence at the time of the deal. The next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the case. That's the okay, let's analyze it. Let's see, he has relations with her, and and then afterwards he pays her. But that costs a lot. So ultimately, again, the payment is mutter. When we say it's mutter, it means it's used for consequent purposes. Or you marry the kasha. I don't understand this. Gemara says, Ba'ala v'efekah masalo, afilim had shalosh shonim esnala asa. But the Rabbi says if woman has relations with the son, and then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Basically, pays late, like 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and we still be awesome. And I'm not going to stop, I'm not just no cash. So it wasn't like cash is just important. Right? That we call it before, that's not crazy days, 62 we said that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate, it's not transactional needs. Here the Gemara says that there's relations with people years later, ultimately it is for us, and I'm not going to stop, I'm not just going to cash. Had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, the Talasa, had the Amar is Ba'ali Li, the Talastan. So let's say this is very ultimately again, one case of another case says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep, versus have relations with me for a sheep. The Talasa, how come you don't have no having Esman in the So ultimately, again, the Gemara says when he identifies the sheep, it's as if there's transactional needs. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, then ultimately again there is no transactional needs. Alright, so that's the Amar is Talasa, my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now it's Wednesday. We think we'll go to Rothschild. He says, have relations with Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay her for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a harvest payment because there's transactional needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require sheep, are required to be possession. Which the Gemara says, okay. So apparently it's actually interesting, but ultimately the difference is because when you've been by Jews. So apparently again, by a non-Jew, they don't need the sheep as the class. It's not that someone who's not Jewish. You guys know about this. We all love the Jewish Israelis. No, it's talking about a Jewish harlot. Okay, go, the coin to Hassan. Interesting enough, the sheep is standing in the class. In which case, again, ultimately there's the class she requires. Second, you just try to say that far the African Muslim, how come you if it's in our class, in our she requires, in our relations with her, and ultimately, again, anything, turning in our class is very required. What are we talking about? In other words, she required it before. So this is like the kind of dramatic case of Esna. She's acquiring the sheep even before the Shia, if the sheep is standing in the process. So the Gemara for Shiva is shocking the handy out of very interesting. Now, here's the case. So we think comes to the whole case. This sheep is in a place. Remember, they're very close. They're both essentially that he says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she doesn't really acquire the sheep initially. She acquires the sheep in the event that there is non-payment. The Amallah, in my Sina relations, is in the kind of going to go. He says, if I pay you, let's say for the next 30 days, good. If not, and if not, Shakle the Astronomy. Take this sheep ultimately again as your harlot fine. Not so that Shesha, so Shesha said that. It's also interesting how, again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of these questions. Let's say again, let's say even employees, transport drivers and workers. They say that he's paying. Now, the way ultimately, again, he's paying them. Now, Rashi points out over here, Rashi, these workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arabs. They're just unloyal Jews. Idolaters are unloyal Jews. They're like this. And he says to them, right? So what's the halacha? Okay, so that's important. So he goes in and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go ahead and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right here's money. Go and drink. Go and eat. So listen, now the Gemara says the Eno Choshish to do this. Eno Choshish, he doesn't have to be worried. Some funeral base 63b. Lo mishum shvius, lo mishum ma'aser, lo mishum yayin. I will say, this is right. What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Lamaisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an Akhir or Amir Haaretz, he has to be concerned maybe the Akhir is going to go by Yahinas, right? Or maybe ultimately again, Haaretz is going to by Shita, or Maisa Shini, it's going to be Yerushalayim. He doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why doesn't he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially, he's giving them the money and he's saying, Chevra, do what you want. Do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Right, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's the attention to us from what the last of the long ones, like Rashi. The heart, we don't, Ruvain is not the one giving them food, he is giving them money. And here, this is for your food, this is for your food. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not unmoving. It's not unmoving, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? Contracts are the following. Sound of this 63, this second line. Sex them. Su the Islu, Bani Polera, Su Shubani Polera, as he says to the workers, like tractor drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay, I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is about them. Then we have to come. Then we have a passage. Now, why is that? We the issue over here is because he's paying the crowd. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Ruvain just says, here's $100 for your food and drink. Whatever they buy, that's on them. It's nothing to do. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for him. Almost. What do you see here? Keep not honor to make it so it's a situation. It's a Baruch I'm not going to this. We're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back now ultimately again to the Rabbi case of money. Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they paid for with 2 euros. Rothschild said, not a problem with no transaction immediacy. Now, listen, what do you see now? What do you see from this last piece of here? Amor, keep kapara, you make Mr. Kapara. So what do you see here? That when Ruvain pays the bill, right, pays the bill, even though again he's paying after the consumption already took place, a lawful amount of his transactional immediacy, and he is considered to be paying for these Shlita produce, chaining produce to the it's problematic. Therefore, the Gemara says, all for money, he can't borrow the Nisa Kapara. So to read about it, the other end, when they paying here, ultimately again, isn't that ultimately Shlita produce? Same thing. Which must have taken out himself, the intention of the people being shot. No, it's different from the Ruvain case, right? Where he's going ahead and telling the workers, go drink off the cup of tab. We're talking about where they are purchasing food from a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to even the Archie to say, turning the ultimately, because the shopkeeper normally extends credit to Ruvain, ultimately there is a transaction. You see that's happening. Literally translated, literally the shopkeeper acquires his money immediately. Currently, that I actually ran across the left. Kind of in summer context. The shopkeeper knows that he's going to get his money, so he regularly extends credit. שכבר הכירו, שחומות שיש נועדים, or coming on the head and those are Khalifin. So what's that? That's it. There is transaction use. Ruvain is not just saying stand where you want and buy food, buy drink. He's saying, Pedro, go to the shopkeeper, I'll pick up the tab. This is a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to Ruvain. So therefore, again, it's as if the debt is already paid, and therefore there is transactional immediacy that's happening.
What's your favorite bit from the Greek
Rashi says over here, therefore it should be almost like an exchange, right? The shopkeeper is going to give donkey drivers or traders, whatever it is, and really is going to immediately pay for it. לא כך לא יתנו, אבל חלק בלעדיו, כיוון דהלך אני, בניסי אוריס, לאו חייני other people, but again, that doesn't apply in the sort of right? It's wasn't like a therefore, that case is fine if it's not transactional oneness. You must have it, and you should not keep it in mind. Again, using that language, if we're going to send out a short the same case, go you can go through and don't pick up the tab. But now he's not sending to a shopkeeper who normally extends credit to him, then it sounds like, well, mutter, and that should be okay. If that's the case, that it's mutter, lucky, I determined sitting the echlo beginner zah, so in you should see the beginner zah. If that's the case, then set the price up differently. Instead of making the first case in the price up, the case of where Ruben says, here's $100, go out and go through the drink, make it two different cases. What should the two cases be? You might say, that's our new when is this so ultimately again that it's prohibited? The company, I'm not people, in the Shtagel way. When is it prohibited for Ruben to say to his workers, go out and go eat and drink, and I'll pick up the tab? That's only with the shopkeeper who extends credit to Ruben, because there's transactional immediacy, and it's as if, again, the company already has the money for prohibited items. How about people, but shopkeeper who does not extend credit. Therefore, that lacks transactional immediacy, and that should be fun. In other words, better for the Bryson to go ahead and then two cases that are the same, but one detail different, and to highlight two different cases. This must go, temporary shit in my people, we don't start it. Or is that true? Even if the shopkeeper doesn't extend credit, if you purchase it, you're not still obligated to them. No bummer about it. Homer the Kaheo. A person says to his friend, King one of the 40, the from the first thing love. So what happens? Like Ruben goes, I go with Ruben, give me a favor, give them money to Shimon, give money to Shimon, and all of my property will become encumbered to you. What's that? Well, ultimately, again, my property becomes encumbered as a guarantor. You must say, so what is this? Now, again, that's really a scene that Ruben and I have no previous relationship. So what do you see from her? When you ask someone to go and give something to someone else, and ultimately, again, you're guaranteed that encumbrance, that transactional immediacy, seems to apply right anymore. And you're right. You're right. At the end of the day, whether the shopkeeper extends credit, it doesn't extend credit, it doesn't receive it. You must even below the Yaki Shibude, low Missa. And what's the difference? Rashi says, even though the Yaki Shibude, look at Rashi, third wide one, Rashi's bottom. Since Ruben did not go ahead, he's actively set aside money, right? He's telling his workers, go out, go eat and drink and pick up the tab. Since no defined amount of money, right, or no specific money has been set aside for that, therefore, again, that lacks transactional immediacy. Because it does ultimately, again, it should be looked at. Should be looked at. So you can let most the car, like how you can move below its, sorry, Gemara says, Elahafa on my quotation. So that's the case ultimately again. So when we do this, we actually still shittiness. So the Gemara says, oh, no, it should be not all. So ultimately, again, he says the Gemara, ultimately, again, what do I have to be concerned about? Elahafa, my quotation. We should shittiness. What do I have to be concerned about over here? The Elahafa I saw that perhaps, again, shittiness of these, versus Hamayaki shittiness, Shahaka, Lomiyaki shittiness. Ultimately, again, it's the same thing. The local Mesa, because no particular money is designated in advance, is not to transaction release. Is actually in those units. What's the case? The case over here is where the Balabai is advanced the money to the companies. Okay, so this changes that. Actually, shifting low, Balabai is dealing the companies, told them to sell us at slow. The Hashtam, the Balabai is to uplift the circle. So this changes everything. So in the case over here, ultimately, again, when Raisa says that if Ruben says to his workers, go to the company, go to the shopkeeper, eat and drink, whatever you want, it's on me. the cases where already Ruvain gave the money to the shop. So there's no extension of credit. In other words, he has a tab, but it's paid for. Oh, so now that makes sense. Because now that it's paid for already, ultimately, again, if they take prohibited things, it's literally like he's supplying them with prohibited items. I know. On these so much like this, I mean, that's really not about. So the Gemara says as follows. So Afghanistan said as follows. So we'll say, so again, all of this is all in this same realm of transactional needs. That's key. That's happening over here. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, I'm missing the Shmaitik coming to us. I said this over. Amalei, Yehoti, Adikos, Ivichnu, Sunu, Shisuba, Nicoya, the prices shouldn't be that he says to his workers, go out and drink, and I will pay. I will pay means it sounds like he hasn't paid. Rather, what should it say? Sunu, Be'echnu, Sunu, Shisu, Bani, Nachash. You should say, go out and drink, go out and eat, and then I'll settle up. Like, I'll settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. Because again, we're saying out of case on here that we didn't prepay. Right? So you left money with the shopkeeper. And then it's a question of saying, okay, I left you $100. How much did you consume? You're right. He said, you're right. Tani, I'm going to ultimately, again, a lot of things you like change the price of free, the price of yeah, a lot of lines are good and sustained. So please remember, essentially there are two cases in price. Case number one is when Ruben reaches $100. Since ever go out and go out and drink, that case, whatever they do, it's on them. It's not on them. Case two, now, is that the local myself moving free paid with him. He went ahead and gave $100 to the shop. He said, my workers going to come in, let them buy, let them eat, let them drink. Okay? Now the United says, that's the problem. You have to be concerned, if they have access now to prohibited food items, then it's as if Ruben is going ahead and supplying the prohibited items. The way that price should read is, Ruben says to his workers, so go out and drink, but I need a chashiv. And I will settle up ultimately again with the shopkeeper. That's what we're going to do. Okay, we'll stop over here for today. Everyone, what we got?
Every time someone criticizes us in any way, it's just another one of those bots. Yeah, we actually a lot of bots. We do believe things about recently. We know haters and bots. Like, yeah, people are paying for negative comments.
Listen, good morning. It is a great spot opportunity to be able to take care of review. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Shvacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shuman Drushos this year as a support for the solar struggles for all of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Av, Habanim Rotova, Stephen Wendy Drazen, in honor of Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Eileen Rosenzweig, and Stanley Rosenzweig is the Talmud Torah. Marine sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, the donation of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben C. Hirsch, and Nathan and the Tyler Limit of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai, and Maria of Nelson, and of course, always we dedicate our name, this was what Jesus has to represent the short from the home. The Shalom and the Karach and the miracle of this ultimate construction. Give them success, the full and massive. And those are the guys who are speaking. We have an exciting data ahead of us today. Today's data is Summit Gimel 63. And we are putting up on side phasing base 62B, the day Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up from the line. So the verse is as follows. The day Rabbi, Yas Ike Shias Nanu, Karlu Yishis. A very interesting case over here. The members of the household of Rabbi Yana was as follows. They would borrow Shemitah produce from the poor and then repay them with 8th-year produce, non-Shemitah produce from the following year. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says that there's no way to say Yasi Perishi is called Mismanavir. So obviously, again, without getting into all the Shemitah technicalities over here, but halacha l'maisa, you can go ahead and lend or borrow, not commerce, but lend or borrow Shemitah produce while it's still readily available for everybody. So this does, once it's no longer readily available in the field, you really can no longer kind of keep it for yourself. So the idea over here is, so the people of the house of Rabbi would borrow Shemitah produce from the Aniyim during the Shemitah. Rashi says, on the part of the Shemitah, Ishkachach the Afu Aniyim Shemitah Achar Adir Abikir Shvius. So what ended up happening again is on year number 8, so we people of Rabbi also repay the Aniyim ultimately again with new produce, 8-year produce. So the Gemara says, so they came and they said, so people mentioned this type of Rabbi Yochanan. It was something about it, obviously, that bothered people to some degree. So they said something to Rabbi Yochanan, come over the room. Rabbi Yochanan said, y'all seen often, it's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine. Why? Next done, interestingly enough, look at Rashi, you all seen up in Sarves, 2 couple of Rashis. You all seen up there, Rabbi Yochanan said, the members of the house of the Yanites are actually totally fine. Rashi says, the people that he shaita, lo habu hanaf be'en, lo if you say hani b'hani, la chalita nenu, lo chayla kedusha shvish. We saw yesterday's daf already. When you get into an issue of potential colors with a forbidden item, so sometimes that forbidden identity pops on the previously permitted item. So, for example, the concern over here is this looks like one is transacting business with Shemitah produce, then even the 8-year produce should ultimately have Shemitah second, Shemitah prohibition. But the Yochanan said it's not really a problem. Why? Because there's not a reciprocity, there's not immediacy. Or I should say, there's no immediate reciprocity. Because the produce is being taken in the Shemitah and only being quote unquote repaid during the fate, because there's no immediate reciprocity, therefore this does not look like you're doing commerce with Shemitah produce, and therefore no Shemitah prohibition devolves upon the 8-year produce. That's the idea. Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, and therefore, again, Shemitah sanctity will not devolve on the 8-year produce. This is very interesting. It's connect them to Esra commitment. And interestingly enough, a similar case would come up with Esra Zilma. Esra Zilma is a local person who goes to Zilma, and he gives her some important services, right? Obviously, he pays her money, or even gives her an object. That object is called an Esra Zilma, payment for a harvest, and cannot be used for any type of sacrificial purposes. Makes sense. Listen to this. The Sanya, Umar says the corresponding piece passage on what's the case. The Sanya says this. Rashi says, Nosam Rabbi. Let's say Ruben goes to Rachel's Zilma. Right? Ruben goes to Rachel, and ultimately, again, he gives her payment, right? But he doesn't have relations with her. Or, on the half of Nosam, or he has relations with her but doesn't pay her anything. What's the halacha? Esnana Mutter. For her, its payments ultimately is mutter for sacrificial use. Obviously, it doesn't make sense. I'm not saying. If he gave her, let's say he gave her a lamb, he gave her a sheep, and he didn't have relations with her, then of course it's permitted for a husband, but sheep, like giving her a lamb, he didn't have relations with her. When he didn't have relations with her, then ultimately again, the lamb is a gift. It's a gift, there's no restrictions on it. To which the Gemara says, we assume, furthermore, the second case, if he had relations with her, but he didn't pay her anything, ultimately he didn't pay her anything. If he didn't pay her anything, if he didn't pay her anything, what's the meaning of the statement in Raisa that says that Halach and the Raisa, the estimate is mutter? Doesn't make any sense. Which the Gemara says, hello, this is what you say. If he gave her, let's say he gave her the sheep, and then only afterwards, in other words, let me tell you this piece outside. Since we wasn't going to say like this, when does something become an estimate, or a public payment? When there's transactional immediacy. Pays her, relations, right? Our relations pay her. In other words, when there's immediacy, that's when it's an estimate. If there is a lack of transactional immediacy, then the payment does not take on the status of estimate solely. And what that means practically is that it can be used ultimately, again, let's say for some type of sacrificial or temporary use. So watch this. So there's Elikama. No Sama, he gave her the sheep, the Acherkat Bala. What does it mean, the Acherkat Bala? Rashi says, Akshav Ella La'achazna. He doesn't have relations with her now. Rather, again, sometime later. Now, of course, how exactly can you go ahead and translate immediacy? I think there's some level of common sense. You know, the days are today and has relations for 3 hours. or tomorrow, again, as opposed to payment relations. Oh, Bala, the Akakat Masala, or for that matter, he has relations with her, and then he actually misleads her, Esnana in both of these cases, ultimately again, the Esnana is going to be. However, Nasala, the Akakat, is not fine. So therefore, those things, what we want to say is as follows, that essentially, in order for someone to be categorized as an Esnana zona, that has to be transactional immediacy. Once there's transactional immediacy, in other words, payment relations, then the land, the sheep, the payment, has the status ultimately again of a husband. Now, again, remember, keep track of this one. So remember, the household of Rabbi, they would borrow sheep of produce from the poor, and we pay it ultimately again with sheep. People came to the Alpana because they felt, I don't know, maybe it was a little exchange, this practice, transacting business with sheep of produce. But the Alpana said, no, it's fun. Why? Same idea. There's no transactional immediacy. So because of transactional immediacy, we don't view that your produce as an exchange, right? Or as something like a payment, ultimately again for the 7th-year produce, the shady produce, and after the 8th-year produce remains totally fine. Fine. Now the Gemara questions a little bit discussing on this. Not so long, so again, let's go through this, right? Let's goes ahead and pays it. Okay, we're going to use Raham. Gets her a sheep. I'm just using the sheep because it's the easiest example. Right? So he pays her a sheep. Right? And then let's say he gives her a sheep on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, so again, based on what we just learned before, that sheep does not have the status of a harvest payment, and therefore is not forbidden for consecrated temperance. Right? There's a lax transaction in this. I don't understand. But when he does have relations with her, that's all he wears. They like to give the sheep on Tuesday. He has relations with her on Wednesday. So why would we say that when he does have relations with her, top of some channels, Lechol Allah is still on a fire? Obviously, okay, I understand. When he gives you the sheep, it can't be labeled as testimonies. So you have relations with her, there's no reason. But when he does have relations with her on Wednesday, then retroactively, the designation of the sheep as a harvest payment should evolve upon the sheep retroactively. And therefore, the sheep should be categorized as an estimate zone already as of Tuesday. The Rothschild says it's very interesting. No, what's the case? It's very interesting. What happened? Zona, right? Zona got the sheep on Tuesday. She got the sheep on Tuesday. Now, relations didn't happen until Wednesday. So you are saying, but when they have relations on Wednesday, retroactively, the sheep should be categorized as a harvest. Oh, what's the case? She offered it up as a carbon on Tuesday. She offered up as a carbon on Tuesday. A pious harvest, a pious zona. I won't say, you might say to yourself, come on, what a fake. She's a zona, and she's offering up carbonas. What's that? Two part of the agreement is many times. So it's a time to say, we all bring consistency. And we all need to contain contradictions. And in certain respects, on the side, and in certain respects, on the Russia. And there are things in my life that I do very well, and there are things in my life that I do very poorly, and there are things that I don't do well. Here's the beauty of it. The things that I don't do well, or do poorly, or don't do at all, off Hashem, don't take away from the things that I do well and I'm righteous. Yiddishkeit is not a holy. You can be righteous in some areas and morally bankrupt in others. Now, obviously, that's not the goal, right? The goal is to have a certain level of unwillingness, spirituality, and righteousness in all areas of my life. And most of us are not there. Sometimes we feel hypocritical, or sometimes we feel like fake, because here, I'm learning Torah, but I'm doing this. I'm doing stuff, but I'm doing this. I'm chesed, but I'm doing this. Right, it is hypocritical. It is more contradictory. But welcome to the nature of the human condition. With all of the hypocrisy, all of the contradictions, such is the nature of life. And it is important for us not to lose faith in ourselves. That even though the zona is a zona, but she also brings kabbalas. You know what? I guarantee you, those kabbalas are reach mikol. It's a pleasing aroma. Because at the end of the day, no one knows how you're struggles and other exercise. And then you still push forward to do good, despite all the things that are broken. Sometimes that's a cynical accomplishment. In any event, so the Zona offered up the covenants, but by the time relations occurred on Wednesday, the animal was already gone. She already offered it up. So the Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Let's unpack this a little bit. What's the case? If he said to the son, gives her the lamb on Tuesday, and says, this is yours as of today, right? Acquire this as of today. Right, then halacha is she was a sharila, right? The halasa b'shaskia umakana ma'amudiya. So then obviously it's mutar, right? She has title to it. It can't be categorized as an esron on Tuesday because they didn't have a right? So essentially, gave her a gift. She has every right to offer it up. However, the law on the in the actual case is very interesting. But if he did not give her permission to acquire it as a right? If he was not explicit and said, he didn't say to her, this is your animal as of now, as of Tuesday, right? They're scheduled for relations on Wednesday. So what does it mean to say? He gives it to us, he's from today, okay, we're gonna have relations tomorrow. If that's the case, if he doesn't tell her to acquire it, it's not hers. It's not hers. And if it's not hers, he must be a product. After all, the Yakish is based on published Amrachman. So it says, if a person will consecrate his home, this is talking about an Erev now, valuation. Right? Will go ahead and consecrate his home. Amrachman, based on the Shusel, just like your home, you own it. After Shusel, so to be only consecrate, whether it's consecrate or whether it's offer up, is something that you own. In other words, if she doesn't own it on Tuesday, then how could you offer it up once you start here? You know, you could only be makdish something that is yours, which means in the realm of personal growth, this part only asks of us what we're able to do. You know, sometimes we make a mistake of measuring ourselves against other people. And that's not necessarily the right thing to do. It's good to have role models. Something because people who inspire to do that. A lot of times we tend to compare ourselves to others and we're frustrated when we don't measure up. First, he says you can measure up to someone else. You don't know what this person's couples are or privileges are. The Ribbon Shel Olam only asks you to be makdish that which you own. You only have the concept. Or you only can consecrate that which you own. You can't consecrate and it doesn't belong to you. We so often forget that the Prophet only expects of us what we're able to do. He doesn't expect that we want someone else to do. He doesn't expect that we someone else's accomplishments. What he does expect to do is to take a personalistic inventory about all the spiritual tools that I possess. Be honest about what I possess. You possess a lot more than I'm honest about. And then utilize those in pursuit of personalistic qualities. You only do makdish that which belongs to you. And our Heavenly Father will only asks of us to accomplish spiritual things that are within our purpose, in our power, within our spiritual intelligence. Incredible. El Damala, so what's the case? El Damala, this is very interesting. He says there, right, so Ruben gives to the zone of the sheep on Tuesday. And he says, okay, keep the sheep with you, the schedule to be tomorrow, right? Just keep it with you until tomorrow. The mitzvah, but if you need the sheep for some reason, let's say something comes up, you need the sheep, I don't know, you need a card money, you need, whatever it is, then the Gemara says, then it gives you the right to acquire it. Fine. So the Gemara says, but soon as well, that's the zone. Now again, what's the idea? Why we do this? Besides by this, the reason is because you can remember, this all happened with the Rabbi with this Shemitah transaction. The idea that's happening over here is that something can only be vested with limited status when there is a level of transactional immediacy. So now we see that by the Shemitah case, and ultimately we see it by the Esron zone and by the Harlot case as well. Every just gets over into those Harlot case. So very So let's say same thing. Ruben gives Ruben for the sheep on Tuesday. The Bia is scheduled for Wednesday. On Tuesday, she goes in and she's makdish. She consecrates now. She didn't offer it up as a father. So she's makdish. So what's the status now of the animal? Even got Ramar and the rest of the Gabal from the Sulasana. So do we say that essentially making something hektish is the equivalent of offering it up? In other words, literally the Gemara says that verbally pledging something to hektish is the equivalent of giving it over to a regular person. So therefore, do we say ultimately again that the act of going ahead and being makdishing verbally is the equivalent of offering it up. Although not ashtam, not required to be sitting in it. In other words, offering it up is offering it up, but being makdish is gone, the animal is gone. Being makdish, ultimately again, it is still here, it's still present. So does she have the ability? What happens if she is makdishing? Again, because I must say, here the shaila is, in the case where she offered it up on Tuesday, by the time the bia occurs, obviously, again, it's gone. It's gone, right? So it can't be called an Eshlam Zona because it was no longer in existence at the time that the bia occurred. In this case over here, on Tuesday, she's not fishing. Wednesday, the bia occurs, and ultimately, so at the time of the bia, the object is still here. So now the shaila is, does the object become an Eshlam Zona or not? So the two Shamit Rabbi Eliezer. Because Rabbi Eliezer, someone say, going back, this is Rabbi Eliezer on the top of the dust. Right? Rabbi Eliezer, Shekatla Behikli Basa. So remember again, the way Rabbi Eliezer understood the case of the Eslam Zona, right, is where she went ahead and she already offered it. Right? She offered it up already by the time the occurred. Dafka Hikli Basa. So Dafka, because she offered it up, is no longer in existence. About the Shasson, no. But from Rabbi Eliezer statement here, that if she was maxis, if the animal was still in existence at the time that the bia occurred, perhaps the animal would now be called an Eslam Zona. Much the Gemara says, no, the Rabbi Elazar is fake coming by it. The truth is, this shaila is mamish a shaila of Elazar himself. So the Gemara says, no. Mifshat pshita the Rabbi Eliezer, Yakubasa, Dafka, Bakisha, Solo, the Isim Shasbia. Does Rabbi Elazar say that the only time it doesn't become Eslam is when the animal was offered up before the bia? And at the time the bia occurs, the animal is no longer here. But perhaps again, when she was just makdish, she consecrated it. The animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, in which case halacha l'maisa, the animal is recategorized as an Eslam Zona. All Dilma, if we vasa pshitale, vikishasa misaptale. I mean, maybe obviously she offered it up and it's going on to the time of the bia. Of course, it's not going to be categorized as an Eslam Zona. But in the case where she just consecrated it, we're not sure. Which the Gemara says take it. So we're really not sure. So interestingly enough, I will say, what comes down in this case over here is first of all, so it's important lesson number one. We're not finished with Eslam Zona. What we do understand is that in order for something to be categorized as an Eslam Zona, as a part of this payment, there must be transaction and use, which means payment and bia. If that order is not followed, either payment and delayed bia, or bia and then payment, ultimately, again, it is not considered to be an Eslam Zona. If he deposited an animal with no payment, now, the bia doesn't occur until later on, assuming she has rights in that animal, therefore, she goes ahead and she offers it up to bona fide carbon. If she's not dishing, she consecrates it, so the animal is still in existence at the time of the bia, the next day, what's the status of that animal? That's the taking. That's the taking. Okay, let's analyze that. Well, now, yeah, check out the muscle last night. So the second disorder was, let's see, he has a relationship with her. And then afterwards, he pays her. Track muscle love. So ultimately, again, he came into this more. And we say it's different and use for consecrate the or immediately marries the cash. I don't understand this. Gemara says, "Community." Ba'ala the akakaki mashallah. Afilu mikan ashalo shonim esnala asa. So the Rabbi says that the woman has relations with the same. And then he pays her even 3 years late. 3 years late, some people pay all of the bills late. Right, so he pays her late, right? 3 years later, it's still called the harlot's payment, and it's still the asa. I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to stop. No cash. So listen, that cash is just important. The rights that we quoted before, that's like the 60 said, that if there's relations and then payment, that's not an estimate. There's no transaction immediacy. Here the other side, if there's relations, even if it's 3 years later, ultimately it's still asa. I'm not going to stop. I'm not just going to cash. Conviction. How the Amar is Ba'ali Li, is Ba'ali Li, the Tawas, how the Amar is Ba'ali Li, the Tawas. So let's say this is very interesting. Ultimately, again, one case we're talking about a case where it says, have relations with me for this sheep, and he identifies the sheep. Versus have relations with me for a sheep. Rashi, the Talazah, Kalkama the Yohev Yahavik Eslan in So ultimately, again, versus when he identifies the sheep, is as if there is transactional immediacy. When he doesn't go ahead and identify the sheep, and ultimately again there is no transactional immediacy. All right, so let's analyze it a little bit more. The Amar Love is Halal Shah, my hobby, I don't think. So let's analyze this, right? So now if you go into it, moving over to Rabbi, he says, have relations with to Zona. He says, have relations with me for this sheep. Now, again, he doesn't pay us for 3 years. 3 years. The halacha is, it has the status of a hard payment because there's transaction needs. Just because he identified the sheep doesn't make it hers. In order for it to be hers, what has to happen? The Gemara says, right? Remember, livestock, animals require the sheep for the part taking possession. Which the Gemara says, okay, so apparently it's actually interesting. Ultimately, the beginning of the sheep was only been by Jews. So apparently, again, by a non-Jew, they don't use the sheep for 4 parts. So it's not was enough. You guys know that's very good. The old numbers are in the Slayer, it's not talking about a Jewish harlot. If you don't, they call you the Chassid. Oh, interesting enough, the sheep standing in the Chassid. In which case, again, ultimately, there's the Chassid she acquires. That's in the second. Either play the Chassid, or follow the Akhnasala, I understand. If it's in our chassid, in our when she acquires it, in our relations with her, and then ultimately again denigrate it, only denigrate it. It's already in her chassid, she already acquired it. What are you talking about? You know, in other words, she acquired it before people. So this is like the paradigmatic case of Esmond, because she's acquiring the sheep even before the Fiyah, if the sheep is standing in her chassid. Which the Gemara says, the shati and the Helia Potiki. Very interesting. Now, here's the case. So when it comes to our halal, and I hear this sheep is not posted. I remember again, what is it called? The essentially for the damage. The Gemara says to her, I'm going to pay you. I'm going to pay you for the relations. Right? If I don't pay you money, you could take this sheep. So therefore, she wasn't really required the sheep initially. She required the sheep in the event that there was non-payment. The Amallah, and he says to her, if I pay you, let's say within the next 30 days, good. And if not, Shakle the Aslan, take this sheep ultimately again as a fine. Massive Rav Sheshes said that it's supposed to have. Again, it's interesting. All of this is really unraveling the essence of these parchments. Omer Adam Machamarov or Paula. Let's say again, let's say Ruben employs donkey drivers and workers. They say that he's paid. Now the way ultimately again is payment. Now Rashi points out over here, Rashi Obiko Kavimo Amir Arts. These workers are non-Jews or they're Amir Arts. They're just unlearned Jews. Idolaters are unlearned Jews. We'll say this in front of us in a moment. And he says to them, Yehuva Eslo B'Dinazah. Surushtu B'Dinazah. Right? So what's the halacha? The Elo Hoshesh, okay, so actually before we do this. So he goes and he says to them, I'm paying you, right? And essentially, go use this money to go and purchase for yourself food and drink. Okay, either that's the payment or supplemental wages, whatever it is. He's giving them here, right? Here's money, go and drink, go and eat. So okay, now the says, the Elo Hoshesh, to do this, she doesn't have to be worried. Salafiola base 63B. Lomi Shum Shibis, Lomi Shum Mice, Lomi Shum Yanis. And what's that? Here's this interesting about this. Right? What's the concern here? The Gemara says that Halacha Maisa, he's giving them money. Now, because it's an apple or Amir Paris, he has to be concerned that maybe the apple is going to go by Yanis. Right? Or maybe ultimately again the Amir Paris is going to buy Shvita or Maisa Shvita, he doesn't have to be concerned with this. Why does he have to be concerned with this? Because essentially he's giving them the money and he's saying, Trevor, do what you want. Because he's doing that, essentially, it's not on him. Whatever they do, they do. Rashi says over here, okay, Rashi just goes through all of this. Like, if you look at the end, if you look at Rashi, like, if you look at Rashi, the heart, it's actually the last one, the last of the long ones, not Rashi. The heart, those Sakilu, We don't view Ruvain is not the one giving them he is giving them money. And it's Chavra, here, this is for your food, this is for your drink. What they choose to do with that afterwards, essentially, is not on Ruvain. It's not on Ruvain, so therefore, again, no liability. Okay, now what? First, I started the following. Sound flow, they 63, second line down. In our lot, but he said to them, Su be'ichur, v'ani korea, Su shtu v'ani korea. He says to the workers, like taxi drivers, go and eat, go and drink, and I'll pay. I'll pick up the tab. Oh, now this is a problem. Then we have a problem. Now, why is that? We did actually get in time for it. The issue over here is because he's paying the tab. Now it looks like he's purchasing and providing these prohibited items for him. See the difference? If Ruben just says, here's $100 for your food and drink, whatever they buy, that's on them. If he says, go eat, go drink, I'll pick up the tab, then ultimately, again, that is problematic because it is if he is purchasing and providing these potentially prohibited items for him. Allah, what do you see from here? So what you see from here is that Allah we're now going ahead and circling back to the Rabbi case, right? We're going back to now ultimately again to the Rabbi case. Remember, Rabbi, what did they do? They went ahead and they borrowed the produce and they repaid the poor with